They've conquered the APAC region. They got rank 1 in Asia, but now they are here to prove their mettle against the best on the big stage.
All right. Let's get things started.
Our second team is going to be Space Station Gaming. With MVP performances across the board, LJ, Hoxa, and Chicago are here to add a few more to the list as the NA boys are ready to make some noise.
Absolutely they are, but you know who also is ready to make some noise? It is going to be Gentlemates Albine.
Let's see how Gentlemates do at the live event here. They've been some land merchants as of late.
Juicy. This French team is a force to be reckoned with, and they are favorites to win the whole competition here in Riyadh.
What up, loser? Who the fuck are you calling a loser there,
We
guy?
also have the
What up, Ducky? How you doing, man?
Esports Club. The squad from down under, and always the bridesmaid, never the bride in their regional qualifiers. But with Jorius standing in by the side of Hunter and Karka, could EWC finally be the event where they take down power?
Tired, huh? I feel it.
And up next, we've got the home team, Twisted Minds.
Yo, what up, game mode? How you doing,
They have Samu,
buddy?
they have Messin.
Yo, you been a working boy lately, eh, Doug?
But they are yet to have an international title under their belt. They're looking better than ever with their newest addition, Nubu.
We have no strangers to the stage. It is
My boy
Team
out here grinding.
Vitality. These boys are stuck together through thick and thin as the only team to have the same roster as last season. But having
So
one
I do
team
believe,
very
as far
best
as for
of their
today,
craft, Alpha 54,
we only
Jason
have one
and
game
Zen
going on at
live
a
up to the
time.
name and prove their vitality.
And up next, we've got Furia. With Yan, Lost, and Dravenho. This esteemed roster may have not done well lately, but they are here to reclaim their glory and take revenge at the Esports World Cup.
Yo, Ducky, what do you work today? You gonna be around for Rocket League later or what?
Next we have Nkosi Ballers. Representing South Africa, they might
As
be
the
newbies to
boys!
event, but don't go sleeping on them, because they're here to bring out the big guns. It's Cams,
Well,
Snoozy, and Guns.
some of the boys. The real boys are gonna be the boys in blue, hopefully coming up here soon.
Up next, we have Team Secret. With KV1, Brad, and Mota, they represent the South American region and looking to reclaim international gold here in Riyadh, especially after getting top 11th in London.
You're king, Brad.
This time brings some spice to the stage. We've got Gen G Esports. Having once had a taste of victory in 2022, they're looking to reignite their spark once more with promising results in NA qualifiers. It's time for apparently Jack, First Killer, and Chronic to walk the walk against international competition.
Up next, ladies and gentlemen, representing the Esports World Cup champions, Team Falcon!
Hey, Falcon! TRK! TRK! TRK!
Fostering the Saudi heroes, TRK and the twins, Wawas and Killers. They've dominated local tournaments, shocked the world in majors, and now they aim to make their home region proud in their hometown.
Next up, we have XO Esports. In an event where countries, nationalities, and players are all brought together, traveling from all around the pond, these APAC boys
XO,
are
not to be
the tip of the storm
confused with
and
XO
the
Clan.
waves on the big stage. Welcome to EWC,
From,
Kevin, Sphinx,
Apex
and
Legends.
BTS.
Up next, it is Power! They've got Torsos, Banana Head, and Fever. They've triumphed as champions in OCE.
I'll be honest, I'm not like
and looking to
1,000%
continue
sure on
their
later,
in the Esports World Cup.
but I might be playing.
We also have none other than Team BDS.
It's Ducky's favorite
Now,
squad.
what happens when you throw together a seasoned player, a major champion,
Let's see if they can
and
play without
a
looking like they want to
rookie.
fucking throw in the towels
Can't
this
wait to
time
see
around.
what Exotic and Drali bring to the stage as Monkey Moon is hoping to lead them to victory. But you know what, Fancy? Quick maths is taking place right now. That's only 14 of our 16 teams.
That's right.
We
Let's
have
introduce our
more
two
to bring
teams for
out.
game
That's
number
exactly
one,
what we're gonna
baby.
do right now, because our next competitors are up for our opening match here at the Esports World Cup featuring Rocket League. And for our first competitor, please welcome G2 Esports.
Hey, Limitless get to come out last. Let's fucking go.
Represented by Atomic, Daniel, and Nas, your RLCS Major Champions, runner-up in Copenhagen. Their list of accolades only seems to grow. With their new player Nas, who's yet to accomplish an international trophy, he's here to show what he's got with this beast roster.
And hoping to take them on the very big stage, it's Limitless. This squad has
Limitless!
certainly been on
Let's
the
go.
grind for the new edition this year, and as the uncontested regional champions of SSA, it's time to see
I love how they say
to the opposition
uncontested
that's
regional
awaiting them.
champions of
Good luck
SSA.
and have
I
fun.
love it.
Zoe, to
I
die
love
for
it.
And sweaty. I don't know about you, Fancy, but I'm feeling pretty sweaty right now. We're in Riyadh. The energy is incredible. I want to dive into some Rocket League.
Absolutely, so let's not keep everyone waiting and let's start our first game. So Castles, please, let's get it on.
Let's get it started, baby.
Everybody, welcome to the Esports World Cup 2024. I am Stumpy.
All right,
joined
we
by
giving
the
Limitless a game, chat?
wonderful Hercules, and we are here to bring you the first game, G2 versus Limitless. And I think, Herc, that the desk was a little bit in favor of G2 there.
Oh, just a tiny, teensy bit. I mean, at the end of the day,
I'm gonna go before the game starts, chat.
G2 is still G2. Even if you bring in another player, you still have 2/3 of that original roster that have completely dominated the entire world for the entire season. But I do want to talk about that player being brought
You've got to.
in, Nas. This is so unheard of, so rare for a team at this high of a caliber to be bringing in a third to just let them experience the event with them.
Yeah, Beast Mode, unfortunately, for anybody wondering, is not going to be able to be here. We will be seeing him at the World Championship in like a few weeks' time, like 3 weeks or something,
Yeah.
which is so exciting. Currently the best player in the world, but G2 are down him at the moment. Bear in mind also, last time that we had a Gamers 8 event here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, Daniel won it with version 1, now over on that G2 side. So I think the biggest question mark sits right now over Nas. We have not seen him perform on LAN. We've never seen him play on LAN, in fact. So we're going to be able to just see how he fits into that squad, see how they do without their star man. But then we look towards the kings of SSA, of Sub-Saharan Africa.
right, let's go,
over
Limitless.
on
Pull
this
this shit
side.
up.
To die for, Sweaty and
Start off
Snowy.
with game number
a
one.
phenomenal team that, again, we're going to be seeing at the World Championship.
Oh, yes. This team in its own right, I mean, putting G2 aside, you got to give them the credit where it's due. I mean, if you paid attention or you were here during the beginning of the stream, we got to have an interview with Limitless where they talked about, you know, what it is like to
Oh,
be at
right,
the top there,
because
but they
my
do
monitors I'm wearing
recognize
today, not my
that
big
disconnect,
headphones.
being so isolated in their own region, and they understand how valuable it is to get to come in here and compete against teams like G2, take that information, take those tapes, and then that's prep for Worlds. So this, every single matchup, whether, you know, you're winning or not, is a huge deal to this team.
Yeah, definitely different I guess, accomplishments, different targets, all these teams here. G2, they're going to be looking somewhere towards those. Typically with Beast Mode, they'll be looking at number 1. Nothing but 1 is what they need to look for because they are the best team in the world right now. Limitless is going to be different. It's going to be, how many goals do we get in this series? How do we start things out?
Bros, are people in Twitch chat? Yo, I hope Twitch chat never changes in esports, bro. It's like some of the most funny shit. People on the Twitch chat for the main channel are like, why haven't they started the game? Why aren't they showing it? Bro, they haven't started. Chill.
So it's going to be very intriguing to see whether they can get a goal, get a game. So ultimately, it is very one-sided. But is there anything they can do to really try and shake NAS? Do we see them? Do we see any of SSA standing up and shouting across the stage saying, where's Beast Mode? Where is he? You need him back. Do we see the immediate trash talk as we've seen in all of the other competitions through the EWC?
Oh, man. I mean, I would hope. I think that would be so funny, to be honest. Like, we want it. But I do got to say, I love talking about this. I'm sure people have heard me say it a million times at this point. The mental aspect of the game is so under-talked about. And there is a move that G2 is making.
I love how people are, why don't they start? Bro, casters don't get to start the game, yo. Like,
is the G2 key, and they are trying to hold on to that. If Limitless in this world are able to take them down, they actually do get to crush that. But that's way later on.
That's when they're out.
That's when they're out. Okay, you get to hold on for it.
Anybody in chat? If you haven't seen this format, if you've not seen the key system so far,
it's crazy to think that there's only 2,300 on the main channel.
Every team has a key. When you get knocked out, the team that beat you, they get to crush your golden key with a hydraulic press live on camera. You have to hand it over to them, and then if they want to be, rub it in a little bit more, make you even
like, I know it's early in the day,
if they win the entire competition,
but it's not like NA usually carries viewership anyways.
And they can pick any key.
Like, usually it's EU that carries viewership, and it's middle of the day.
Keys, very true. To encase in the base of their trophy. We've seen that happen in Call of Duty, in other esports, where they having you were teaching me about this.
I have been keeping up with EWC throughout the entire, I think like 8-something odd weeks. And I will say, guys, for the drama aspect, if you can think of a team to put someone in there, let us know. But in another event, there was a team that played.
You're surprised you woke up?
That they never even competed against for the sake of annoying them. So I would love to see some drama like that unfold. I think if you do get, a quote-unquote minor region or an upset winner, putting a team like G2 in your base for the fun of it could be incredible. So that road
let's get to it, baby.
Start for both of these two teams. It's G2 Esports versus Limitless.
First series of EWC 2024. G2, as we were saying, clear favourites in this one, but we're going to want to see what small wins.
This is at 1080, right?
Use this as their practice going through into the World Championship. Sweaty bumped off that one.
Seems a little
right now, we're going to be seeing G2
pixelated.
Really
maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, how on earth do we play with a player who isn't B mode?
I mean, again, were so many options for G2 realistically to be able to replace Beast Mode in this event. Obviously, the pressure has now fallen into the hands of NAS to compete, but I don't think it's as much pressure as people are probably talking about. It's more the concern falls on the mental of being on LAN. However, if his performance is incredible,
imagine Limitless comes out here and fucking shocks the world.
G2 pulled a mental move that I don't know many teams were prepared for. They put NAS in the captaincy. They put him in the middle.
That's
and
nice.
A lot of the times when teams do that, it gives you this sense of comfortability. You can look to both sides of you and know that you're not quite as alone. And putting that comfort blanket around NAS, I think, is actually going to help him find his way so much quicker throughout this weekend.
And what a great comfort blanket it is, having two of the best players in the world at the moment. Atomic going up, trying to prove he is one of them. Just dips it a little bit too far below the net, but up for 1, 2, 3. Near the triple tap,
Daniel.
Assists Daniel for our first goal in the Rocket League this whole event.
NAS, I don't even know, what is this? Like, it's just a double, but
man.
it's still a mech in itself. And Daniel,
just nobody able to put pressure on the follow-up because everyone committed to that first shot.
NAS compare to Beast Mode? Two extremely mechanical players in their own right. I think the answer is being shown to us very early on. Yes.
Yeah, very much able to keep up with the performance that Beast Mode has put up. Whether we see that, of course, throughout the rest of the tournament is going to be a big question mark. I think everybody wants to see Nas succeed because, yes, we know pretty much he's not going to be joining G2 long term. He's in it for this event. That is fine. What a resume it's going to be for him. This is the
Imagine, though, if they pull it off.
For him to be
True, though. That's a really good point. Going into the off-season for Nas,
AJ on M80.
Since M80's broken up,
quarterfinals,
he can get himself like a really good
5 out of 6 events.
tryout
the final event
over the summer.
Yes, they didn't make it out of Swiss.
Or just pick up in general.
Finals, but a stunning player in his own right.
Nice shot, Nas. Let's go.
The second for G2, this time assisted by Dan.
The feed back and forth now on the opposing end of it. But my gosh, like you said, I mean, it's just this crazy resume that you're building for yourself. The fact that he was the one chosen for this, and this is what we're getting in the first 2 minutes of his very first game on land ever. Okay, mind you guys, this is ever. He's only 17, young gun coming into the RLCS. And I mean, like you said, they've always been, you know, stuck in that like lower mid-pack range. On
so what were you drinking on last night, Ducky?
G2 have never not
What's your go-to?
top 2 or winning overall. So if he can break out of that top 4, I think that's where things start to get a little bit fun. But of course, that's very, very early on to be talking about.
Yeah, and of course, that was Atomic assisting Nas on that other one, not Daniel.
Limitless's D has just been sloppy in front of the net, man.
Lead for G2 so far. Atomic trying to go central with it. Does get shut down by Sweaty. And let's look over towards Limitless now, because they are currently the kings of SSA. Of course, there's been talk between them and Mobula, the full import team. They recently went over there for the second split. They took away Limitless's London LAN spot. Much to the dismay, I think, of the Limitless players, which is fair enough, because they're thinking, I want to represent my region. I want to represent SSA here. Of course I do. So they're going to be...
Yo, I heard also even
do well when it comes
during the upcoming Rumble tournament that like 10 of the top Rumble players from EU
they have won many events.
signed up over in SSA.
A huge amount of pressure, but they're still hunting.
It's wild to me. Like, the competitor in me could never imagine going to a lesser region to get a spot.
APAC, yeah, they'll win usually. They might lose a couple.
That's just some real, like, beta shit.
In the interview prior to the stream starting, we were seeing that Snowy was like, yeah, we are better than APAC. We believe we're better than APAC. But that's one marker. You need to be better than the other regions.
I mean, Limitless did beat Elevate in a shell match after split one.
I do gotta give a little bit of credit
major.
to Limitless in this one. There's been a very decent amount of shots.
Nice, Snowy. Nice.
So many saves are now becoming so consistent for Limitless. That's a win in itself. And you talked about this with me too. We were like, you know, what really is the goal for Limitless in this matchup, right? You're going up against the reigning, you know, regional champions right now. They're slotting shots off the crossbar.
I think right now for Limitless, you just take the practice of playing the best team in the world, and you just hope you can pull off the dub against Limitless next. Or not Limitless, versus Power, right? Isn't Power who they play?
Gotta say though, I'm
putting this other group if they lose.
I think Limitless keeping this at a 3-0 game right now, that isn't a bad start.
Yeah, not at all. I think that's fine. You go into it. It's okay. Like you said the most recent regional champions. How about a major? They've taken that major
well, I don't even know why I'm saying it's a major champion, technical world, because everybody was there.
Yeah. But now it comes down to seeing how Limitless, how they can adapt from game at #1. It's always going to be the hardest, I think. Naso wants to go for a double. Actually draws out 2 defenders, but Daniel keeps on a lot of that pressure. Final 10 seconds. G2, the opening map is theirs.
I mean, it's just a really great performance overall. I do, again, credit to Nas. Everybody was very curious what his performance was going to look like in his very first game on LAN. You see the fist bumps, smiles from Dan is a great sign. That's a nod of approval that you definitely want to have. But on the other end of things, Limitless, I do love their mentality. I feel like it's not talked about enough how strong of a mental you have to have when you're coming in playing against, you know, the Goliaths of G2 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at how they performed in the previous regional events in their own home turf, the first 3, when they were looking forward to Copenhagen, they won all of them, and since they have been in second place, both to Mobula.
I think Limitless is fine with that score there.
In their home region. G2,
because, like, this goal was kind of tough.
Their home region to get to grand finals. Every single grand final we've had this season has had G2 in it.
Oh, yes. It is just...
It's been one of the... If they win Worlds, if they get to the grand final of Worlds even, it is a question mark of is this the most dominant season we have ever seen from a team? And they are 100% up there already before we even look at Worlds.
Oh yeah, I think the fact it might be a hot take to some people, but I would
Either
already
T
put
or
them
the
in that
Monsters.
Conversation for sure. I think just because you have to talk about how high of a skill level there is now in comparison.
Like Jack
to,
with T,
years
you
and
mean,
seasons
or Jack
past.
with Monsters?
This
Is that what
the
you're saying?
hardest it's ever been, and the fact that they have been so consistent is incredible. But now you're doing it with a new third, and still they are getting the wins. But I do gotta say, and I'm sure other people are thinking it.
Wow, they're in a game
Limitless
too super quick.
Don't look bad in this series.
No.
And I was gonna say, if there is a time to catch G2 off guard right now, in particular Nas, it is those very early stages.
I'll tell you what, man. Me and Jack don't get along.
That's the aim, right? Unfortunately for Limitless, he does look
When
quite
I go
comfortable.
drinking with my
Going
buddy
off for his
Jack,
own corner, but that's
I
fine.
get
Goes
angry.
past the ball. Ends up now going for a bump onto Dive. Snowy can therefore take over. That back corner is going to be under siege.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Side. The very mechanical player on Limitless' side has been with that squad for a long time. Sweaty being the newest player to the Limitless squad, coming in for Darth. Snowy challenges into the corner. Sweaty this time now falls back down towards Daniel. Dive challenging, and I like that kind of play. Challenge and aggression, and as we said, comfortability cannot fall on the side of G2.
Oh, absolutely not. All of this falls onto Limitless to find something that makes them uncomfortable. And I'm sure, I mean, you've got Sathu as your coach. He probably very quickly.
One
caught
second,
Nas
Chat.
up to
Chat, need to
speed
send
on,
Weevil a
you know,
message.
the pace of play
She's
that
about to be
G2
dropping off a little man.
are usually at. But on the flip side of things right now, Limitless defensively have looked incredible. They've stopped a couple of these passing plays. They tried to get the beat out on
You and Jack have a great history? Nah.
A bit too much. His touch on there kept them at bay. And in
Jack
their own
brings the
pass,
angry
but
cue out.
3:33 on the
It's not a
clock.
good time.
And a wide shot towards net means Limitless have done an incredible job of keeping this completely scoreless.
And the issue of Limitless right now is working out of their own half. Atomic forgoes that ball for Daniel. He gets a reset, but shut down by Snowy. In the skies, now Sweaty's central. Stifle is there, but low on boost, and Nats can catch up with him quite easily. Atomic with a 50, goes high and
By the way, Ducky, volume's good. Yeah, like you can hear the broadcast a little bit, but I'm pretty sure you can hear me a little bit above that.
That's Nats who has to deal with it.
Or do I need to turn the broadcast up at all?
Jordan goes very high, reset, a bump in the net, but Snowy with a shutdown. And a long shot to dive for, not quite enough power. Atomic clears it corner bound.
And there's been a few times I've seen this where G2 is almost on that fence about keeping that third man.
I just feel like there is such a
back,
difference
having
between
Atomic
what
in
Limitless
that
is
very,
used.
very
Hold on.
deep third,
I was gonna say,
is more
producing on
usual
offense
to
compared to most of the
G2,
offense
but
that
Nas in
G2
particular
sees.
I've seen stay a little bit closer to the midfield line, and I think if Limitless can spot those moments where you can
Sounds good?
catch
Okay.
them off guard just a tiny bit, could be easier to make these clears and turn them into transitions. There's an attempt.
Come on, let's go, boys! Yeah!
Limitless are the first to
Limitless
start
take the
game
lead in game
First goal
two,
of game two,
baby.
their first goal of this entire event, and against G2. Not gonna lie, Sweaty did his best to miss that one. Hit the post when it was right in the center. But regardless, they all count for one. Fancied bonking the woodwork on his way through. Halfway through game number 2, and here in the Coliseum, Limitless draw first blood.
And this is what I was talking about, having those moments where you're understanding where to push up, where to catch G2, just a teensy tiny bit off guard, but I loved the full attack at the end. Everybody pushing up together.
Oh,
at the right
Daniel.
time. The same can be said
Oh,
for G2.
Daniel.
Completely on his own.
Oh,
on the post
my
of
God.
His own ball at 2 minutes to tie things up.
There's Atomic then moving in to try and get some bumps, but to be honest, to die for, committed far too early to it. That's something you need to look out for. It's going for aggressive plays is all well and good, but if you're third man, mate, and your second man has not quite got himself back behind you, you are not able to go. You need to just slow down the opposition. You need to make sure that, okay, you're going for a challenge, but you're playing it safely. To die for, he dives in as third man, not what you need. G2, they draw themselves level with 2 minutes remaining.
I like the point you're making too. I mean, like we've said before, for Limitless, it's all about the small wins right now, right? They got that first goal on the board. They found a way to get through. But like you said, learning when to play it safe against this team is going to be the bigger one. There was an attempt to get the catch out there. Daniel, though, attempted to get a touch on it, falls to the hands of Nas. He's just going to throw this one out. Could get collected by Limitless. It does. Dead ball here. And I do like this level of aggression from Nas. He's done a couple of quick cuts to try and keep these plays going. So for G2, it's been fairly smooth since they've gotten that first goal here in game 2.
It's a miss though from Daniel, relatively open, Snowy rather. Great chance to score on a pass central.
Man, Limitless
I like seeing
looking
the different
decent
ideas coming
here,
out from this.
chat.
First man to it, great speed, beats out Atomic. Nas now using all his boost to get it out of the way. Snowy, a miss in the midfield, but we're seeing a lot of communication from them. We enter the final minute. And G2, they're going to need to press if they want to take down this second game. 1-2 central, an attempt for a bump, but Snowy dealing defensively brilliantly.
No connect on it. I mean, there's another attempt here to make a waterfall play if possible, but G2 actually looked a little discombobulated, and that is so
I don't think G2 likes the fact that
Snowy
Limitless is
played
pushing
there
them
by the
around.
save,
That's a
but
good score
Ness
from G2 there, though.
ultimately is there to clean up. You saw the push at the right time. And at 35 seconds left, G2 to steal the lead.
It's Limitless though with that
Fairly
lead
bad.
early on.
This
Yes,
has
they
been
got
the one
aggressive,
game
but I
of
think
EWC
G2,
that I was really not looking forward to. I cast over an SSA, so like I have an attachment to Limitless. I really enjoy their org and the boys that play over there. But I'm also a G2 fan, and like realistically, my heart says my head says G2 is gonna win. But man, my heart would love to see Limitless pull off an upset here.
50 from Snowy, then boosts low, but Atomic does keep that one low as well, so it bounces awkwardly. No one to challenge Daniel in the air. With 10 seconds left, you need to push to die for the man to start it.
And
I mean, they look decent in both games. A little slow start for them in game number 1. Game 2, they've been able to keep. Hold on.
But this one's gonna hit the ground. G2.
They look decent in game 2.
And honestly, like you said, completely composed. It was a rarity for a Limitless to make that sort of attack and come out successful. First on the board, then it goes to tied game, and even then, it wasn't until that last 35 seconds or so that G2 was able to get into it.
You're seeing sheer concentration, I feel, from G2 at the moment. Savvy, the man.
All right, guys, it's over. Savvy's doing the stare.
All right, you can smile a little bit, mate. It's round 1. Like, you're in a group, fella. You'll be okay. Of course, they've all got their eyes set on the beautiful Champions Trophy.
But yeah, I mean, I think the Nas pickup probably prevents G2 from winning it all.
And edge their names,
especially because I think it only makes sense for Falcons to cap off the EWC with a dub. You know what I mean?
It's beautiful.
In the final week.
It's insane to see in person, and I'm sure you guys are going to see it here. I think they've shown it through like rendering, but when you actually see it,
they're playing in front of the crowd. They didn't have to, or they're playing in front of the home crowd. They didn't have to travel for once. I feel like that's going to make a big difference for the Falcons, but I could be wrong.
Going crazy in their own right. I mean, you guys got to admit it to yourselves. They don't look bad.
Not at all. Not at all. Yeah, they seem very, very happy with themselves. And at risk of saying something pretty cliche, the vibes, man. The vibes on Limitless are brilliant.
They're
they
incredible.
always are so good at that.
Oh, dude, I feel like, again, it is not talked about enough.
Falcons will choke.
Like,
Shut up,
in the
Ducky.
most respectful way, as a minor region, and I'm speaking more towards like SSA, APAC, OCE.
Of course, yeah.
You have to have some of the strongest mentalities to be able to come and compete internationally, because it is a whole new ball game in comparison to where you're at.
Great reset though from Dan, trying to shut down any of those good vibes. Tries to harsh that buzz. First 15 is immediate pressure though from G2. Central with one and the second attempt on a bump, but Snowy defensively yet again being the man to save Limitless's skin. A central pass, but Nas not really there for it. Does do well to get it back towards Daniel, and edgeable ceiling 10 boost, but can't quite find a path towards the ball. And Limitless, they held off a lot of pressure in the previous game.
I mean, Limitless have done a decent job of keeping like pressed up in the zone.
No pressure for him. I think we're seeing Limitless wait a lot to see what G2 do. You can't do that forever, lads, because Atomic is
Twitch, y'all are going to get hit with an ad. I can't do nothing about it. I've already snoozed them a couple times waiting to try and get in between series. We'll do better about hitting the ad so we don't get hit with them in between series from here on out.
Slightly neglected the backboard defense right now, which has given G2 and Daniel, like you said, in particular, a little bit more space than he should be given if
actually,
you're a Limitless player.
I think I have one more snooze, right? I have one more snooze.
Just a little bit, but here they come again. Nas around the corner here. This one gets placed right back. Low boost, though, for Snowy means a challenge could pull successfully. And this one's going to roll all the way to the other end of the field. It's a little bit of a team bump, and that's where the miscommunication could potentially go in Limitless's favor. Those tiny moments where you know that Nas, in reality, is technically the odd one out.
Yeah. I mean, that's also what you're going to need to try and make sure that you force home for them too. You need to make Nas uncomfortable so that he makes a lot of errors. So far, that hasn't happened, but both Nas and Atomic up for that one, burning a combined 50 boost to get to it.
You want ads?
Down wide of target, Sweaty up for the double in his own backboard, and then comes in again. Miscommunication on the Limitless side, or at least a panic starting to come through that facade to die for. A shot flying wide.
Come on, man. You boys are keeping some pressure on. We need the first goal here for Limitless.
Great pre-jump from to die for to keep it away.
Slowly headed towards that second half of the game here. Nobody has been able to find their way through. G2 trying to change that, but Limitless to send them racing back home to defend. Snowy versus Daniel. Daniel, enough control to keep this one down, but it's two players from Limitless that pushed on him. And the player that everybody's been waiting to see, can he get those bailout moments that Beast Mode is able to do so much for G2 here? Second half of the game coming through. Sweaty bumped off the play, means G2 are gonna make the push upfield.
That's all right. There's still two back. Sweaty makes the read. Nice. To die for follows up. Yeah.
Now 50, taking it low. Final 2 minutes rapidly approaching. Snowy backboard. G2, of course, are going to be able to defend that one quite handily. Nas finding Daniel a long shot, and we're seeing G2 relinquish control quite frequently of that
G2's
ball.
doing a lot of like what we see in ranked, right? Like, let's go, boys! I was gonna say like big booming touches, but
spear pierces the G2 defense.
This is again
what a play! Let's go! Let's go, Limitless!
But this is pure connection between Limitless right now, and that's the sort of energy that you got to bring to the table if you're going against G2, because it does make them uncomfortable. There are very few teams that can be that connected to get around the defense, but they're gonna do it back to them. Yes, down to the ground to tie things
wow.
up.
Seems like Limitless are only ever allowed about a 30-second lead in any given game, and that was not a good touch from to die for. He comes in, maybe bumped in the way of it. Nas able to then go for that low challenge. The keeper showing their cards, jumped early. Nas therefore goes low, and of course, Nas is one of the premium 1v1 players that we have seen in Rocket League. Most recently, transitioning over towards 3v3 and 2v2. But more primarily, he is that 1v1 player, or at least that's kind of how he came up. The man from Morocco. 90 seconds ticking down. G2 level once again.
Nas,
it's in good.
Pass over to Atomic. That one's wide.
Let's go.
But the cleanup from Daniel is all it's gonna take. You want to talk about full team effort? Limitless.
Damn,
G2
man.
is gonna show you how it's done here at a minute 23. The reset, the side pass. It's all together every single time.
That's right. Tell him, Noxus. Plenty of time. Tell him.
It was. Sweaty was in net thinking, all right, this is to the side now. See what Atomic does. Oh, my word, it's in front of me. Oh, my word, Daniel's there.
Let's go to die for, baby!
An immediate response.
That's what we talking about.
Back to the basics. A demo and a simple flick is all it took
Totally
to
does
get
Atomic, though.
Atomic.
Yo, what up, Tim? How you doing, buddy?
That's what he said.
All right, come on. We tied up.
I mean, sometimes less is more. And you know what? Limitless
on, boys.
are understanding that. This one off the backboard, huge clear
no.
from Nas. Almost in. Instead, it goes off the crossbar.
at the back.
And Limitless take this as an opportunity to try and transition out, but get stopped at the tracks.
I saw a bump occurring towards the back on that G2 side, but the ball transition wasn't quite quick enough. Snow with low boost, made no better by Daniel stealing his.
Hope you've been well, Tim.
Both flying their way past the ball. Snowy.
Happy
Central,
Thursday.
Pass. The second touch.
Tommy's gonna read that. Come on, Sweaty, keep it in.
Anything from it. 45 seconds.
No gas in the tank to make anything happen. Pass to Snowy. Snowy pass to the center, looking for to die for, right?
That one up into the corner, but Daniel took it away, and Daniel understands playing the high game really has been what has slowed Limitless down. Here comes Nas off the ceiling to himself. Very low boost means this is getting taken away almost immediately. 30 seconds left on the clock here. Tied game for somebody to try and steal it away. And Sweaty's going to try his hardest.
Sweaty, second touch? No one else was there. Everyone was so far back.
A patient game, and Tommy's going for the demo. He gets it. Daniel to score. This is G2's game.
The perfect transition. Nas to Dan. Atomic puts on.
Damn, the boys look so good today, though, man.
G2 a 1-goal lead. That was a good minute or so where they hadn't got the immediate retaliation. But the final 14 now. Limitless need to bring one back. Last one was from the kickoff.
I mean, two 1-goal games against G2, you really can't like be mad about. You know what I mean?
A strong 50 in favor of Limitless here, but Sweaty relinquishing control. This ball now
no
has
time
to be kept up. Nas backball. The double is there, saved away.
Hold on.
Sweaty control now.
This one's in, though. Of course, it's ending with Daniel, the one that honestly, he started it all.
Tough, bro.
This is our Mechie man of the team, but you know what? Props where it is due. Congratulations, G2 Esports, first series win of the weekend.
Yeah, I've been good, man. I've been good.
Any other way, but
Joined the last couple weeks of
they looked incredible. I mean, there had
a not so busy schedule. Little man started school back up yesterday.
It's not bad. It's just the beginning of the weekend.
But then we've got little man number 2 should be here.
So it's, I imagine,
not next Monday.
Going down to meet them in the lower bracket semis. However,
or the one after.
Over,
but 3 Sundays from now we'll be going in and hopefully coming home with them that day or the next.
So before we see any of that, is Limitless. Fist bumps and handshakes between them and the G2 boys, but G2 coming out on top. And to be honest, a pretty chill performance from them. I think a great series for them to really get into the mindset of, okay, it's not beast mode, we have Nas, and this can still work.
Oh, yes. I think G2 understand, you know, that they are definitely playing a little bit of a slower game just for the sake of having that cleanliness on the field.
Course, yeah.
And that cleanliness is going to result in a lot more of a comfortable game for Nas. We saw that when things got a little bit more picked up, Nas got a little bit more uncomfortable, but as the weekend goes on, the name of the game for G2 has always been progress comes from patience. And you know what? Honestly, we're going to send this one back to the studio to break down what was an incredible first series of the weekend.
Well, of course, it was close to what we'd expected. I mean, a good little bit of a fight from Limitless there, but there was a lot of mechs. It felt like they just couldn't keep up.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you could see that at times the level difference was there, especially that last.
Hey, congrats, man.
Really nice.
It's exciting.
But, Limitless actually had a lead at one point in this series, so I mean, I think Limitless came out here and they've surpassed my expectations, even though G2 came out and swept. Corell, you had them taking a game. But Limitless, I think we'll point back to this.
Thanks for letting me know, James.
I just got to remind everyone at home. I know you know.
I'm not keeping track. Only you are. I think the biggest takeaway for me, if I'm Limitless from this series, and you're going to see it in probably a lot of the goals that they get scored on, is that they couldn't control the boost of this game, and G2 just started to sprint downhill, and you could see how much space G2 had, and that's something that I think we criticize every team for. But a lot of these goals, you're looking at the boost totals, and Limitless just has nothing to put a hand up.
And also the other thing I think they'll take away was the successes that they had, especially going for those bump plays. Hercules said it. Sometimes less is more. And they had a bump play into a simple flick, and it was, you know, they converted.
Honestly, though, don't sleep when they play power.
They
can take down power with the way they look.
That you're going to play, or one of the harder teams. So,
IMO.
Limitless, they had this. They learned. They didn't get the win. They didn't get a game win, but I think they're going to be walking away with some valuable experience.
I think too, you know, and I think it was Herc who said it there at the end. You know, G2, they're getting their feet wet into this tournament. They, you know, have a 3-0 here over Limitless. But I think on the other side too, for Limitless, they're also getting their feet wet. They're understanding, you know, the level of play that they're going to be going up against. And I think they knew that coming into this. But I feel like now they really know, like, a team like G2 is going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, and I think, you know, they had some really good defensive moments as well, where I thought they were going to concede.
All right, so Power BDS, I do believe, is next. I think they're going through by groups.
It's what I think many people
like literally Group A, Group B.
Taking it over Limitless, and they'll be moving on to that.
Yo, you work today, Duck, or are you off?
Moving on, and we do have one life lost for Limitless, again, as expected. But you could see how important even every single goal was to the squad. Snowy popping off on stage. So great. Like, it was a grand finals for him every time they got a goal, which is so important to be able to get this experience for these regions. But you're right, all of those points you made are things they need to take into the next one. I think there were a couple wins too. I'm surprised there weren't more goals from G2. There were a couple times they held on defensively just by a thread, and those are the wins they need to take forward to the next match, while also learning from some of the things they were caught up on.
Yeah, and like
welcome to manager life, Duck.
Off on the cam in the highlight package. They come. This is where they level.
You'll
up.
love it.
This is where they level up. This is where they make.
There's free cookies in the
leaps
back.
instead of just those small strides. They make leaps in their ability.
Yeah, and I think, you know, listen, this was not like defense simulator for Limitless. There was opportunity here, and that's a big deal for them. And that's not something that, you know.
Wait a minute, same girl?
About, you know, newer regions.
Better not tell me it's the same girl after the story I heard. Better be a new girl.
SSA has shown continually, every time they've shown up to LAN, improvement every single time.
But as expected, Limitless does fall, and G2 moves on through that upper part of the groups. We have so much more Rocket League to get through, so we're going to send it to a quick break. On the other side, we have BDS versus Power.
All right, bet. I was about to say, don't get me wrong, I'm here for you. But yeah, let me double check. I think we're literally going straight through the groups, like A, B, C. All right, chat. First series down went pretty well the way that we got. I mean, I will probably stand up at some point. But I got a new chair. It's pretty comfy for right now. Part of the reason I was standing a lot before was my old chair was shot. I mean, I do like standing. We'll definitely stand at some point because it's a long day. So we'll take shifts up and down. Yo, what up, Vader? How you doing, buddy? It's a good word, homie. I'm doing all right, man. Z-Man's back in school, so back to having the house to myself, at least for a few weeks here. Although Weevil is here with me today. She's got some appointments later. Hey! 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 Yo, Ducky, appreciate the sub, fam. 6 months on this account. Appreciate you, dog.
Been a QT in the community for 6 months. What a
I wonder
legend.
what it'd be if we were able to keep all of your accounts together and add them up. But yeah, Vader, I'm good, man. We got little man on the way here in a couple weeks, so we're gonna enjoy the last couple weeks of peace and quiet where we can. And then naturally, right after little man comes in, the following week is when high school esports kicks off, so I'll be really busy at that point, and hopefully picking up a little bit more work between now and then. We'll see. Yeah, 3 more Mondays. We go in 3 more Mondays. So not too long. We are excited, anxious. I know Evil is just ready for it to be done, but yo, Tim, good, man. Your boy hit 205 on the incline bench press this morning for a few. No Smith machine needed. Honestly, since I've moved and I've got access to a sauna now, like, it's so much easier staying on my 7-day routine because I'm able to get like 15-20 minutes of sauna time in literally daily at the end of my workout. Hopefully I'll be able to be as consistent once the new baby arrives. My schedule might not be as consistent, at least not during the fall while Weevil's at home. But hopefully we can get him into a good sleeping routine by the time Weevil goes back to work, where I'll still be able to, you know, stay on my 4 a.m. lift sessions and be all right. The good news will be, at least until TEC starts up in the spring again, I'll be able to take my naps when he does, so. That was something I kind of did with Z before Weevil started working home during the whole COVID thing. And even then, I stayed pretty like consistent with like doing a midday nap with Z-Man. Oh, I appreciate you, fam. It's funny, I will usually do like a video of a couple of like a set of each of my like routines just to kind of like make sure my form's still looking good when I'm going heavy. And I had to go back and start deleting some of them from like December because my phone was starting to run out of room. And it was crazy to see like the difference in just, I mean, what, at this point, it's 8 months, but still less than a year.
Carries on here at EWC in Riyadh. One match down, plenty more to go. You see now rolling in BDS. I'm Leif. I got James Bont and Corelli with me. These guys are one of the ones to watch out for, James.
Oh, yeah, and a reminder, if you were here for the beginning of the show today, BDS needs a top 8 finish to lock in that top 8 placement in the club championship. So all eyes on BDS, and this is the matchup they have to be careful of. Power, the OCE Kings have not dropped.
Look, I'm not trying to be that guy, but somebody needs to tell Brody to untuck his jersey.
They have performances even on land, making it to the 5th stage. And
it's messing up the swag, dog.
A serious matchup.
Said it was your match to watch.
Lose it. Yes, this was my match to watch.
And I think we will be watching it pretty intently, James. I mean, you got Torsas on power side, like 20-something time regional champion, and OC. The guy owns that entire region, no questions asked. And I think for power, they've had success against BDS before. They've had success against some bigger teams here and there. These players have had success on land to some degree. No, they're not winning, but at the same time, they have garnered some bit of respect. And I think for power, it's another opportunity where we kind of go, okay, here comes OCE again. They've been here since season 3 of our LCS, and they have an opportunity to take down a big team in BDS.
I want to get you involved again. STC Play audience vote is up. Go to stcplay.gg. While you're doing
I think I gave Power a game, right? In my predictions on YouTube.
How long is this?
I'm Daniel Torsas Parsons, and I play for Power. I'm excited to play here in the tournament. I didn't make it the first few times, so I'm pretty excited to actually play. I think realistically, we're hoping to achieve
hell yeah, Tim, that's so lit, bro. I love it.
At least, which is a win over Limitless in our group. You know, we've got G2 and BDS as our other 2 teams, which maybe the 2 teams we'd least want to have in our group. So if we get a win over them, it'd be pretty cool then.
60 pounds is huge, fam. Congratulations, man. Keep that shit up.
Amazing, because I mean, I've never won an international LAN before, especially because we're from OCE. So it'd definitely be pretty historic.
When
We
are
play
you
as a
normally
team
going to the gym? Are you
very,
going
aggressively,
like to
which
start
not
your
many-
day, or are you going
well,
like
not
after
many
work and stuff?
international teams do, like very aggressively, to our detriment, in fact, in like other lands. So I feel like we definitely keep it up, but hopefully the aggressiveness will catch some good teams off guard. I'd say to anyone sleeping on us that, you know, every time we manage to get a random
about all
upset
that?
against a good team, so like we're always a chance.
I do what I can, though, you know.
I just love Torsov's first off. It's the humble and realistic
It never
approach
gets
to
old,
things.
right? We've seen him for how long now, competing at
Forever.
the top level, and I mean, he's always an entertainer. But you can't forget the fact that he is a serious competitor.
Yeah,
He
he's
talked
still
about
there.
upsets
Yeah.
before, and then also, you know, Banana Head coming onto this team. Banana Head has experience going up against Monkey Moon. He sent Monkey Moon home at the Copper Box in the season that BDS won the World Championship for RLCS. So they have the players to do this. Power has the ability to do this, but you know, it's going to be a huge challenge because BDS is a very good team.
You want to take that, Curly?
I was gonna say it was 64%.
I mean,
for
BDS didn't look
BDS,
that
and
great last
they
time we
got
saw
it.
him.
They're pretty good.
Okay, well, great. I guess we have the game ready, so let's head over.
Oh, word. Oh, you were working at home before that?
Thank you very, very much for that, boys. Now, Fancy, Limitless certainly put up a fight, but I want to focus a little bit more about our next
I know it's
matchup.
not like
We
always
have
best
a
for his people's
Power
schedule to go
versus
early in the
BDS.
morning, but
The
I
last time
love
these two
hitting the
teams
gym
faced
first
each
thing.
other, it didn't necessarily
Wake
go the
up,
way of
eat,
Power, but
change,
one
shave my
really
head,
surprising result
walk out the
winning.
door.
Absolutely. I mean, BDS, we all know the roster. They've been going on for like 10 months now, and they always seem to struggle in lands, and they haven't been able to find a win in an international stage. But now they have a chance against Power, and whoever wins this match is going against G2 Esports. So without further ado, casters, take it away.
I know when I was doing the more like cutting phase of my lifting too, I was doing like fasted workouts. And that really helped. Admittedly, I very much prefer non-fasted workouts, but like I was seeing the results with the fasted workouts. So like take what you will out of that, you know?
Well, welcome back, you guys. We've got another crazy matchup for y'all. This time, they are going to be the likes of Power and BDS, two incredible teams in their own right. However, one of them has been causing some mayhem for Europe, and I'm talking about Power. This team has been a thorn in the sides of EU since we last saw them.
I mean, the most recent time that we have seen Power play against Europe, normally I think we'd say, oh, you know what, it was a close fought fight, it went to 5, but unfortunately Power lost. No. Not this time around, ladies and gentlemen. That was Power taking it 3-1 over Oxygen. A perspective like...
Yeah, but
four,
Oxygen though, man, like a team that was hot and cold. Oxygen literally, I think, slept on Power. That was just one of those trap games, and then they put them behind for the rest of their Swiss during Major 2.
And BDS, obviously a top European team, standing in their way in Group A.
Oh yeah, BDS, I mean, you can go on and on about them for days, but the best way to go on about them
Let's
is
get it.
in game. Game number 1 here, second match of the day, so if you guys are just joining us, we got to see Limitless fall down to G2, but they had an interesting matchup of their own, proving that the underdogs can cause some destruction in their series.
And of course, we're going to be seeing Power, the OCE powerhouse. You know, they are the #1 team there very decisively too.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a big fan of cutting. I'm a bigger fan of the bulk.
They've gone 6-6 on that.
Limiting what I eat is not a...
And from the BDS side, they are going to want to
Not
make sure
fun.
that they stop that winning streak as soon as they can. Because BDS, you know, by their own accord, they've also had a pretty decent.
I've kind of been in more of a maintenance phase, I would say, lately.
They have won
Like I'm still
the
putting
2
on a little bit of
most
weight, but I'm also
recent
losing some
qualifiers,
weight.
both 5 and 6.
Like I'm losing the right kind of weight and putting on the right kind of weight.
Quarter final, so then potentially disappointing.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you talk about BDS, or at least the recent BDS, they haven't quite been up to, you know, maybe the standards of at least Monkey Moon and the OG fans.
On LAN, at least.
On LAN, yes. Online, they look exactly how they always want to look for the most part. But on LAN, yes, they have looked a little bit short of how the expectations have been put on for them. But yes, on the flip side of things, Powers, they've looked incredible. They've done it. First to score is Torsos.
Torsos, one of the oldest people I've ever met in my life.
Are the top teams just sleeping on the underdogs in Group A? Is that what we're seeing?
Doing what they can on the keyboard and mouse for OCE.
Or is the gap actually getting closed? Because if we see the gap getting closed, I'm here for it.
Proving his longevity alongside two young guns and two of
you know what I mean? Means we should be getting better games come next season.
A massive fan of him,
or even for Worlds. And the rest of this, obviously.
And doesn't know the meaning of reverse or slow down.
No, it's whatever rules he wants. Ever since he grew the stash, his aura went up, and he decided, it's my rules of the game. The meta doesn't apply to me. I go as fast as I want, and that's what he's done. And honestly, it has worked out for Power. Again, you talk about being that thorn in the side of Europe. Power getting onto the board first. BDS is a mental heavy team, and Monkey Moon in particular, it is just a fact, and that is what makes him so great. However, falling and not having that first goal on the board, that is a level of frustration. The fact that they also haven't been able to respond, and Power has been on
it hasn't felt like BDS has had much of offense going so far in the first half.
When does BDS get out?
It's also definitely, you know, when the fact
what is that? Only shot like 2 or 3 for BDS
last season now, and we've just been doing Swiss, and it's been great, but groups are a different level of pressure.
Look, Drolly has a shot.
All the teams you're up against straight away. This is G2,
Limitless,
and of course
Monkey Moon has a shot.
Group A.
Yeah, I think they only had like 2 other shots so far.
Play that G2 team that just beat Limitless. Whoever loses goes down to face Limitless in the lower semi-finals.
But yeah, I can definitely feel the going to bed late and feeling that as far as first thing in the morning. I know for me,
3 minutes gone. Power so far playing to the
like I kind of get lucky with being able to go consistently to bed at a decent hour for like waking up at 3. You know what I mean?
It's been a little bit of a slower game here from BDS. I think also, you know,
and then when I do have to work late,
I'm
able to, like last night, right? Like I took a nap during the day.
I'm not quite sure what the head-to-head looks like, but it isn't as much as you would think. So a lot of the times when that is the case, teams like Power, when they come into it, they've got so much tape on BDS to prepare for this matchup. Like you said, when you have groups, you are well far in advance aware of who you are going up against. So they're coming into this with a game plan. Clearly, it is working right now, but BDS, one of their own, tries to go for the upper 90 on this one, and then the lower, both denied off of it in a minute.
They still got pressure, though, 80 seconds.
On an attack, but can't find their way through.
2 shots.
It's a big clear.
That just leading to a massive clear, abating most of the pressure. BDS needs to turn it around the final minute. It's about to begin in 5 seconds. Fever taking a touch in the corner. Another OC player that is utterly professional and impressive. A world-class player in Fever. Torso dribbling it around. Fever now right-hand side.
I think OCE is also closing the gap.
To it. 50 seconds left to go. Monkey Moon just on target. Fever final chance.
Shoo, there it is. Tied up, baby.
Equalizer.
I gotta give it to Power. They made that first initial save right there, but low boost ultimately is what caught them off guard. BDS, Monkey Moon puts them through. Tied game with less than a minute to go here. BDS trying to get back into the swing of things, getting back on their feet, but off the kickoff, Fever.
I forgot to do an ad before we started this over on Twitch. My bad, chat.
Collected by Drolly, who is that young gun player that everybody knows has the capability to make a couple of these tee-ups for BDS to find their way in.
Drolly, the start of the RLCS season, had a little bit of a rough showing of it. Frequently missed position, I think definitely felt the nerves. He has grown into the BDS team and has become an absolutely spectacular player. A player that we all thought he was going to be. Monkey Moon going for a bump. Torsos awkward, ends up going for the in and out. And in fact gets such a clear that was on target. And Monkey Moon, the other side, has to save it away. Now B-Head in a foot race with Exotics trying to clear back. Final 10, Drolly leaves the ball over towards Monkey Moon. Torsos up high to the ceiling. He is open. Fever with the shot up for the double. Banana Head as going to be relatively open. Shoots bottom corner.
Shot.
Overtime for the first time at the
bro.
It's a great day to be a Power fan. They're coming in here with the energy that so many people wanted to see. They wanted to
Exotic
see
beats him to that?
what
No.
they did to Oxygen and know that it was not a fluke. Realistically, the gap has been
So this is
closing.
going to be
And
one of
RC,
those
like you
games.
said,
Watch,
Torsos,
chat.
has been such a
If
long-standing
Power
member.
wins
He's
this,
the CEO of
it's going to be a close series. If they had dropped this, it was going to be a 3-0.
The one that popped off Atlanta. He's doing it here at EWC.
What a start for Power! And I love they've got their own celebration because they did this when they beat Oxygen too. They just do, it's so funny. They just do professional handshakes. And I just find it so funny when they do a massive celebration and they're like, yeah, good go. All right, yeah, handshakes, move on. And there's a lovely moment where they did that. As they beat Oxygen, they did handshakes and Banana Head was just so excited that he like grabbed and near enough picked up Torsos. But Power, game number 1 going their way, and you see smiles on their side with Coach Jimmer standing behind them, making sure that the game plan stays intact. But Casio on BDS's side has got work to do.
Oh, yes.
Not too bad, chat.
as
Power
harsh
take
as
game
this
1.
sentence is going to sound, but BDS is lacking right now. They are
Solid.
coming in
Solid.
almost in sleeper mode because honestly, we know what they are capable of. This is a very quick, mechanical team, and one player in particular that honestly I really wanted to see more from was Drawley. You saw Monkey Moon try and go up multiple times to get that demo and was waiting for that cleanup for someone, the push, the bump, whatever, but it always fell short.
So Monkey Moon on that shot previously, he should have saved that. Oh, sorry, he should have scored that. That was an opportunity for him to get an earlier goal. It was relatively open. Both players on the floor. A pass over from Banana Head showing exactly how it's done with the Monkey Moon 0 on the goal line. B-Head cheering to the crowd saying, come on, boys, we're in this one together. But I definitely think that BDS have got a lot of room to grow into this series. I'm sure they will do. But Power, first blood, that is precisely what the Aussies want.
Oh, yes. And honestly, I feel like it honestly couldn't have been more fitting that Banana Head was the one to really give them that golden goal there for that first win. Like we talked about before, if you guys missed it, the performance before against Oxygen, the crazy series that kind of kicked everything off. Banana Head was having the land of his life.
I think it might need to stand up here soon.
He looked incredible. Had that team gone any further, that was MVP talk about, right? And now it's the same thing, but it feels a little bit more equal, but the feeds are still coming through. Power almost makes their way in, but just a bit short.
What a save.
The pressure from Power.
They got pressure still.
Almost a bursting point, and BDS manages to keep those walls firm. No goals flying in just yet. Charlie back corner, but gets challenged again. Torsos is there, and a little bit of nonsense nuisance play from all the Power boys, keeping BDS scrappy and honest.
I like this lurk from Jolly, but he's very aware he's on low boost. This one to the backboard, great disruption touch there. And Exotic gonna try and work together with Drawley, but Power's doing the same. They're giving them the taste of their own medicine. They're going for those quick touches to stop these plays in their tracks. Torsos trying to slow things down, but Monkey Moon just a bit faster to that ball. 3:46 on the clock. Power, they've been on the attack for quite some time. Finally a clear for BDS and some breathing room in their favor.
You never see BDS held back like this by a team that's realistically not in Europe. Like normally, you know, it comes down to Vitality or Gentlemates to finally take them
So
down.
does this say more about BDS or does this say more about Power, chat? Remember last time we saw BDS on LAN, they looked like someone beat their puppy.
Okay, because BDS otherwise will make sure they just go for a safe 50 against 2 of your players, and suddenly it's a 2v1.
And took their cookies.
And to commit to it, will the immediate
Like deflated.
deflated. Meets a Monkey Moon on his way to the orange half.
And he tried to get a touch onto Monkey Moon even to get him out of it, but the control is still just miles away from them. BDS trying to keep this one blue side here. Power doing everything in their power to hold them back. 2:48 on the clock here. And still a scoreless game. Banana Head up in the air, tries to take this one down. He gets the force fever.
Wow.
Doesn't clean though. Instead, it's a transition out for BDS. And they look like they might have this in the reins.
They had a chance sitting on the table with Fever. Couldn't make contact. They may be coming out at a different speed than he anticipated. Attempted ground pinch does get towards the goal, but Monkey Moon shutting it down before it goes too far. B-Head, just a straight-up shot, keeping Drawley honest on that one. 2:15, with Fever now leading a blue attack.
I gotta say, BDS where are you?
Good
It's been honestly slow. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but it feels slow from BDS, which in turn is making Power a lot more comfortable.
Yeah.
Seeing a slow BDS gives you the room and the space to do this. Fever taking this one all the way to the backboard, tries to reset, get the pass down over to Banana Head, has to send it back up to the sky. Shot comes through from Torsos, and Power take the lead.
Wow.
Pass completely brings Exotic away from the ball.
I mean, but BDS are like the favorites in this, right? And I just don't think that, like, granted, Power's had a great season, right? I just don't feel like they should be keeping up like this personally.
BDS so far, and the chance in a minute and a half to go up 2-0 in the series. But immediate pressure, BDS responding top corner, saved on the goal line again. Torsos keeping that ball clear.
The saves continue to come through. It's not going to stop here, though. Monkey Moon over to Drawley. Banana Head beat him out, and this one goes back in the favor of BDS. It's a wide, slow shot collected by Fever. And Power, they understand the position that they are in right now.
Power just hasn't been able to get anything going on the offensive side. Power's defenses look phenomenal.
Position for them to be in, because you've got a
But
minute. That's it. It's a tied game. Drawley, he finds his way through finally for BDS.
My bad.
Poor touch from Fever, leaves Banana Head in a horrible position. And Charlie, full advantage. Brilliant movement from him to make sure that he gets contact on that ball. And I think BDS...
I kind of feel like that one was on me, not gonna lie.
Try and outspeed Power at this point. Right now, they are losing those foot races time and time again. A good pinch.
Time and time again. Take a drink, chat.
Possession over back towards Banana Head, who then goes, sends it a little bit too awkwardly central. Torsos saving it top corner.
It's so funny because usually you're having the conversation I'm about to start in the opposite way, which is BDS has to find mistakes in Power's defense.
Yeah.
Which they did once just now. They found their way on in, but it's not going to be handed to you again. 35 seconds left on the clock. They're trying to make that push up. You see Drawley doing the lurk in the mid there. They're going to play a little bit of a safer game here. You don't want to do too much of a high-risk reward situation here, especially against a team that you potentially could be falling down to match point.
20 seconds off from another overtime. Monkey Moon removing one player from the pitch, that veteran in Torsos.
Realize I forgot to put in Beard Bomb this morning, chat.
B-Head just missed. Now Monkey Moon up for that one. Central Drawley.
Your boy's beard was a little itchy.
Again with one demo, falls wide. Monkey Moon clearing away. Still pressure. Fever.
Oh, 1000%.
Wide of target. Monkey Moon doesn't make
being able and being able to
overtime is what they discover.
2 games, 2 OTs. We're gonna see, can Power do it again?
Rotate without having to communicate. Like, communication's one thing, and to be able to add communication on top of that is something else. But if you can rotate without communicating, then your communications can be more micro.
The defense has been so strong, but finally a gap has been
more macro.
BDS equalized the series.
It's that pressure they've been looking for. Monkey Moon continues to hassle. Torsos goes high. Fever is on sidewall, so anything too low is going to be awkward for him to get to. Full boost across is not enough. BDS level the series 1-1.
And great placement on that last shot.
Although you can have the best defense in the world, if you don't have the ability to get out of your half, you're kind of fucked. So, like, there is some objectivity to the sense that, like, you need to make sure you still have a really solid offense, right?
Yeah.
Because whoever wins the next game, you're in swing game potential. I'm not going to discredit Power by any means and say, oh, if BDS win the next one, it's 100% in their favor. No. They earned that OT win. They had to work for it.
And you know what? I'd like to draw a parallel here.
Okay.
Everybody think back. Think back to the London Major. Think back to Power playing Oxygen. Game 1 was a Power win in overtime. Game 2 was an Oxygen win, not in overtime, but it was an Oxygen win regardless.
Okay.
Power then went forward to win the next 2 games. So potential, I want to establish it early, the potential for a mirror series here. But that play was outstanding from all players on Power, until some errors ended up finding their way through. BDS, not the biggest celebrations. I think thinking, all right, let's keep this one calm, boys. That's how we're going into this series. The miss from Torsos, though, does make it all. Do you know what? Yeah, Fever's not that much to blame on that one. It was a great shot from Exotic.
Oh.
You see Torsos, he does pre-jump it. He does miss it. Leaves it relatively open as Drawley still has to get good positioning on it, but Torsos doing part of the work. 5 minutes We start again. 2 more games for a series win.
I mean, this couldn't be going any better. I would love to see CJ right now and what the reactions of any OCE fan are like. We had a piece of content that you guys are probably going to see a little bit later on, but we did talk about underrated players coming in to this weekend, and a player that I had on my list was Banana Head. And honestly, I wish I had put Torsos as well, but Banana Head, after the performance that he had in London, I felt that is something that he was going to be able to recreate. It was going to become consistent. Power have found their footing, but you got to do it again here. 30 seconds into this one. It's an attack from BDS that doesn't go in.
What a pre-jump though, going through from Exotic, saved away by Fever. We're seeing Fever really hold down the fort, and frequent times too. That one finding its way central. Toss now to chip it, but read immediately by Exotic, who himself is, I think, the standout player on BDS so far. The man who has, I think, defended and made a lot of the plays. Fever left-hand side, 1 and 2. What's
nice demo.
A demo coming
leads to everybody cluttered up here in that front left corner for Power.
Doesn't fancy burning beast to get there, and Exotic finds Monkey Moon, who is up all on his own, finds a ceiling, but Fever again defensively keeping his team good.
That's great positioning from Power to recognize that you cannot give BDS that backboard, and that's going to take away a lot of the attempts that they are going to make as well. BDS try to utilize it as much as they can.
I like this
the
cosmetic that Monkey Moon's got. It's like the snake skin on the fenders.
In the midfield here, low on boost is Monkey Moon, but again, it's just one side to the other. Finally, the clear from Jolly comes in. It's
oh, nice job by Torsos.
But Banana Head needs to write a thank you note to Fever for saving his skin on that one. Torsos trying to tip it below the bar, but that was a full team effort from Power when it really didn't need to be. 2 minutes near enough elapsed. The Monkey Moon doing some pirouettes in the corner. Burns a little bit of time, but both of these teams want to make sure that any seconds that burn down are going to be in their favor. Going central, that one pass towards Exotic, that target man. Charlie central, Monkey Moon to shoot. But Fever clearing it away pretty handily. But no one to chase it, so the pressure immediately falls back towards BDS.
I got to give it to BDS too. They look a lot faster and more comfortable than they did in game number 1. Not quite up to where I would like them to be. However, they are starting to look like they are learning about Power, and that's all you really can do. Make those micro adjustments as quickly as possible. Recognize when to attack.
Yeah, BDS definitely seems to be controlling game 3 like the most that they have of the 3 games so far.
Boost. And that really is your best bet at that point. Run them dry. That's how they were able to get through so many times in the last game and attempted to do it here.
Monkey Moon just taking a cheek.
And I think part of that is just because they were able to carry over from that last game, keep the defense going. Now they're going to be able to take the lead here with 2 minutes and 12 seconds left. And Power is just going to feel more pressure. This was kind of why I was even saying, like in game 1, in that overtime, if Power drops it, I think they just completely fall apart. Similarly to how they have kind of fallen apart just in the amount of pressure they've been able to control. Because I do feel like it's been more on Power just not being able to establish the dominance. Nice stop by Drawley. Versus like BDS making some magical changes. You know what I mean?
Been trying their darnest to really just keep up with what Power's been putting out. And they finally do so now on this attack. Drawley trying to go for a couple of those bumps. No one in net though, which means no
I'm gonna move my camera real quick. So
its way on in isn't going through.
Oh, snakes.
Can't work it past Drawley in the midfield, but with under 2 minutes left, Power need to find something as soon as physically possible. Exotic, naughty little pass backboard finds Drawley. Can do a little bit of beast mode magic here and get a goal from his own backboard. A reset finds Monkey Moon.
Nice shot.
Stretching wide to keep it just a 1-goal lead.
In an Octane, I don't even know how you do that. It looked like the car turned into a Dominus for a second there. This one off the crossbar, no cleanup to be found. Low on boost, Banana Head trying to push it out. Monkey Moon to send it back. Pinch off the sidewall from one end to the other, but BDS, I gotta hand it to him. The pressure, it's building. If they can keep this one in that blue side there, it might be enough to crack the defense, but Power is the one to break through with a minute left.
Needs to pressure here. Power needs to make sure that they're going to be the team in control of this series, or at least in this game. But BDS have proven that they are bouncing back so far. That big, strong dominance from Torsos.
Hold on.
Way through, but Fever, a little cheeky touch.
Fever keeps the control.
Central, cleared away handily by Monkey Moon.
Power's got pressure down here on this side.
Back in that corner with Banana Head.
Only problem is they haven't been able to control the boost. Drawley and Monkey Moon both have a bunch in the tank to be able to flip this field.
And Power really is struggling to break through that.
Nice demo.
And a touchback from Torsos.
The kablamo whammo combo, baby.
Oh, it's just such a bad touch and a great demo. Oh man, I mean, it's just a great play all the way around. Recognizing.
All right, BDS gonna be the first team on series point.
Opening up the net. BDS up 2-0 with 28 left on the clock. Potentially 3 here as this one goes off the backboard. This one gonna take down, but a big clear there for Power.
I mean, there's 20 seconds left, and Power so far really have not had too many opportunities in this individual game. Central, though, with Monkey Moon to Drali, a little old backflip. It does go wide. Monkey Moon with a stat pad.
I feel like the ending of this game is more what we were expecting for this series, not gonna lie. Like, if BDS were to show up, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you think about game number 1 in comparison to this third one, the biggest difference is BDS was almost just allowing Power to have the time to make all their saves. The difference now is the level of aggression that BDS are bringing to the table. They're angry that they even dropped a game, that the other one was taken to OT in general, and now they're just demoing every single last man off the pitch. You don't even gotta do
One more
anything
for the road.
Exotic.
Good catch from him. 0 seconds, but it still shows that class. I just get a little tap and smash. 4-0, Team BDS. After what was a very even start to the game, BDS managed to run away with it. One more. They then go through to face off versus G2 Stride in the upper bracket final. But intense conversation after those happy handshakes after game number 1.
Oh, yes. I think Power is more than aware that they are capable of taking this not only to game 5, but potentially winning it. However, it is going to be a little bit more difficult than it was in game 1. BDS learning, adapting, really just taking the reins back into their control in that third game, and that's the difference maker.
All right.
The fact that BDS has slowly
Let's see
been
if
able
Power
to
can
progress,
regain
not only
and get
throughout
back to
the
what we
series,
saw
but
in
each
game
game
number 1.
individually. They're learning
They did look
so
decent,
quickly
even in the
what to
first
do
half
to
of
slow
game
Power
2.
down, and now they
But since
recognize
BDS has gotten
those
shit figured out, they just have not been able to
are
move.
lethal
Yeah.
to the Power defense.
Both sides being very physical, I feel, just across the board. That touch from Torsos. Oh, realistically, sorry, Torsos, I'm going to call you out here, mate. He let both of those goals through. They're the two that realistically decided the game. 2 of them being somewhat garbage time. But that save from Drali, the double save. Imagine to force it round. Again, though, he kept that one out, so credit to him. But my word, Torsos, he didn't need to hit the crossbar on that second one as well, pal.
I mean, it's rough, right? You're coming off a little bit of a high, to be honest. Even that the OT in the second game, it's still an adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
To be
It's
keeping
easy to
BDS
get
this close.
overconfident.
Yes.
Yeah.
And recognize, you know, okay, something
All right,
has
let's get
clearly
it.
changed from what we were doing at the beginning stages of the series.
It's going to take this game number 4 to decide whether Power can bring it back to a 5th.
This will
Well,
set
they
up our,
continue to
our
earn
top
their
and bottom
title
of bracket
of
for
that
Group
EU killer.
A. I don't think we'll have any more
No, we're gonna get
games for
OC
Group
as
A
many
today. I
points
think
as we can
tomorrow
when
is
they
the
do
long
something
day.
Good. So you're welcome, boys.
Or we've
Obviously
got
waking
12
there, but
games
Tap's
instead of
not
8.
gonna be here.
Or 12
Torsos
series instead of
arguing
8.
with Banana Head, not really needed, but B had low on boost, so maybe he should have left. Now Fever left in a 1v1. Drali is going to be there, gets that 50. Exotic up onto the backboard. Exotic will be faking this one. I saw it coming, as did Monkey Moon, but the defender left blinded.
You, me, the whole world saw that coming from a mile away. The second all
Unless maybe there's an alternate stream
you're like,
tomorrow?
That's getting
There's
left.
I don't
no
know.
shot he's touching this.
There's no way the cleanup crew comes through. BDS first on the board. This is the BDS that I was expected to see in game 1.
The earliest goal so far in this series, that one, I believe. In about 30 seconds. The BDS making sure that they are very confident coming into game number 4 here in the Coliseum. The Exotic now challenging with 0 boost. Does still get the dunk, but B head central. Drani had to wait on the goal line to clear that one away. Torsos 100 boost, burns half of it. Burns all of it, in fact. Forgoes it to B head. Fever a little bit too late to it. One, and then the second is unsuccessful. And a long shot, a worm burner towards net that shut down.
Oh,
1,
no,
2.
it's because playoffs
Fever
start
from Torsos.
after the end of
All these passes
qualifications.
shut down as and when they apparate.
It's so rough because this is very reminiscent of what we saw in game 1 from Power, was them finding each other and connecting so well. But
Hello.
you know what?
Hello.
I take what I said back.
Banana Head peeling the defense with one.
Banana Head peeling?
Two of them. Neither defender
Nah, actually, that was a good
realizing quite where that ball was going to be coming in and how much juice it had on it. Torsos helping it all the way through. I would say right now that is redemption for his previous sins.
Yes.
Yeah, it's good pass. We'll give you that one, pal.
We'll
You're back to level. You're back to level. You're at 0 again.
That 0 is insane. 3:30 on the clock, though, and BDS, they have been responded to, which I don't think they were expecting an answer to come in so quickly. But Power, it was a little disconnected at first. Finally, they found their way in again. Although this time is going to be a little bit different. Monkey Moon's touch goes up to Exotic, but low on boost. Most he can do is try and make it clear. Monkey Moon to try and finish this one to the backboard there. Cleanup.
Trolley?
No third. It's a big clear pass over to Banana Head. No boost to work with. An attempt at a really slow back flip, and this one off the cross. Less than 3,
all right,
and you stay even.
It's that was completely open, and the bar is dented for no reason. We approach halftime. Both teams level.
I can't. BDS.
Wait, does
really
Torsos play on mouse and key?
Here. An attempt at a pinch to get them to the clear out, but no. Power, as time is going on, is getting boxed in to their own half. As time is going on here, finally, Fever to musty them out of this one, but not enough sauce to keep them there. BDS, every flip in sight is getting them closer to that net there. Cleanup comes in, Monkey Moon is through, and BDS go to 2.
It's Monkey Moon yet again, that star player for BDS in this game. Set up by Exotic, again a fake. The Power defense not quite knowing who's going to be going for the ball. Smoke and mirrors. BDS earning that lead, one more. And as we've been saying, they'll be going through to face off first G2.
And it's not very unexpected, of course. I think in most safe predictions you would see it going that way, but you can't count out Power anymore. The conversation has been started for a while now, but
I
really,
can't wait until Limitless plays Power tomorrow and Limitless takes down Power.
Closing the gap on the rest of the world.
We've wanted that for so long.
Yes, and it only took, what, like 5 seasons? Oh my, I'm so sorry.
You know what? BDS are good, aren't they?
They're really
They've
good.
done real well to squeak out of that one.
Wow.
Fever going in for quite a miraculous 50, I would argue, especially when trying to block against the counter. Maybe should have waited back a little bit. But now BDS clear by 2, minute 44.
Chad, just to give everyone a heads up during break in between series, I gotta go grab breakfast, man. Probably just gonna be yogurt for real, but
Exotic up for 1. The touch is down. It's awkward to save, but Fever can clear.
I gotta get something.
If you're Power, this is
eat some food in my belly.
Running the high risk, high reward plays. You push up.
I believe we got Falcons up next, if I'm not mistaken.
Playing the high game, they're taking it away. Demo comes on in, but it doesn't matter. Monkey Moon had all the control.
I think it's Falcons versus EXO, right?
Dribble this one down and float it in.
No one's up.
No. Well, okay, it's no boost for Torsos in that situation.
I do believe, yeah, Falcons versus EXO next, and then Gen G Team Secret. Those are our next 2 games.
He did get beat up. The old age pensioner wasn't quite able to get anything from that.
BDS pretty well opened this thing up when they finally decided to fucking show up, though, didn't they? My goodness.
But 3 goals to bring back for Power. After being scoreless in the 3rd game, they managed to wrangle 1 back. But that game 1 performance seems to have been somewhat fleeting as BDS have turned it on much more like a machine. They wound up, they got it going, they got the cogs a moving.
It's crazy how often we see this, though, right? Like, a team will hang until they don't.
They found an opportunity, and they took it, the infield, and straight on in. Puts them at a 2-goal deficit. 46 seconds on the clock. It's possible.
I'm giving you that. It's doable. When we see how quick goals have come in this series, especially, Power got one off the kickoff earlier. Well, they have the same chance. They do lose it back corner, which is great for Banana Head. With control, it's a second one to it. Pinches from the ceiling. Instead, it just gives control straight back towards Monkey Moon. And we are going to be seeing a lot of booming that ball back into ridiculous places from BDS to maintain control. But Drali up, tussling up with Monkey Moon again to try and poach a shot.
Oh yeah, right now, name of the game for BDS is
no, they don't.
Monkey in the middle.
I think that's part of the reason why, like, it's been so close, right? I really do think that this series has been more about, like, what BDS is doing wrong versus what Power's been doing right.
And does so successfully, even a no touch on that one. Kind of catches Power off guard a little.
Luckily, it's the only game that BDS will have to play today. They get to regain before playing G2 tomorrow.
Completely ends it there, but BDS, a rocky beginning in this series, finally.
But will probably
again as they take down Power 3-1.
find themselves in the early game on Saturday,
they won that first game. They couldn't quite
the
take
final
games,
qualification game
2,
for their
3, or
group
4. But
versus the winner of Limitless
they
versus
came
Power,
off that high from being
which I think
dropped,
most people will
and they
probably
continued
assume
that
is going to
into
be
game
Power.
1. I think game 3 was their weakest. They didn't get a goal in that one. That was a 4-0 in favor of BDS. They weren't able to get too much from it.
And I would tend
but
to
they didn't
lean
go
in
scoreless
favor
in the
there.
3 others. So BDS,
But
very good play
I
from
don't think
them,
it's
but I would say the
guaranteed.
Power, don't count them out just yet. You know what sucks for them though?
No, I just
G2 in
get.
their group.
I have
And
some
it does
Greek
become
yogurt. It's like
harder
triple
as you
zero,
work
like
their
zero
way through,
sugar,
because you're
zero
gonna be facing
fat.
off against the loser
But
of
it's
G2
like
and
stacked with
BDS a little
protein.
bit later on if you can beat Limitless.
I'll usually do some peanut butter on my sandwich that I had, like my breakfast sandwich with some
taking it, you know, one game at a time, but they did their best. They tried
honey
their hardest.
before
I
the
think,
gym.
Honestly, you know what? If you think about it, like mathematically, like Oxygen's like a top 8 team. They went what? They took a win off them. You take BDS, you take a win off BDS and take them to overtime. That was pretty much about as far as I was going to give them, and they did it.
Yeah.
So not a bad series whatsoever from Power. I'm excited to watch them throughout the rest of the weekend, but congratulations to BDS.
Yeah, BDS taking that first series for them.
I have to agree, though. That's probably about the best result for Power.
24. That is enough from us. Let's hear what the studio has to say.
Probably lots, to be honest, because it started off looking so good for Power. I mean, Torsos was on fire there, and then something crept into the mentality and BDS took over.
Well, I mean, Herc talked about it a little bit. It's just, you know, learning the matchup as you go along. I think, and Torsos just saying in his interview that they're a very aggressive team. BDS was able to adapt, soak up some of that pressure, and then capitalize on the boost steals, and also they're so good mechanically. You saw the flip reset for Monkey Moon. BDS, they've won.
I feel like most of our games that are in the early part of the day
very good team. Power was the underdog
probably
in
all
this
go
matchup.
the way that we
But
expect,
Pirelli, I
right?
think,
Because
you gotta
like
be thinking
Falcons
down the
probably
road.
play
This is a
beat
double
EXO,
elimination group. It's very
Gen
possible
G
we
probably
see
beat
this very same
Team
matchup
Secret,
for a qualification
Furia
spot
probably
for
beat
Power.
Nicosi
And I
Ballers.
liked what we saw from Power, especially
I
early
do
on.
feel like
They
the
came
last
out,
3
they were
games
right in the
could
face of
be
BDS. They
interesting.
were aggressive. They were holding onto the ball.
Especially
They
the
were controlling
Vitality
a lot of
Twisted
the boost
Minds
as
game,
well.
depending on which
And then it
Vitality
just seemed
shows
to
up.
peter out.
Well, there
And
were a few
BDS
errant touches, you know, there's just the mistouches from Fever, the mistouches from Torsos.
And even that game in
Sure, but I
Gladiators
think,
Space Station gaming
for
game
Power, it just
could
felt
be
so
closer than a lot of
one-dimensional.
people would
This is our thing.
expect.
We're going to do it really well, and they did. And
I
then
think.
when BDS adapted, as James said,
Yeah.
what else do you have?
I mean, Torsos said it too. He's like, sometimes to our detriment.
To our detriment.
That's all we did.
And I mean, he knows better than everyone here. But I mean, and he's right. I mean, they're so aggressive, and when they can get into that flow state, they start moving around so quickly, and they kind of get into that OCE whirlwind. They're really good, and they can beat teams like BDS. And you know, he even mentioned it before we got into the game. He's like, you know what? Sometimes we show up.
Bro,
to these
that-
things
that
and we take
skin's
down big
clean
teams, and you can see what
for
happens.
Monkey
You can
Moon.
see
I
how
like it.
They could do that. They just couldn't hold on to that for the whole series.
Right, yeah, no, I
like that
when you
Power
see
is
the
using
disappointment
their
in the
team
faces at
skins
the
more,
end, too,
though.
is that you know that this squad wants those wins. The question is, can they get it later?
If I'm being honest.
I mean, that's something we'll have to wait and see. G2, BDS, they'll be playing in that upper for that qualification spot. But whoever, you know, looking at that match, I think, you know, it could go either way. BDS could take down G2. We might see, you know, an interesting matchup down there in the lower. But I think Power proved that they can beat BDS by winning that game. So it's anyone's ball game.
And they want it too. And honestly, you can tell with their comms. I think we actually have a listening too.
Come on! Oh, boys! Come on, boys! Come on! Zach, get around here. Let's go.
I love it.
My freeze jumped out, by the way. Yeah, no.
I just love listening to
James. Don't leave me hanging.
Don't come on.
Oh, sorry. What was that? What are we shaking
You didn't see Torsos shaking hands?
Oh, okay.
We're gentlemen out here, James. We're gentlemen. Gentlemanly from Torsos.
I'm sorry.
But, it was great.
I love the hype, though. They, you know,
they care.
They do.
So much.
That team has so much personality. They have so much personality, but they back it up. I mean, they've been getting some quality wins. They brought it. I mean, in that first game win, I think it just shows that Power.
So they've got
can
dubs
beat BDS,
against
given the
Oxygen and
opportunity, they might be
BDS
able
so
to, 'cause,
far.
You know,
In the
on
last
both
like
teams,
month and a
it's
half,
not
2
the
months,
highest
2
pressure
months.
moment, because you have that extra life. You know, you're still, and you're not eliminated yet. You're not through yet. So it's the least pressure that they're going to feel. So under the pressure cooker, that's where we'll see teams really prove that they've got.
A lot more teams are going to be under the pressure soon. But first off, I've seen CJ kind of wandering around. I kind of want to see what he's been up to.
Hiya.
Oh, it's me. I'm leaving. Nice.
Yeah, go.
Oh, come on. Great goal. Yeah.
Mid.
Need to keep that enthusiasm, that intensity up.
I just want this win so bad.
Yeah, that's what we need. We need to keep that up. We need to keep it going. We've got to lock in this win.
Corner.
Wait, are we recording? Oh,
Yeah. Super forward.
Good win.
He said, "Are we recording?" No, just play.
Oh, I missed.
What's the 2 good?
The microphone.
I love it. I love it. All right, chat. We're going to a break. It looks like here. How long of a time are they going to give me? I should only be away for a couple minutes, but I'm going to go, like I said, I'm going to go grab me some yogurt. I was debating on if I was going to make make my greens shake, but I think we'll save that for a little bit. Barrel. And then, you know what I think we're going to do? Actually, I'll wait on sitting up or standing up until we, I'll wait on sitting up until, or standing up until we get done eating. I'm going to go grab some yogurt here real quick. I'm going to go ahead and throw up an ad now. I'm going to try and see as far as for the rest of the weekend if we throw up ads during the actual ad breaks. If that lasts long enough, at least until where the next ad break doesn't kick in until the games are over. I think it should. So we're going to find out. We back, baby. Feeling very delicious today, chat. Today's a double berry today. We got strawberry, and then we got the triple berry. Double berry day. I feel like it's only right to start with the strawberry and then go to the triple berry, right? Otherwise, I still have remnants of the triple berry when I start the strawberry. Only makes sense, right?
Esports World Cup carries on strong as ever. 2 matches down with 6 more to go. I'm Lee.
So I like to eat my, I think it's Oikos is how it's pronounced.
But it's Cheese and Jorby.
I had them from Sam's.
It's a great day here.
But 0 added sugar, 0 artificial sweeteners, 0% fat.
Power start off strong, not good enough, but we get to move on now.
It's only like 180 calories or something like that per cup.
These group stage games play out. You know,
maybe even less.
So it's only going to get better as time goes on.
We'll be talking
but 15 grams of protein per cup.
Next matchup already. Spoiler alert: it's Falcons versus XO. But let's get some thoughts on that, because Falcons coming into this matchup, obviously, Cheese and Jorby are one of the favorites, you know, some hometown heroes here. There's going to be so many fans cheering for them in the stands while they're on stage as well. XO, definitely a lesser known name coming into this matchup.
Yeah, they've got their work cut out for them.
It's the only brand of yogurt that exists. It's so good, isn't it?
Games of Mina Rocket League while here in Saudi Arabia. Let me tell you, they are very fast, very good. Yeah, and I am terrified for XO, I think is how I can phrase that.
That's great. But as we said, that next matchup is going to be a doozy. I mean, XO facing off against Falcons is something probably for them that is exciting. At least if I'm XO, I'm saying this is a really
they got a really good deal at them at the Sam's out here.
And I'd rather, Jorby.
So it's just usually I get 2 of these things for my breakfast.
I would rather do this in the upper part of the bracket where I still have the second life. Let's get a whooping. And then go into the bottom with that experience.
Of course, you know, you might get some valuable tape and
like I'll do like a peanut butter and honey sandwich, and then usually a banana as well in the morning.
They compete literally with the G2s. Sometimes
usually do like a banana first, then I'll like shave. I'll usually do a banana and drink my thermogenic.
That was world class.
I mean,
shave, get stuff around the ready.
Here, and like you said, in the upper bracket, good to get this match out of the way first, and maybe it'll help you in the lower bracket. I'm already.
And then I'll eat my sandwich on the way to the gym.
It's probably also going to happen in our STC Play audience vote.
Have a protein bar in between my workout and before I get into the sauna, because I have to like cool down before getting in the sauna.
We've seen some of the underdogs get a lot of votes from the fans. So
and
far.
then
for Limitless, I believe it was 22.
I drink my protein shake when I get home.
You know?
And then about an hour and a half later, I have 2 yogurts. So I'm usually at like,
so I don't doubt that he himself.
What I did the math on it once. I'm at like 110 grams of protein.
I think what we said was the 6%.
Like 6 hours into my day.
Percentage error rate.
The plus minus, the error, room for error.
6%'s not bad. Consider like if it's like
across the board,
that's not bad.
That's not bad. So let's talk about this matchup because it's coming up very soon. Falcons have to obviously get this win. We think they're going to get this win, but just for our sanity and I guess consistency, they have to win this one. There's no way XO does, but I don't know. Just it has to be that way.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Falcons, you want to come out here.
This is gonna be a sweep, by the way.
First match on stream, and again, my first time playing in a like completely different setup than what I'm used to at home. I have to give a ton of credit to players. for coming out and playing in a live environment. Totally different setting. Like, it's all the little things add up together to make things feel so different. And I gotta say, I've never seen Falcons look terrible in a LAN environment, so huge credit to them. So I expect
the mixed berry is decent. It's definitely not like the most like berry-licious flavor that I've had in yogurt.
With this match in particular, why not have some fun with it? I want to see some pre-jumps. I want to see some freestyling. Bro, it's one of the best defenders in the world.
Don't play defense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get up to like 250 grams, 260 grams a day, so like I need a good start. You know what I mean?
Okay, XO are gonna give you space. You're gonna starve them. It's just gonna be fun. Can we get some fun freestyle from Falcons? I know they love to play that way. They're gonna get the space. They're gonna starve them.
Hey,
just saying.
We could talk all we want, but let's hear from TRK himself.
اسمي تي ار كي واللعبة لعبة روكت ليج من فريق فالكون. شعور حلو انك تلعب بين جمهورك وارضك، هذا يعطيك ادفانتج ويحمسك انك تفوز. يعني الكثير انك تجيب بطولة بين ارضك وجمهورك، شيء كبير. فريقنا طبعا يشتغل يوميا تدريبات وسكريمز ومرة مستعدين.
They've already got them in the jerseys with the 1 star. I love it.
لا طبعا وراح نثبت لهم في هذا
for the World Cup.
لأننا الفريق الأفضل.
Says they've technically secured the team competition.
All right, lots to talk about this squad. I mean, you just saw right there, Terka said, we are prepared. But I also remember them saying that back at that last regional for the RLCS, and they didn't go the distance. Now, they were in the finals, which is an absolutely massive
pretty close to it.
Right, it was very close to it, but they couldn't finish it off.
I think I remember a 7-game thriller against Gentlemen.
Facts, so.
You know, another team that...
Right. But the question is it harder...
Like, oh no, I thought they were gonna do well, and then they lost to G2 in the Grands. The fuck?
Your fans to deliver on that. Sure, you're prepared, but I almost feel like there's an extra roadblock.
I think a lot less of it comes down to the mental roadblock of, hey, I'm at home, I have to win, and it's a lot more you draw energy from the home crowd.
Facts.
You have a couple of benefits working for you. One, you don't have to travel very far, which
that's
is huge when it comes to land. And two, you know that you walk into a live setting and everyone's by default pretty much going to be cheering for you, and that energy really does make a difference because you thrive off of, you know, the cheers, the yells, the shouts, and everyone's saying let's go all the time. You really do settle in a lot faster when you know everyone's with you.
I mean, look, TRK's on a trading card here, okay? You can literally get,
cool.
like, these guys are huge here, especially in Rocket League. And
oh, you walk outside, the amount of branding for them everywhere.
There's a whole building that says Falcons Nest.
Falcons Nest, yeah.
Okay, they own the place. Like, of course they feel comfortable. When you're at home, you feel good. You feel a little lazy. You know, sometimes a little lazy, a little relaxed is exactly what you need. And Falcons have proved, even when it comes to high pressure, low pressure, it doesn't really matter what circumstance you put this team in. They deliver a performance that you think, wow, that team could go the distance every single time. Falcons have proven to us with the Twins and TRK that
his mic's a little fuzzy.
No matter who plays them.
Now, I know they're not in this matchup, but I'd have to give that same argument then to G2 for that chance to loosen up and play. And they did just beat them. That is a factor that's going to play to G2's benefit as well. They have Naz in, and they can kind of just relax, have fun with this. They also have that benefit.
No, it's huge. I mean, knowing you don't have your full roster, you do kind of be like, okay, there's no pressure if we lose. We know nobody's going to be disappointed.
Yeah, I'm a big boy, so I got to get up to a high protein count.
So, you know, you're like, cool,
and
go out there and play some car soccer. And
I mean, at least the good benefit is like realistically, I'm able to have a higher like caloric intake than a lot of people because of my size.
If you want to start, what does Falcons need to do well to make sure that not just against XO here,
but I still have to be like very efficient with
like G2,
my macros,
BDS, or anyone else at that top tier.
Just stay comfortable. You know, this is not a game that I even think is a trap game for Falcons. I don't think they have ever shown that they lose these types of matchups or they tend to throw these types of games. Like, they're just so good. These three players, a lot of people put them in the top 5, top 10 best players in the world. And those players do not drop games like this. You're on home turf. It's comfort. Like I said, pre-jump. Just go for stuff because you're going to have the
message.
Space. You're faster. You're better. You're stronger. So just be better, faster, stronger. Flex on them. I want to see Falcons flex on them.
So you want 3-0, you want 4-1 every game.
Yeah, like a goal differential at the end, 14-2.
Yo, okay, plus 12.
I'll be honest.
I'm so, by Sphinx and Company. I'm sorry. I realized that.
No
It's
disrespect.
just how good Falcons are.
First off, I don't think they're ever going to watch or listen to what we have to say.
but the fans.
But secondly, I mean, it has to be the reality, and they probably know that coming into this. I am sure there's not a large part of their brain. They're going to go in trying to win, but I think there has to be a reality in their mind saying, probably not going to win this. There are other priorities for us to take away from this matchup than a win. Let's learn.
Yeah, the biggest thing I think if you're coming in as EXO playing against a team like Falcons, you're really looking to say, okay, let's not get pummeled into the floor every game. Let's avoid, you know, the 7-1, the 7-2, that type of shutout. Let's keep it within 1, maybe 2. And at least make them work for their meal, I think, is really the good benchmark you're looking to set. Because you know you're up against a tournament favorite off the first round. It's never a good time. But you say, okay, let's settle in, make sure that we're playing at least happy
Yeah, I
with
was
how we
struggling
look, and let's
realizing that, like, at my size, I needed to really be doing a lot more math compared to, like, a lot of, like, the, like,
anybody internationally in Rocket League
health
made an international game.
numbers that get thrown around.
You know, that itself is history in Rocket League, but also
Against at 6'2", 260.
America onto this team. ZPS long time.
If I were to try and be eating 2,200 calories, I'd be starving myself. You know what I mean?
They can do something about it, but I love the story behind this team. As much as we talk up Falcons, and we have to, you know, there is that.
That'd be like literally at
at
half my maintenance.
Yeah.
Or not my maintenance. That'd be half my
the
like
question
bulking
with the squad,
calories.
Too, I mean, we had this discussion a little bit before about imports coming into the region too. Do you feel like for this EXO squad, they're happy with a player like Izzy? Obviously, they want him. They have him on the squad.
You see a lot of tangible benefits to imports.
You talking about Jorby on the right? That sure is hot, dog. I'd wear it.
I know nothing about cricket, so good
well,
luck
they'll take some
explaining
strong
this.
players from strong cricket countries.
from an American.
And they say, yo.
No, didn't you guys just win something recently?
Yes, we did.
Okay, he's an expert now.
But, like, I'm just saying. No, I don't play, but I know a little bit about it. But anyway, the point is, they bring in good players from other good cricket
lot
teams,
better
and
than
they
a
say,
fucking
hey, come teach us how to
polo
play
that's
cricket.
gray.
They do.
With maroon paint. No, I'm just kidding. His style's kind of cool too. But
I didn't see the fan vote, but I need to get yours now. I imagine everything's going to be lopsided here, yeah?
Yeah, give me the birds.
Yeah, give me the birds.
So we're going with the Falcons. I'm pretty sure you guys at home with the
Cacaw's
Falcons.
the
I'm going
law.
with the Falcons. We're going to find out. Yeah, there it is. 89% in just a few moments.
how does EXO have 11% is what I really want to know.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to EWC, featuring none other than Rocket League Fantasy. I was believing in the power dream. My heart broke just a little bit for them.
Yeah, honestly, it's always a struggle with Power to do well on international stages. But you know who also had a similar story? It's EXO Esports, and they're going against Falcons right now. They do well in regionals. They might not do well in internationals, but Falcons are on 19 win streak. They haven't lost a match since London Major against G2. So I'm not sure who's the favorite here, but we're definitely ready to jump into the next game. It's gonna be EXO.
Wait, what games have they been playing since Major 2? What event, like, what have they been playing? They said 19 game win streak? Like, what the fuck event? What have they been playing, dog? I think Ducky went back to sleep, chat. Man was really like, yo, I'm out. I have been sleeping.
We've got APAC versus Mina. I'm James Bott here with Corelli.
I mean, 6-1.5, but
6-2.
6-2.
Some of the earlier series have been as well. These are the matchups you expect to be one-sided due to seeding, but everyone has, I think, been playing pretty closely.
Yeah, who knows what we can see from EXO Esports. I mean, the desk was talking about it. You know, what will we get from them against?
But yeah,
a very
6-2,
formidable team, Falcons.
I've been flirting right
Of course,
around
you're going to be
260
seeing
lately.
Glasgow on the field. That is
Depending on the day and when I'm weighing
EXO
myself,
Esports,
anywhere between like
a little bit of
258
a
and
rebrand for
262.
now, and we'll see what Team Falcons can bring up against them as well.
I think many people expecting Falcons to win this one.
Which is funny because when I got into the gym about a year ago, I was right around 260. At my lowest, I got to like mid 240s.
The whole shebang, but maybe that will all change here.
And they've been close, James. They've been close in the RLCS a couple times, a couple trips to London. They have been a bridesmaid, never the bride. And for EXO Esports, I think the player to watch, if you've been paying attention to the APAC region, Sphinx has been a goal-scoring machine and has been so much fun to watch on the EXO Esports side. In fact, he's the #2 goal scorer in the region, right behind Virtuoso.
Will Sphinx be able to get some space to work those mechanics we know he has?
I also noticed
Right
a
now, we
difference
do
in
see
like,
EXO with some possession demoed off the ball. Sphinx.
I guess you can say like my progress since I've gone to like 2 heavy leg days.
Killers. You see the flip reset on the 50. Wasn't able to power that ball through, but a good attack. EXO holding up so far.
Yeah, certainly are. And for Team Falcons,
I'll do a posterior chain leg day like Tuesday usually, and then quads are Saturday.
Behind the ball, taking low 50s into flip resets to just stay in front of the play and making sure that EXO Esports, they don't get out so easy.
Nice shot.
Oh, that pass found TRK, who had wide open land in front of him.
Something that EXO Esports
Nice job by Ruas to be able to get the steal in the pass, and then literally nobody over there for TRK. Wow.
Falcons were always able to get back to it and play it across the box. They're up 1-0.
It's also a double commit there from EXO. Someone with no boost diving in, and then the defender who had boost in net also diving in.
They thought they could get there, and they just can't. They don't realize how fast Team Falcons are going to be.
And how on point that pass was. Easy tap in for TRK.
And that's the real, I think, talking point for EXO is EXO Esports is how fast can they get up to the pace of play. Team Falcons, they're going to come out extremely hot, as they always do. The last major in RLCS, they were regarded as one of the fastest teams, if not the fastest team. Certainly the favorites, or one of the favorites here at this tournament. And EXO Esports are through at least almost half the game so far, and giving up 1 goal ain't too shabby.
We also know that these players on the Falcons, or Team Falcons rather, they know how to play defense. You remember the Twins and that Rule 1 performance in Boston, that overtime.
You got to play like Rawas as well.
They're tough to score.
Honestly, I feel like the Twins are getting up together with
all 3 of them. If it wasn't Rawas,
TRK, it was just perfect, man.
So Team Falcons, they've got it all.
Because like TRK can step up into more of an offensive role when needed, but does a really good job of just like allowing the Twins to do what they do best. Kind of plays more of a supplementary role.
Getting demoed left and right. Lots of demos here now. Killers trying to flick that pass. Steals the corner boost as well. Boom attempt from EXO, but sent right back in by Ruas, who stays on the ball. Chip pass out. Couldn't land the bump. And Kevin does win a bit of space, but Ruas there to tap it back to the corner. Head across. Now you can see Lasco panicking a bit. Had more space to work with, but ended up giving up that ball now. And we see Team Falcons back on the assault.
And this is good from EXO Esports. I mean, they're having to play a lot of defense, but they're not letting Team Falcons in. And maybe some possession now. Kevin picks up the pass from Sphinx, and Kevin attacked the net quickly, but Team Falcons able to recover.
That was a boost win in the corner from EXO. This might be their best chance yet to score. Ruas blocked. Killers stuck on the ground. Kevin
touch.
Drop down?
Awkward ball. That seemed like the moment. And Sphinx couldn't connect.
Not only the moment, James, but that's their guy.
Rough touch by Sphinx.
That's the man you want behind the ball in the shooting position, and him and Kevin are working together.
That was the play that you're looking for EXO.
The exact setup that you want. And it's just a 1-0 game, James. It could be tied up.
Lasco off the ceiling, beat by Killers. Killers trying to get a bump. Made Kevin go high. Kevin floating out of boost. Sphinx airborne. Contested by Ruas. Kevin towards goal. Gave up the ball. Final 30 seconds. Lasco keeps it close by 1. Ruas making it off the corner. Kevin bails out of the play. Killers.
EXO's been playing this really tight, though. I mean, you got to give them credit. I really thought Falcons would have came out here, and I was kind of in the same boat with, what's his face, thinking like a double-digit goal differential
wasn't going to be fooled by that play. He knew what was coming.
over the course of the 3-game sweep.
And Team Falcons
Instead of, I mean, granted, a win's a win, right? Like, Falcons still walk away with the dub.
Seconds. Lasco keeps the ball alive. TRK on it. And we'll take this ball to the ground safely, and we have a
win's a win.
Victory for Team Falcons in Game 1.
And what a far cry from what the desk was painting. You know, you listen to Jordan
yeah,
saying Falcons,
exactly.
He wants them flip resetting and going for everything, going for the pre-jump play. And sure, Team Falcons certainly had control of that game. Let's make no mistake about it.
I mean, they lost control on the one play.
There was opportunity.
Really EXO should have scored.
And that's my point. Is despite what was said earlier, EXO certainly had opportunity in this game to at least find the equalizer.
They had that opportunity. I mean, I'm struggling to remember more than that one, but they had one.
And it was a good one.
And that
it
would
wasn't
have
just
been
a half
enough
chance.
to force overtime to maybe find another.
Yep.
But we saw at times the EXO not able to keep possession even though they had the space. There's most notably for me, there was one time where Lasco had a lot of time. There was no one around him.
Yep.
Panicked a little bit.
Chat, tomorrow we'll like keep a little eye on BCT games that are still going on at the start
recognize those
of group play over here,
it,
but we can't like watch it, unfortunately. I don't have streaming rights.
That's the frustrating thing, I think, when you play up against a team like Team Falcons, or at least the pace that they play at, you kind of get caught up in the motion of the game, the pace of the game, and you're feeling like you have to make the play downfield. You're feeling like you have to move forward, when really there is that time and space to take advantage of.
And you feel like, oh, I'll never have any time to myself.
Right.
Like they're always going to be on top of me, and then no, it's not the case. There will be those moments where if you have space, you must take it to be able to get that little bit of extra opportunity for your team.
And that's why I'm saying for EXO, I mentioned earlier, EXO Esports, this is the type of series that this is one in which they have to learn the pace of the play, the ebb and flow, when it speeds up and when it slows down, most notably. But right now we are speeding up out of control as Team Falcons find the net first.
The only goal last game was a passing play. This one, another beauty.
A 1, a 2,
connecting,
a 3.
telepathically communicating on that play.
Nice play.
Gorgeous.
Like, that's the type of play that we would expect to see them play, or see them be able to run out all series long against an EXO, man. Like, it just doesn't feel like this should be a 1-goal game.
Pinch off the ceiling, but back into possession for Falcons, and off the post and in for Awas.
Kind of like that.
Let's roll this back.
You know, just back to back. That's what we were expecting, not what we saw in Game 1. 2 goals in the opening 27 seconds.
Let that one go in. The first goal, great from Team Falcons. Great team play, but the second goal there, I mean, they walked it straight down Main Street. And EXO Esports might give up a third, this one, skating by. But Team Falcons, they want more.
Here they are. Now the
right
offense has shown up, chat.
EXO Esports jumps in front.
We're not even a minute in, Corelli, and we're seeing Team Falcons already have another good chance there. Their passing is pristine. They're finding each other without really breaking a sweat. It looks so effortless for Team Falcons, but is that an open net goal? It is. Sphinx gets EXO the first goal of the series. What happened here,
Up, up, and away!
Team Falcons vacated the center of the field. No one was home. Ross had no boost to get back, but I saw Sphinx. He was like, okay, all right.
I'll just take the shot.
Fine. That's some good vibes coming out from EXO Esports. Finally get on the board. A good look. Team Falcons certainly making a rotational mistake.
Maybe he just got a little too complacent. That would be a fun one to take a look at on the replay. But regardless, EXO scored their first goal of the series. And now are 1 goal away.
Another one?
Tying it up, almost have the lead extended for Team Falcons, but that was a nice block from EXO, who tried to battle out of their own half. Sphinx into the middle. TRK there to boom it back. TRK won't get the second touch, but did land a bump. Rawas pop up. Kevin first to it. Demo at the midfield from Sphinx, and then the press to the backboard by Lasco, who didn't get that boost steal on the corner, and that's going to fall into the hands of Killers.
And some good time and space falling over to the EXO Esports side, and they're taking advantage of it. We talked about it, James, intermission. Bringing that ball down, maybe taking advantage of some slower defensive maneuvering from Team Falcons. I saw Sphinx try and take it from the sidewall and keep possession on the ground. He's doing his work through EXO Esports, but Falcons, I think, are giving a little respect over to EXO Esports here.
They had a blistering start to the game, Team Falcons. Cooling off a little bit. Infield pass broken up by Rawas. Kevin was patient. Sphinx now looking for a 50 on low boost. Will stay on it at 0. What can Sphinx do? Tries to 50 it. Back to Kevin. Kevin tried to take it airborne, got shut down by Rawas.
Ooh, tough spot for Lasco. And EXO Esports are able to get back, but not without losing a couple soldiers in the box. And TRK looking for someone, and no one was there from Team
Get shit on.
Killers.
Hold on, Rawas.
Double tap from Rawas, and that will be hit off the goal
So
line
close.
by Sphinx. Team Falcons on the attack again. TRK to the backboard. Rawas. Double. Trying to make things tough for the defense. Kevin taking space, looking to see what Team Falcons give him. TRK racing in. Sphinx a little late to the play.
Nice shot. Easy for clears or killers. Sorry.
I still think it's good from EXO Esports to try and bring this ball down. Kevin was trying to buy some space.
Kevin!
And make that defense respect him, but they didn't. They took that ball away and turned it into a quick counter. Team Falcons right on top of it, and a 2-goal lead.
An insurance goal for Team Falcons coming with just a little less than 2 minutes on the clock. Off the ceiling and backboard. Well read by Killers. We'll go for it again. Kevin, pass attempt down, but Ross hits it up the gut. Lasco off the backboard. Now Lasco into the middle, but Sphinx was too close to the play to take the shot.
Now he's got no boost. He's got to just throw it over to Kevin, and a couple of half chances if they're able to get the shot.
TRK?
From
Just
EXO
can't get there.
Esports. They moved that ball
Step too
across
slow.
the box in front of Falcons. Falcons really didn't put up much of a fight. They said, fine, we'll wait till you take the shot, and it never came from EXO Esports.
TRK, this could be a moment. Lasco get their first no. TRK beating them in that foot race. Sphinx.
So maybe not as much of a high-flying action that we would expect from the Falcons.
It hits off Lasco heading towards
But I also don't feel like they're necessarily like pushing the needle either. I think they're just like content with their lead. You know what I mean?
Kind of getting bumped into that air dribble, and he popped it towards his own net. And here comes
Which isn't a bad thing.
So have to be prepared as Rawas did not get the touch he thought.
But
he was
I
gonna
do
get.
think like if they wanted to, they could run the score up more than they have.
Lasco running low on boost now after that play. Somehow got that boost from TRK. I don't know how that worked. TRK.
Oh my.
Wow.
Tap down. Team Falcons. They're on a different level right now, Corelli.
Yeah, you can see the left side of the field so weak for EXO
pre-jump
Esports.
that.
And the pre-jump
Sheesh.
as well certainly doesn't help, but no one was there to mark the play. And
Wow.
when Team Falcons use each other down the field like that, the defense is kind of stuck backwards trying to catch up with the play, and EXO Esports falling apart.
The passing has been lights out for Team Falcons since game 1. Game 2, no different. Team Falcons in this game, Corelli, if you remember, had a very
Just
hot
realized my
start.
blue overhead light was never
Scoring
on.
2 goals right off the bat. We saw EXO mount a little bit of a comeback, but in the end, Team Falcons hit their stride and close out game 2 in commanding fashion with that 0-second goal.
And in this game, James, in contrast to maybe game 1, there was one singular moment in game 1 where, like, yes, that was the opportunity for EXO Esports to score. In this game, I felt like there were a couple. They weren't as strong as the one that we saw in game 1, but they were
All right,
generating
Falcons
some
up 2-0.
opportunity. And in a game where Falcons really started to build their lead and start to pull away here, EXO Esports were still generating their chances.
They did have a few, though. The one that they scored was a curiously vacant net that Sphinx recognized. I was able to slot it, so we see EXO get on the board, but the passing was something else from Team Falcons. There was no answer. I mean, how do you have an answer to that type of passing? It was a give and go, or a little 1-2 passing play from Killers and Rawas. That was beautiful. That last play where Rawas pre-jumped the pass and perfectly shoots it, or slots it rather. That is tough to defend. You cannot give them that space in the midfield.
Yeah, and I think that's something that you could say for any team when they go up against Team Falcons. Don't let them have space in the midfield. Don't let them have the opportunity to set up passing plays. You can't have Killers getting free bounce shots in your box. You'll probably see another highlight, not this one, another highlight where Falcons are just passing through the box and downfield. it's tough for any team to keep up with their pace. It's why they're one of the best teams in the world. We'd say this about anyone.
Is this the one here? No.
Not just EXO
Yes.
Esports, Team Falcons. They're an elite
Oh yeah,
level for a
chased off
reason.
the boost. Roas was chased off the boost, but focusing more on dodging the bump than he was paying attention to where he was in rotation. So that
Here it
did
is,
lead to that one
TRK.
goal for EXO, but look
Back
at this.
to
Roas
Roas.
is already upped. That is just disgusting.
They are
Wow.
a special team, Team Falcons are. And there's a reason why they've been so close to a major championship in RLCS multiple times. And they've certainly looked like the best team in some of these tournaments. They just haven't been able to put it all together.
I'm telling you, Chad, this
They
is
have
the
come
one.
So close. Maybe this event here, the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, is the moment they finally reach the pinnacle.
It would only be fitting, I feel like, for them to win their first one in front of their home
TRK
crowd.
off the ceiling, going down. I was holding my breath, Corelli. Still am.
It's tough to get that angle, but Killers also has another backboard.
Jeez.
That's free, and Rawas comes through again, and EXO Esports, they cannot allow that space to Team Falcons, and they eat them up.
So he threatens getting the flip reset double at such close range, but leaves it for Rawas.
Kevin was so close to getting that touch. That was
not close enough, though.
That one skimmed off his wheel. And for EXO Esports, kind of a disaster start. You certainly don't want to give up one so quickly when you know Team Falcons are going to generate so many more chances, as this one is in the hands of Sphinx, who's trying to put this away. The bump was attempted from Kevin, but Falcons come out.
Kevin didn't really have much boost to get higher or adjust on that bump attempt. That was the right play to make. Almost
TRK.
connected on it. Sphinx jumps. Wasn't expecting that little touch.
Oh,
Gets by
hold
Killers.
on.
Lasco has to do it alone because that demo on that player.
Who you passing to there, nerd?
Across the line, but Team Falcons saw that coming and demoed him, forcing Lasco to play that alone.
A lot of individual play coming out from EXO Esports. They're just, I think, very one-dimensional right now, attacking Team Falcons. Not necessarily a bad thing, but I think Team Falcons putting on some great defense. EXO Esports haven't been able to crack through them.
Kevin getting up, preventing Killers from having a solo play on the ball. Killers again shut down by Lasco. There's a demo. Kevin passing over, and Sphinx tried to take it high, but Killers takes it off his hands.
Yeah, Killers was getting harassed back towards the goal, and so I think Sphinx thought he had some opportunity to go towards the net and attack it, but Killers broke out, and now Team Falcons on the attack. The backboard.
EXO's sitting low on boost. Kevin's going to have to boost back just to get in the net. No, he's going to sit with a decent amount.
Esports calmly
Be a good
carry
clear.
this one out. Kevin will boom it downfield.
Seeing many more demos come out from EXO. Oh,
Ooh, big save.
Line as well from Kevin.
EXO's been struggling to get out of their zone here, though.
Goal right there.
Last time they did, it was only for a couple of seconds. Same similar story here.
This one up for the midfield flip reset. TRK's there, and the shot was just wide. EXO Esports nowhere to be found on some of these aerial plays, but are able to turn this one into a counterattack, at least for the moment. Can they get a shot off? Sphinx waiting patiently.
Low boost from TRK and Killers.
It's going towards the backboard again, but it's marked
so
by
smart.
TRK.
TRK had nothing in the tank. Still finds the right spot to be in rotation. And
Well,
makes the
Killers.
hit.
Killers.
Roas.
Nice pass. Rawas too far ahead.
A little bit.
Good look, good look.
Nice communication there. Killers wanted to go back to Roas, and Roas I don't think was ready for that.
I think Rawas was looking to go head hunting there.
EXO Esports doing well to keep Team Falcons at bay. It's just a one-goal game, similar to game one. The opportunity's there to find the equalizer. Sphinx, little musty flick towards the net. TRK's got to
A little bit of mustard while
make the
EXO tries to catch up.
Lasco doubles it nicely. Does get the block as well. But TRK pushing it back towards EXO's net. Killers 3 boost. Back to Kevin. Kevin over to Lasco. Lasco contested by TRK. TRK in field.
Nice shot.
The shot gonna be too tough to handle. Lasco. This ball's coming over his shoulder. Too awkward to save it. What a shot.
And I mean, I don't blame him. That is a perfect shot from Awas. Top left slot from him. And Team Falcons double up their lead. And I mean, If you ask Roas, that's probably an easy shot for him. But for everyone else,
I mean, it was the perfect shot to put that behind the defender.
It's perfect.
Top corner. Yeah, you cannot shoot that ball back.
Yay! Ruas with another one. The hats hit the
To
pitch.
get out of reach for EXO.
And just as it likes to happen, in game number 3, the wheels starting to fall off.
And TRK both play around the ball. I know TRK was kind of sweeping through the boost there, but with 2 players from Team Falcons right in front of the ball, the defense is reacting and saying, okay, they're going to do something. And then when they don't, Roas comes out from behind them and puts it away.
All right. Another bar down goal. I mean, it's just goal explosion, blowing up my eardrums. All thanks to Team Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons taking advantage again. That one right off the crossbar and down. And for EXO Esports, it's been, you know, kind of the theme of this story. Too much space to Team Falcons, and they have taken advantage. 4-0 in game 3. In a game that was tight just 20 seconds ago.
Baxo
has been blasted wide open.
Team Falcons. They started out a little slow.
Blasted the doors off
but,
this thing here. I thought they were about to get another one.
Part of it have really taken off. It's almost the reverse of what we saw from game 2, where they had such a good start. Powerful close out to this game and this series for Team Falcons.
Didn't really get to see the EXO Esports offense flex their muscle, and it's tough against a team like Team Falcons. They will mute.
All right, there isn't going to be much for them to break down here, so I'm going to go take my trash downstairs here real quick and put my spoon in the
3-0 sweep for Team Falcons.
Team Falcons. They looked unbelievable in that series, Corelli.
Yeah, they certainly did, and they controlled a lot of this game. For EXO Esports, it just felt like they could never catch up to the pace. And even in some of these games, though, they were able to generate some chances. The shot, James, it was the shooting that never came for them. Yes, they put up shots on the board, but they were never dangerous enough to break through the defense. And I think for EXO Esports, this is a huge learning moment for them, and I think they're going to take away a lot from playing Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, what do you learn? How to get beat down? I mean, it was
well, you learn what the pace of play is like for against a team like Team Falcons.
I think if anything, what you're going to get is the film. Be able to go back, look at the film, try to see what was working, what wasn't.
Sure.
But Team Falcons, oh my gosh. The infield passing was so crisp. They looked so good. And to break it all down, we're going to send it back to the analysts.
Well, well, well. It happened the way we thought it would happen. Falcons take the dub. You saw how many fans were out there too. Even they were like, yeah, that's
yeah, the one shot of Spoy just
the kid.
You know what? I'm gonna look at my phone.
Yeah, no, exactly the way we thought it would go. For EXO on the other side, though, do we see any Jarby glimmers of hope maybe for the squad?
There was one shot, and I gotta say, the actual shot they had to make was way easier than the touch that they made went way wide right.
Oh my God.
But that was really the only opportunity that they had. The rest of this, I mean, James said it at the end of the game, the passing from Falcons. James, we were talking about it during the game, the one where TRK or Killers, he sized up Roas on the other side of the field. It's like, I was ceiling down to the ground, passed it to TRK for a free goal. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I was just sitting there like, why did he hit it like that? And then the ball goes in the net. I'm like, oh, okay, his teammate's over there. So it's like, yeah, they're definitely dialed in their first series of the day. Yeah, justified fist pump there. Well done.
And they move on into the next round. They'll face off either against Team Secret or Gen G. Now, I think we can make a prediction probably early. Maybe Gen G. Gen G, speaking of for club championships, do need to make a semifinal to get into those top 10s or to make the podium even at that point. But one more order of business before we move on to our next matches, of course, is our Sony MVP of the match. And it's going to be Roas. I feel like the whole squad was lighting it up at Chiefs, but Roas gets it.
Yeah, you could have picked anyone, to be honest. Right. They all had an excellent series there versus XO, but Roas, well-deserved. Plenty of goals, plenty of assist setups. Not too much in the save department, but they didn't need a whole lot of saves. The few opportunities XO got on the other side of the field, they pretty quickly went on the counterattack, and across the board, Roas dotting it in the net.
As you guys said, anybody could have won this. We were arguing about it. It's like, we were just waiting. Who makes the next play? You know what? Give it to TRK. Wait, you know what? Killers, he might deserve that one. Right. They were just so fluid as a unit. Oh, that's what you wanted to see. You wanted to see Falcons, if they were going to go the distance in this tournament, you want to see what they're made of. This is a match where you are the better seeded team in the first round matchup, make it look
nice
like
aperitif.
Exactly.
Here's what you're in for.
And it was beautiful. It was exactly what you wanted.
Right.
And while I didn't get the triple reset, musty double tap, it's okay. There's,
You got the
there's 3
blowout.
players on the field. Sphinx and company were a little too good for that, all right?
Yeah, it's tough because, I mean, at this point, when you're playing a team like EXO where your caliber's ahead of them, they're going to have so much space on the field that it's just going to be so
Surprise,
contested.
surprise!
That's what we said. It could have gone to really anyone.
Right? We're all
and that
surprised.
still might be the story for these guys going into future matches, too.
They all pick it up. Whenever a play needs to be made, if somebody's in position, someone's going to try and make it. They're not like, hey, hang on, let's make sure we get the ball over to Killers. They don't do that. They're like, it's me? All right, it's me. Cool.
Right, exactly.
And I mean, the thing about the mechanics too is like Falcons, I think that's part of the thing that makes them such a threat is despite them being mechanical, they almost never rely on it.
Right.
They
Right.
just use each other
It's
as much
their
as
team
possible.
play.
I mean,
That's really
3-point
where they
penalty play.
rely
You
on.
see
That's
that
a good
even though
point.
They know that that they are the better team. They still value the team play and
Yep.
the synergy over the solo clips, and I think that makes them as dangerous as anybody in the tournament.
Well, Falcons did what they needed to do. So many more games.
So you're going to tell me that no one in production has noticed that Jorby's mic is a little fucky? We haven't been able to get my guy a new transmitter. Oh my goodness, you know what I'm saying? Shoo. Go. So we're a little ahead of schedule as for now, which is good because that means we should be able to get the last game done before I gotta leave to go pick up Little Man, which should be dope. I'd be a fan. Yes. Big fan. Alright, Twitch. Y'all about to get served with an ad. That way we don't get any more ads through the rest of it. Until our next game. Appreciate y'all's patience. Don't blame me, blame Twitch. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. $480 Sheesh. Oh, it's a lot of hertz, chat. Oh, so tomorrow we start at the same time, chat. We start at 8. Oh, hold on.
Coming up today, we've got some consoles, we've got some setups here, we've got some tech, and I'm here with Gen G. Apparently, Jack, how you doing, mate?
I'm pretty good. I'm trying to win this, so you know I might be a little preoccupied. I'm just destroying Chrome and Tech, and I say that as I'm half health, but
Yeah, and does it feel good to beat your coach?
yeah, I'm kind of used to it. You know, beat him in everything I do. Apart from this match here. But I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Coach Chrome, Roberto Gamizo, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good, yeah.
That's very good. And you're pretty renowned for your multi-game ability. How do you go at Tekken?
I'm rather new, but I'm familiar with it.
Feeling good, looking good. How are we feeling so far? How's the week been?
I'm telling you, I really
It's been
would
good.
like to get
You know,
an FGC
scrims,
scene a little bit.
practice, Good food here in Saudi. So yeah, I'm having a good time.
Well, as you can see, it is just absolute intense gameplay as Jack has got the win.
Way too easy.
And that's what we do in the player lounge.
So I have an idea heading into next year. Once things start kind of picking up, and I might even really start picking up here in the coming weeks. But like I've been thinking about like going live and like watching sports, doing some reactions to like sports or esports content. Not sports, watching esports. Why are we listening to this? You know, looking through, you know, breaking news on Twitter and on Reddit and stuff across a couple of different titles. But kind of just thinking like, you know, live chatting. Kind of like how there's like some like sports guys who do like live reactions to news as it comes across during the day. Or like news and political guys. But doing that with esports. If I had a better PC, I'd even be half tempted to like live stream editing videos. Maybe not live stream those, but maybe put those behind like a subscriber wall or something would be kind of fun. All right, time for our next matchup here, chat. Gen G versus Team Secret. God, that's fucking loud whenever they do this for it. There we go.
Carry on with the Esports World Cup as we get a couple quick matches out of the way, but maybe this one will be a little bit closer. Gen G and Secret are rolling in right now. I'm Leaf, and I have Jorby and Chiefs with me yet again. Jorby, you see the same guys.
I don't know, man. I really like kind of getting locked in while I'm working out. I've low-key kind of thought about...
He's got the stride. I love it. But, of course, Gen G, no nonsense. Jack on his phone. Come on, man.
Oh,
Get
workout
locked in.
casting?
Game's almost about to begin.
I've been thinking about doing like some workout, like gym talk sort of stuff.
They're just here to chill out. It's groups.
Whether I do like a
this is an important match. You only have
vlog style, the way I see a couple creators do or something. My only thing is I don't have time to like add another.
You don't want to lose one here, Chiefs.
Yeah, they
source though like that.
I'm not sure if you could classify this one else.
Where it's a completely different genre.
I think a lot of people think.
But I think it
Gen
could
G
be
is
fun.
the favorite, but historically, North America does not tend to play super well on LAN, at least when things start out. So. I don't know if I'd quite call it banana peel, but you do have to make sure you're playing well in the double elimination groups.
I do feel like if anybody's slipping, it would be Secret in previous tournaments. At least I've had higher expectations for this team in the past, and they've slipped on the banana peel. There's a lot of talent on this team, and I don't feel like they've really fully realized that potential. I still think it's there. And I know that you feel that way about a specific player as well, but the cards are still stacked here against Secret.
Well, again, as I said, our next matchup coming up right now, Team Secret versus Gen G is going to be, I think, one of our first kind of closest matchups, in my opinion. From what we've seen so far, we've seen a couple washes as we went through those first. Power did give a bit of a fight in their matchup, but this one, in my opinion, could be a little bit closer. Secret, maybe the underdog coming into this.
Yeah,
I was even thinking about doing like top clip reactions and stuff. Could be fun as the channel grows.
I want to see Brad be out of the midfield.
More so from like esports though.
Because a lot of times watching tape, I want KV1 to be back there. Let him handle that.
But like I was thinking about, like if we pop live at like,
he's got great ball control,
you know, 10, 11 o'clock, there's usually something going on in Europe.
Great support as well between
whether it's CS or,
so I just want Brad to have a solid,
you know, other things going on.
Middle of the pitch. I don't want him to play defense.
If we were to pop live a little earlier, we could watch like Overwatch over in Pacific too.
You gotta think about Mata. I mean, we saw him on international lands pop off, be able to.
I don't know.
You talk about Brad in the midfield.
Kind of an idea I've been like flirting around with.
Has to be the mechanical difference maker on this team, especially against Gen G, who are going to be down your throat as much as possible, especially with the first killer on that team.
You have big problems. First killer's biggest benefit, he can attack out of pretty much anywhere from the side, and it always comes with so much power and aggression. So that's really his big benefit. And Chronic is kind of that same player of Brad. He likes to fight in the midfield. Apparently, Jack can, you know, kind of control the ball in front or back. Yeah, apparently Jack is wherever he wants.
He goes crazy.
I want to let you guys keep going on this in a moment, but I do want to get the fans involved too. stcplay.gg is where you can go for the audience vote, get your thoughts heard. We like involving you in the show, but you guys don't get to talk. They get to talk. So keep it going here.
Right.
We got about a minute before gameplay, so quick thoughts. I mean, we really think Gen G probably should take this one. What should Secret do to stop it?
You got to make Chronic uncomfortable.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like their thing is that they had to come out with the
me,
aggression.
It usually falls on Chronic and his shooting. When Chronic's shooting starts failing, Gen G's structure falls apart. So if Secret can find a way to make him uncomfortable, the dominoes can fall in their favor. I think they're absolutely capable of doing it.
And I think apparently, Jack, you just got to focus on possession, possession, possession. Give yourself the best shot at it.
Well, here it is. We're going to find out if this
Let's
is
get
as
to
close
it,
as
chat.
I expect it to be. Team Secret versus Gen G. Let's go.
Hey. Yeah.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Hey.
That was an exciting match to watch.
Yeah.
Falcon coming on top as usual. I mean, against XO Esports, you would think that they might struggle a little bit, but they looked better than ever. And this marks their 20th win streak so far throughout all the tournaments that they've been playing for the past 2 months. But right now, we have Gen G versus Team Secret.
Now, I'm super excited for this
Bro,
matchup.
what
Gen G
tournaments
coming
have
off the
Team
back of a
Secret been
6-8
playing in?
placement at the last major, taking down teams like G2 and even Team Secret themselves. I'm feeling pretty confident this could be the resurgence of Gen G. So let's go ahead, check in with our casters. Hopefully, they'll be able to do it.
James Bott back on the mic with Corelli. And Corelli, looking at this matchup, it kind of reminds me of that Power BDS series in a sense that this is a series where we might see an upset. Gen G, the favorite.
I don't know.
Has everything in their toolkit to take them down.
And we've seen this matchup before in Major 2, London and RLCS. It was Gen G coming out on top 3-1. And 3-1 on paper, you might say, oh, yes, Gen G's so amazing. And they are amazing. But that was a tight 3-1, couple 1-0 games, and it was a 7-5 in favor of Gen G in the gold departments. Very, very close series in London. Of course, this is not London. This is Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. And for Gen G, they're going to have to do it again against a very tough opponent in Team Secret.
And one of the best land goals I've ever seen was scored by Mata. Like Mata, he is a talented player. We know KV1, he's had a top 4 finish with Secret before. Brad, top 8 with Crew on LAN. Gen G, they have won a LAN major, so this is a
Let's
big
get it,
test
chat.
for Team Secret. We'll see how they hold up.
I do like what the desk was talking about. I think Jorby was the one to talk about Mata, and getting him going. Jorby was saying we want him to pop off here.
I like that the Gen G players all rock their Gen G skins, man. I think that's so huge for teams.
This is a play I'd love to see broken down. Look at what Chronic does. He gets into the middle. He's looking for a bump, but then as soon as he recognizes he's to land one, he just makes a play on the ball. It throws the defense off, and they score an own goal.
Get on it, Chiefs. I know you're listening. Break that one down for us. And Gen G, what a way to start. That one, of course, did come off a Team Secret player, but Gen G, they created the chaos. And the first 30 seconds, they're on top.
Not a play you probably could recreate.
No.
Now we see another shot. Scored.
See, this is kind of what I was expecting in this game. I just don't know if Team Secret can play with the pace of Gen G if Gen G is playing their brand of ball.
Keeping the defense off balance, and the crash to the net was there for Gen G. Chronic putting that one away. And for Gen G, what a way to start this series.
They are looking good out of the gate. First Killer takes the space, but then leaves it for Chronic, who has boost. First Killer getting a piece of that ball on the challenge. Chronic, I don't even think we've said apparently Jack yet, because I don't know if he's even needed to touch the ball. Does get a pass over to Chronic, who backflips it up to the air. First Killer had an option to go for a reset, ended up pushing it towards net. Gen G strangling Team Secret on the attack. Double from First.
Yeah, I want to go back to my point about Mana, but right now it's just Gen G controlling a lot of the pace of play, and apparently Jack knocking on the door. Brad making sure to stay centered.
This is suffocating Corelli.
But everything is going right back into the hands of Gen G. And they're cautious on the follow-up as well. Look at this ball. It's right back to First Killer. He's got help from apparently Jack, but he can't get there. Nobody can, in fact. And maybe a chance for Team Secret to get some control, as Brad might find KB.
Nice shots!
And Team Secret strike back.
And that stabilizes the whole game for Team Secret. KV1 pre-flipping into that. You can see it so close. First Killer didn't expect him to beat First Killer in a foot race. That is something else.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often. For Team Secret, what a relief to get that one. So much pressure coming out from Gen G. Like you said, the perfect word, James, suffocating from Gen G. That was the type of goal that Team Secret needed, just a counterattack that happened so quickly. Gen G isn't set.
Yeah, I think that was the first shot from Team Secret. Maybe not on the scoreboard, but the first one that I saw. First Killer, little tip back, Brad. Saw that coming. Chronic's going to try to get up for the block. Tip to the side by KV1, up early as Mata. First Killer can't get the double. KV1 out of boost. First Killer being a nuisance. Chronic, late to the challenge, does steal the corner. More pressure from Gen G. Ball hit across to FK. FK flip, reset, double. No way he even goes for that.
That's the second time he's gone for that. They scored the first time. His pass to Chronic. That time I think he was going for goal, but
okay, Chronic keeps the control. Who's there at mid?
Absolutely.
Nice, Jack's here.
Apparently Jack's got everyone on the screen. Team Secret flying past the ball, and it's still in the hands of Gen G.
Has the control here.
You have to watch out, though. Team Secret already scored once on the counterattack. Will they get another opportunity? KV1 contesting Jack. First Killer. To the Team Secret.
They got to do a good job of slowing down this Gen G approach before they worry about scoring a goal. Gen G spending so much time down here. They've pretty well pitched up a 10 on this half of the field.
Jack finds a slim window.
It's a goal.
Brad doesn't have enough boost to get this safely to the corner. Apparently, Jack never leaves the play and gets rewarded.
I would have loved to have seen Brad's POV from this. I think he's a little shocked that he has to make the play, and then he's backwards trying to angle the front of his car into the ball so he can get some power on it, but instead gets nothing and drops it in front of the net. Gen G, despite giving up the one counterattack goal, this has been clinical from them as far as controlling Team Secret, finding each other on the attack, and slowing down the counter from Team Secret. Every clear has landed in a Gen G player's possession, and they are attacking shot after shot, control in front of the Team Secret net. And this is all Team Secret has. It's just the quick counterattack.
They only ever get like one look at it, though. Like
for Team Secret to get back into this one.
They just haven't been able to get down to the other side of the field and like really get in a rhythm on offense.
KV1 helps out. KV1 going for a 50. Nice challenge up. Chronic met by Brad in the air. Apparently Jack looking for first killer in the middle. Chronic up to first killer. First killer dropped it back down, but Chronic didn't want to commit on zero boost. Back pass. Chance for Jack, but he's bumped off the ball. Now space for Team Secret.
And now an opportunity. KV1 over one. Tries to get the dunk on apparently Jack. And time running out for Team Secret. Their offense is coming alive, but it feels like it might be too late with the way Gen G's gone in game one. This one's over the head of Mata.
Yeah.
Now apparently Jack tries to take the challenge, and good cut from Mata again. But Gen G, they leave it for first killer. Placement matters. And a 4-1 lead for Gen G.
And the defense,
This game's over. This series is probably over.
Touch on the ball, and that, mesmerized the last player back. They just let the ball through, and first killer punches it in.
Yeah, great shot.
This was a clinical game one performance.
We got SA versus SSA next.
That hasn't been said already.
Chat, by the way, man, if y'all are watching over on YouTube, if y'all could do me a favor and hit the follow or hit the like button for me.
The box of Team Secret. And even then, there's an argument to be made that
Appreciate y'all.
the Team Secret box, as apparently Jack tries to get a highlight reel.
He's got enough boost to make this play, Corelli. We'll see what happens. I'm just going to play keep away.
Jack was up for it as well, but this one will finally drop. And Gen G, they have shown you how to dismantle the South American talent in Team Secret.
I mean, that was a game that Gen G made look easy.
And Chrome, I mean, he better keep beating Jack in Tekken if he keeps playing after that. As we saw CJ catch up with them earlier. He's got his eyes closed, Jack. He's not worried.
In the zone. In the zone. I mean, and apparently Jack, he did have a goal that game. He looked confident, but he didn't really have to do much. In the beginning, it was all Chronic. Chronic and First Killer were doing so much damage. Chronic being a nuisance, getting that first little touch. This goal there that knocked it right back into Brad to force the own goal. And then the pressure from First Killer right to Chronic, who slots it top corner. But then there was that pre-flip counter-attack.
Kind of feeling sitting back down, chat. I'm not gonna lie.
Was able to bring it back within one very soon.
Kind of been enjoying the sitting mood
pressure
lately.
From Gen G was too much for Team Secret to deal with, and eventually they just broke.
And a lot of great shot placement coming out from Gen G. You saw a couple plays ago, Chronic shot that you mentioned off the post to the right side. First Killer finding the left side, so they're painting the frame, and they're making sure that the opposition has no chance on these shots. And for Gen G, can they replicate that again in game two?
And I'm curious, Grelly, if we'll see more possession.
Let's get to
or
it,
any
chat.
Possession from Team Secret. There's an early goal.
Wow, early goal from Team Secret.
Wow.
Get the possession off kickoff.
They get the possession off kickoff. And they put this one away quick, but they
Yeah, chat, my new chair is just so comfortable. I just don't feel like standing most of the time. I ain't gonna lie.
And good for them, because Team Secret, I was gonna say, they
Like, it used to be like stand mostly with sit from time to time to get my legs to rest.
A little bit something different from them. They're able to control the first 9 seconds of the game, and they find the back of the net.
KV1 scored both goals for Team Secret so far. And now
Damn, Brad follows it up. 2-0 lead.
Look at this touch from KV1, by the way. Touch of an angel to pick this one up the midfield, and then
A nice bump by KV1.
Brad to clean up, little kiss off the crossbar, and just like that, 21 seconds in, Team Secret up by 2.
Impact play from KV1. KV1 is doing it all right now. Gets that first goal, and then to get that light finesse touch into a team, or into a bump rather, to get that space for your team, that is huge. To give your teammate an uncontested shot, that is gold.
So now we really get to see what Gen G brings to the table, because Team Secret, I don't know, they woke up, they had a little talk or something, because now they're playing up to the pace of what Gen G's bringing to the table, and you're going to see Gen G dig themselves out of a hole.
Saw most of game one play out in Team Secret's half. Not so much in the first minute of game two. Gen G do have it in Team Secret's half, at least for now, but now they've broken out. Mata, flip reset, back down to the ground, trying to go low, gets a demo. Pass in front of net will be cleared off the line by Chronic. Puts it up the gut. First Killer forces 2 to jump. Apparently Jack will lob it back down, but Brad had recovered by then.
Look out, KB1 trying to give this one back to Brad, and that shot goes high. Gen G, they might get beat yet again on that counter. Team Secret have set it up a couple times now. It's apparently Jack trying to chase down KV1. KV1's trying
Gee, what a passing play. FK with a beautiful shot.
Look at the perfectly timed flip from First Killer. Watch this. He jumps and then boom, it's like he was pinching that with the ground. Gets so much power on it. First Killer is working hard. He's earning that salary.
As he should. Gen G.
Is he trolling us on that, or?
The performance that they had in game 1, the expectation is they would bring it to game 2, but right now, Team Secret in the lead and showing a bit more poise with the possession and certainly looking a lot more dangerous.
Gen G cut the lead to just 1. Mata buys space for Brad. KV1 trying to calculate if he can dive in. Does so. Gets the ball to the middle. The jump doesn't come through. But another quality chance for Team Secret. First Killer up early, but not early enough.
Got to be careful here because Team Secret, they're looking for the counterattacks. To the backboard it goes. KV1's there. Over apparently Jack.
Damn.
Puts it through. Beautiful counter from Team Secret.
This is a
Team Secret are lighting it up here in game number 2.
From game 1, apparently Jack doesn't get contact on the ball. Looks like he backflipped.
Yeah, that was smart. Instead of taking that challenge and hoping for the best, he slowed it down. Just got a touch on it.
Chat, if we got any Apex fans that are hanging with us today, we'll be watching Mannheim next week for ALGS Split 2 playoffs.
Secret. This is what we're talking about, James, though. I think for Team Secret, they're going to live and die by this counterattack. And for Gen G,
and then Halo the weekend after for the Salt Lake City major, maybe.
And it has been something to see. A Gen G looking so
we'll
good
see on the Halo major.
Down in game 2. Will they be able to find that consistency? That very easily could have been the 4th goal for Team Secret, but now apparently Jack. First Killer shot will be.
I did not see Brad in goal at all. Not gonna lie.
Great touch from First Killer there. Still Team Secret able to find their offense immediately after a save on their own goal line. KV1 has to be careful here. It comes down to apparently Jack. He tried to set up to Chronic, and that's a tough ball, and he'll pay for it.
Smart demo from Mata. Not letting.
Oh, Mata almost got that back.
First Killer with some space. We'll take it to the air, pushing towards the backboard, but couldn't get it by KV1, who had the backboard defended. Mata trying to go for a demo again. KV1 with some space. Backboard to Brad. Brad light tip.
I mean, we'll have the weekend too.
KV1 didn't make the read.
Thursday and Friday are just group stage.
Even so, Team Secret continue on their march in game 2.
Oh man, Brad, he was rotating out and then realized that ball was coming back towards the box. So
the good news is since as in Europe, it'll be a little bit better time-wise.
Mata puts it home.
What a beatdown.
4-1 for Team Secret and Gen G. They are stunned.
I'm stunned as well, Corelli. That first game had you thinking, oh, this is going to be a runaway series for Gen G. Team Secret barely got a goal on the board thanks to that single counterattack, but this game, they have been all over Gen G.
So you start to think, was it just Team Secret that wasn't playing well in game 1, or was it Gen G who reached a different level that they can't reach again? Because right now, I'm thinking it's the former. The Team Secret.
I mean, we've seen Team Secret do this sometimes, though, right? Where they pop off for a game or two. The question is, are they going to be able to carry this momentum over into game 3?
Final 30 seconds of game 2. Gen G.
Because they have done a pretty good job of shutting down the
They've been getting pushed
Gen G
around
offense.
By Team Secret. First Killer trying to save some face. Hope slowly dwindling away for Gen G. They do get one. 9 seconds left, but still a 2-goal deficit, Corelli.
It's enough that it's possible, but it makes it quite improbable, James, at this point. Gen G, maybe we'll see something cute on the kickoff.
This is where you got to have that set piece.
See if they bring anything. Okay.
Look, a little bit of a delayed kickoff.
It does give them possession. Unfortunately, KV1 was all over, and it was just too slow for Gen G. So Team Secret Give them their flowers. Game 1, not good against Gen G. Horrible, I'd even say. Game 2, they showed us the real Team Secret.
And KV1, I think, has been brilliant throughout.
Unfortunate. That's right, though. It does give us more Rocket League. I would love to see this thing go 4 or 5. Well, it's going to go at least 4 now.
In this game, you know, that light touch into the air bump.
Give us our first game 5. I'm here for it.
He's a complete package. But it was a team effort all around. Mata with some key demos. Brad up there on the offensive.
Chat, what sounds good for lunch?
Team Secret all around, looking much better in game 2, and now we've got a series on our hands, Corelli.
Oh, absolutely.
Honestly, I just might make some sandwiches.
You still saw a lot of the counterattacks. You're seeing a lot of these in transition from Team Secret. This play most notably. Great little touch from KV1, the follow-ups there. And I said that's kind of the sword that they're going to live and die by against Gen G. Gen G did not have that same spunk in their offense that you saw in game 1.
Oh, what a touch that was from KV1 to backflip himself to delay that ball, bait Jack in, and score that goal. Get that goal, rather, for his team.
Another one in transition. It's just poked free by the last man. And Team Secret, I mean, you can see in the faces of Chronic, he's like, man, they did it again.
And this is interesting now, Corelli. You know, the first game, very one-sided in favor of Gen G. Game 2, very one-sided in favor of
All right, so is this one close, chat?
What will Game 3 have in store for us?
I think we look towards Gen G to really change the story. So I expect Team Secret to come out with the same pace, and that one,
9
well,
seconds is all it
didn't
takes
have a lot
for
of pace
Gen
behind it, but we'll trickle in
G.
for first killer.
Get there first.
And that pinch, I think, surprising everybody. Mata's like, no way he shoots this, right? I think Mata was surprised.
And oh, he did. And that's first killer for you. He knows your weakness before you know it. And for Gen G, they happily sit 1-0 in the first 10 seconds.
Gen G immediately in the driver's seat. Back and forth.
Nice shot.
It's
similar like for game 1.
With who is going to get off to a good start.
It's game 1, like 2 early goals.
It feels like there's a Swiss cheese defense from Team Secret. Gen G's walking into the back wall and then dishing it out to their boys. For Team Secret, no one's putting a hand up, and if they are, they're not making contact.
Gen G appearing to shake off the dust of game 2 with this start in game 3. 2-goal lead for them early on. First killer looking to make it 3. Tried to land a bump, couldn't find a demo. Does get a dunk by apparently Jack, who's low on boost. Will still stay in the play. Al now leaves out for Chronic. Chronic trying to slow things down, but KV1 still getting a piece of the ball. Brad up to KV1. KV1 has to actually dodge the ball to let that go downfield.
I think he should have touched to get control of it personally.
Boost. Mata. Oh, Brad, look at that pass. The shot there as well. And you saw it from the defender's perspective, Corelli.
See, you had me at large pizza, lost me at Supreme. Not gonna lie.
Angle is that?
You're watching first killer, you're saying, oh, this is a pass straight up to first killer. He's got the clear, and you just never see Brad sitting behind him on his back shoulder. And what a touch from Brad to find that angle. For Team Secret,
low key, kind of want to see if Sheets is an option, but I don't really want to walk over there.
From them against Gen G.
Plus, we got food here.
Really thriving in the transition. But this time, even with Gen G set up, Team Secret.
It's probably going to be sandwiches, to be honest.
Shot from Brad.
First killer. It's the ball leak out to apparently Jack. Boost stolen by first. And now first killer, great first touch.
We got some buffalo chicken breast.
Sets it up on a tee for Chronic.
Lunch meat, that's pretty solid.
Apparently Jack.
Throw some cheese on that thing.
Forcing that through. Maybe it was going for a reset. Just didn't time that.
Call it a
perfectly.
day.
Mata to the air.
They have 2 of
For a
them.
bump now. Chronic saw that play developing and knew he had to help out.
Team Secret, I think everyone was waiting to see where Mata was going to go with that. And now a couple flicks on from Team Secret, gets it out, but Gen G looking to pick up possession unless
Damn.
they get bumped. One's there to crash the net. And even
What
in
happens
transition,
here?
when they give up the possession, James, they chase it down and ensure a goal.
Oh, a bump on Jack on the back wall.
There between first killer and apparently Jack on
Nah, Mata
who's gonna
bumped
make
to
a
the
play on
Jack.
that ball. Apparently Jack had the boost, but first killer had enough to make a play on it.
Honestly,
Gen G
I feel
breaks
that.
down, and they give up the lead. Team Secret have tied it up, and we are just
One
past
thing
the
that
halfway
helped
point of
me
Game 3.
Aggressive from Brad here. 2v2. And apparently
Was
Jack
getting some
straight
more like
into Mata.
sweet,
As Gen
like
G
protein bars.
still knocking on the door. Apparently Jack.
Or like I had some Quest cookies for a while too. Like something that I'd be able to like kind of take care of that sweet tooth
Got the job done.
while not being awful.
Chronic. Red by KV1. Apparently Jack gets to the ball. Brad thinking he might have some time. It looks like Brad also clipped Mata, which will give Gen G the possession.
Creative from Jack.
Honestly, my vice when it comes to my diet
Fingers
is
from behind.
double stuffed Oreos.
Mata has an opportunity. Wants this one off the ceiling, but it's not enough power behind it. And Chronic gets a booming clear. This game all of a
So
sudden.
I'll
feels
sit
a lot
down
more
and
intense,
eat a
James.
whole line. It's just
Both
awful.
teams been kind of pushing each other to the limit on defensively, and Mata can't get the touch.
Nice shot.
Apparently Jack puts it home.
I don't think Mata was bumped. I think he just jumped early. So we take a look at this again. Yeah, which maybe a tough read. It's tough to tell what happened off camera.
No, I think he was, I don't know, he was trying to get there in time, and I think he
Just
was
rushing
guessing.
it.
Yeah, he was rushing, guessing where Jack was going to go. He just wanted to ensure that a body was going to be across the net.
Oh,
and
another
now,
goal.
Gen G off the kickoff. Apparently Jack, once again, puts away his second. And Gen
You know
G
what's
starting
funny
to
is
run
I'm
away
not.
with it.
I'm generally not a
I mean,
sweet
the
guy.
first game, Gen G
Usually
was
it's
hot.
only Oreos,
The
but I've been
second
wanting
game,
sweets like
Gen G
crazy.
was cold.
Pastry, like
This third game,
I walk by a
we
bakery
were
that's
hot,
like
then cold, then hot
got
again.
some fresh stuff out. I'm just
It's
in
been
pain.
back and forth. The ebb and flow of this series has been something, Corelli.
Now for Team Secret, we mentioned it multiple times. I'll say it again. Looking for those counters. And maybe an opportunity here. Brad, I think, got bumped going up. Minute left on the clock. Team Secret's got some work to do.
But we've seen them do that work, especially in game 2. KV1 getting blocked out. Team Secret running out of time, but that's a big demo. Can anyone take the shot? Brad, a little slow to the
No
ball.
time.
Does
They
get a
need
nice
to capitalize
50
with that demo
drop straight up in
quicker.
the air. Chronic is first to it. Mata down to KV1.
Even if it was just simply
KV1
pushing further up the
come up
field,
clutch.
which I guess they
Goes
did a
for
little
50
bit.
reset. Good pressure here from Team Secret, but the defense holding on for now for Gen G.
30 seconds left. Team Secret looking for something to drop in a lot of space.
He's up
Mata's already
already.
up. To the ceiling it goes. Mata was looking for another touch, but it's just too much.
That clear should
And
pretty
Gen
well
G
do it.
Oh, trying to keep Team Secret out, and they might just do it.
Some brave last-second attempts there from Team Secret. The pre-jumps, fun to watch, but ultimately did not work out for Team Secret, and Gen G will be moving on to match point.
All right.
What a wild ride this series has been, James.
And
Match
that
point
game
for
in
Gen G.
particular,
Yeah,
Team
it was
Secret.
kind of, you know, the epitome of the macro scale of what this series
Kind of
has
let
been, too.
themselves
Up
fall
and down,
behind
bad
early.
and good, exceptional and horrible, all at the same time. And for Gen
Just came
G
back
now
to bite
putting
'em.
Team Secret on match point. I think maybe even at this point, they haven't won the series for Gen G, but
yeah, I would.
maybe a sigh of relief.
I don't think you can count your chickens right now.
Oh, no, but I'm
They
just
have
saying.
not hatched.
I'm just saying, for how Team Secret came in Game 2, I think Gen G is happy to get this one back onto the rails again.
Certainly, but I think you know this was a far cry from Game 1 where it was all Gen G. There was at no point in question. This game, you know, Gen G, they scored those 2 right away, but then Team Secret clawed their way back. And it seemed like we might, and that play there was just something else. I mean, Brad on that angle, are you kidding me? First killer was shocked
To
at
put
that
pizza
play
topping
even took
inside a
place.
sausage
And then
casing
the equalizer shortly thereafter.
and make a
Thinking, all right, Team Secret, they
pizza
brought it
dough
back.
like hot dog bun.
They're gonna get this job done, but then
Kind of
We
feel
saw
like you're onto
Gen G
something here. Not gonna lie.
with those two
Let him cook,
goals.
chat.
That one, I mean, those were in quick succession as well. There was that goal where Mata flew by, and then one right after kickoff, and that was enough for Gen G to coast on through.
Then again, anything with pizza, you can usually have me on board.
You know,
Other
I
than
think the real
Supreme
question is
Pizza.
coming
I
into
can't do
game
it,
four,
but
I mean, which one are we going to get at this point, right? Because we've seen.
I'm also a
there's
child,
two
and I don't like
sides
that many veggies on
of the
anything.
Team
So.
Secret coin. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Against Gen G.
Demo clears the space.
Man, it's
Easy.
wide open. Chronic's going to put it home, and Gen G start off on the right foot.
And that demo was huge. I mean, KV1 last back. Apparently, Jack, so annoying. When apparently Jack is playing his game, you'll see him upfield causing problems like that. 11 seconds in, we see Gen G get the first goal of what could be the last game in the series. Team Secret trying to play upset. But Gen G have been able to hold on, at least for now. First killer, little tip. Apparently Jackson was
Call it
still
the
going for
pizza
that ball.
dog.
And this is an all-out attack from Gen G.
Now, what a touch from First Killer. I mean, he's flipping around, 360. And another touch from Chronic back to
Another
First Killer,
game,
who's
Gen
still
G
in
off
the
to a
play
2-goal lead in
after
the
his
opening
initial
30
touch.
some
For
odd
Gen
seconds.
G, like you said, James, everyone getting
A
involved
swarm.
and everything going perfectly for them on that attack.
That's the first
Team
killer
Secret gonna have to
factor as
play
well,
from
where
behind
he's
two
up
here
in the
now.
air. He's got space, no one around him. He's got boost. He can make a play, and he'll just do things you don't see coming. And even though his touch didn't score, that helped ignite the play. Apparently, Jack also getting involved in Chronic finishing the job. Chronic, late pass over. First killer has a double.
What a pass.
Nice shot.
Perfect. It's on a dime.
It cannot be drawn up any better than this from apparently Jack.
Look at that touch.
It's beautiful.
Wow.
From First Killer.
Perfection.
And for apparently Jack, what a gift in front of the net. For Gen G in the first minute, it is textbook Rocket League
Good
once
grief.
again.
I mean, First Killer. That's he is just a solid player, Corelli.
A solid player?
Solid.
Stout.
Maybe better than that.
Maybe better than that. And he's showing us why. I mean, on both sides of a scoring end here, assisting and shooting, he has been exceptional.
But is this gonna be the year that
And
FK
showing why he's on this Gen G
able to
squad
walk
and why he
away as
makes
a
them better.
champ?
And now you really turn towards Team Secret. Can they put away shots like this? This one off the crossbar and then the post. Follow-up
Chronic has
has
no
to be around Chronic, and it's not there.
Oh, never mind. He had 3 boosts. Now he has no boost. Still Chronic making that save. First killer into a reset. Ball boomed all the way back down to Gen G's corner. Apparently Jack trying to fake out KV1. KV1 floating back down to earth with nothing in the tank. Brad also boostless. Brad trying to bump First Killer,
couldn't get
does
there.
land it. Gives KV1 the ball. KV1 ground pin.
Oh my, nice
And KV1
shot.
has been the star player for me from Team Secret, and this is a star player play.
And I'm surprised that nobody is up to challenge KV1 at all. With the numbers that Gen G had back towards their net, nobody putting a hand up until KV1 lands on top of the ball. And even then, no one was really there. They were playing the shot the whole time, and he makes them pay.
First killer, extra little touch, forced 2 defenders to go. Low boost situation for Team Secret. Corner did spawn, but apparently Jack stole it right from Brad's hands. Chronic, another challenge. Ball stays up high. Mata, that's all he can do. First killer.
It's another game where Gen G's got so much control, man. I'm honestly really surprised at, what was that, game 2? Team Secret was able to just
left on the table there.
dictate the pace so much the way that they did. Because since then, Gen G's been on a mission.
I mean, they're in the driver's seat right now. Just don't want to give any chance over to Team Secret, who have struggled to get their offense going. Maybe a chance here with Brad.
Apparently Jack hoping for a 50. Back up to Mata. Mata to the backboard. In a race against Jack. Brad gets a piece of it. Where's the shot? There's a dunk. KV1 with a boost steal as well. Chronic gets a bump on Brad. First killer trying to be annoying in the midfield.
KV1 gets it. 3v1, 3v1.
3v1 situation. KV1 comes out on top again.
This guy's a magician. Defenders don't know what to do with him. I mean, there's one in the net there. And he goes right over the top. KV1 once again chopping through Gen G. He's doing it by himself, and Team Secret are within one.
This game has gotten interesting.
There it is.
Pirelli.
Goal
Is
for
that on
Chronic.
target? It is. I mean, we've seen a few goals quickly after kickoff in favor of Gen G.
Oh man, Mata. And that's tough. I mean, you get one back from Team Secret. You're within one. You've got, you know, just
Give up
over
a
a minute
kickoff
left,
goal.
and then you give up the kickoff goal.
That makes your heart sink. Back to a 2-goal deficit. Team Secret trying to claw their way back. Right now, KV1 seems to be the only player with talents. Somebody else needs to step up and do some damage. Brad to the sidewall. Couldn't find Mata. KV1 around one.
3v2 here.
Mata, who's bumped off
Can't get the
ball.
touch.
KV1 gets
Touch
the
on a
bump.
Jack or
Brad can
bump on
get
a
around.
Jack.
That one's too high.
And a good look there from Team Secret. They did everything right.
30 seconds here left for
That
Team
Brad in
Secret.
position, at least quick enough. And now
Try
here
and
comes
find an
Gen G.
answer.
KV1 pokes it free, and 30 seconds left on the clock. It's still possible for Team Secret, but it's going to take a lot. And first killer threatening. Apparently Jack up. This one on target again. It was off the crossbar. Team Secret trying to stay above water, and they need to score now.
Final 10.
It's over.
And that looks like it is gonna be it. It was a hot and cold
It's
series
over,
for
Chen.
Gen G, but in the end, they picked it up when they needed to.
3-1.
And they get the win over
Ain't
Team
bad.
Secret.
And for, I think, both teams, though, it was hot and cold for both teams, in my opinion. I think Gen G, though, showed some more consistency in the end. And that suffocation that they showed in Game 1, that's a scary proposition for other competitors here at the Esports World Cup, because with the way they controlled the pitch and the game, that is very hard to break out.
It shows what they're capable of. It shows what Gen G can do when they are playing.
That
at
boy
their
Chronic
best,
takes
or
his
when they're
glasses
able to
off
play
to
their game.
play.
They're so hard to read, especially when you have first killer up there in the mix. Gen G, they get the job done over Team Secret, who also, you can't count them out either. After Game 1, I was getting ready to write them off, Pirelli, but Game 2, that's when we saw the best of what Team Secret had to offer.
Yeah, and you know, the Deaths talked about all the weapons that Team Secret have, and they have a ton of weapons.
All right,
They're
so
very
groups
strong
A and B
individually.
are done as
Jordan
far
brought
as
up Mata
top
multiple
brackets.
times. I don't know if we got to see too much of his individual prowess here in this game. You saw a lot of KV1.
Pull him up here.
Yeah, and I think that was really the player that stood out for me was KV1, especially in that last game.
So G2 Stride,
It could have been
BDS
so
won
much better
in Group
for
A,
Team Secret had that
Falcons
kickoff
Gen
goal
G
not
won
gone.
in Group B.
You know, because
We're gonna have Limitless Power playing tomorrow in the lower bracket. EXO Team Secret playing the lower bracket.
It was a tough series for Team Secret, but Gen G, they're going to be thrilled with that result. And to break it down, we'll throw it back to Leaf and the crew.
Yeah, it was, again, I was hoping the match would be a little bit closer too, but it was still a good fight, Achieves.
It was good. There was definitely a chance there for
I mean, I feel like Gen G, when they're playing their brand of
I was
ball,
like, you guys are playing
are
well.
very,
Why are you
very
sitting there
good.
Like, I'm like, okay, you lost by 2 goals, but that's only because you gave up some stupid ones. You're still playing fine. Go
That's
win
fair.
the next one.
I mean, like, KV1 gave us an excellent performance that
Yes.
whole series, and the fact that Secret couldn't find a way to capitalize on that. And I think Mata in the back half of that series ended up being pretty poor. He seemed to start, he started playing scared against Gen G, and you can't do that. You were playing with authority in Game 3.
Yeah.
And then there was one play where he sticks on the back wall. Apparently Jack is
he's
sideways
totally
in the
backwards.
midfield, and he's playing scared. Why are you going up the back wall? Wait to see what he does. Why are you taking yourself out of position? Now he's just going to pass it to the midfield, and you're completely dead. So there were like little things for Secret, but there were so many times they were in this. Man, Nice shot, First Killer.
You still got to give them credit. I mean, Gen.G, they still put the pressure on. There is something to be said. It's like, you know, you can say you should have done X. It's easy for us, the armchair analysts, to say, figure it out, and I'm with you, Jorby. I agree he should have waited, but you have to give credit. Gen.G puts that pressure on you, makes you speed up, makes you pay attention, and they deliver when they have to. They had some tough shots to make. They made them.
I think that, you know, I talked in the pregame about Chronic and how when he ends up coughing up the ball, that's when the dominoes start to fall apart for Gen.G. And we saw that in the first half of the series. After game 1, Chronic in game 2, there was a couple of moments he literally coughed the ball up to Secret and they killed him on a counterattack immediately. But apparently Jack helped cover that up midway through the series, coupled with a couple of Team Secret mistakes, and that really helped get them through. And of course, consistency from First Killer.
Right. And speaking of First Killer, we got to get to our Sony MVP player of the match. And while I just spoiled it, it is going to be
Speaking of First Killer, let's talk about our MVP performance. Oh, I wonder who it is.
Setting up later on.
I think the thing with First Killer is that he is always consistent with creating opportunities.
Dangerous.
He's not usually the striker. He can, and he's crazy with it, but he's opening up so much space for apparently Jack and Chronic, and he does it all the time. He was all over the place. Let me look at that shot. Of course he can strike.
You can see it in the stat line as well. 17 shots over 4 games. The guy is peppering the net.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not about me putting them in the back. They're just going to be dangerous, and they're going to make you work on defense. That's the real value of a player like First Killer. It's the speed and the danger that he makes teams respect.
And I feel like apparently Jack on this team, right? He likes to sit downfield, and he causes a lot of that chaos. Like, it's not just First Killer opening that space, but also apparently Jack kind of starting it.
Well, we have so much more Rocket League to go, so
but there's more.
We're gonna get to another break.
Halfway through the day, chat.
More exciting Rocket League. See you then.
Off to Group C next. We got Furia versus Nkosi Ballers next, I do believe. I shall be right back. You're over on the purple brand. You're gonna get hit with an ad. Don't blame me. Blame them. Love you guys. chat. Look at that. Made it back in time. I know I missed an interview. Deal with it. All right, so we've got Furia versus Nkosi Ballers next. And I almost feel like this could give us a really good indication, like just how much SSA is closing the gap. Because Limitless has always been at the top, right? But it'll be something different if we see Nkosi Ballers be able to keep up with the South American team. Yo, what up, Josephine?
Esports World Cup, and we do see the next teams rolling in. Furia versus Nkosi Ballers
It's
coming
Furia.
up next. I'm Leaf, and some new faces joining me. Johnny
we
Boy
vibing.
and Cole. How you guys doing and enjoying the day so far?
Halfway through our day over here with the Esports World Cup.
The what we call the oven, also known as the outside. But yeah, it really is a shock coming from Scotland here every year, but it's brilliant. I mean, I feel like I get more sun in the 1 week here than I do in the other 51 weeks in Scotland. So maxing out on that before I go home.
That's great. And of course, this next matchup going to be Furia versus Nkosi Ballers. Before we get to that, Cole, I do need to comment.
Nope.
I saw CJ hanging out
I do
with
not.
Fallon before.
Only kind of stream when there's esports stuff going on.
We do a little bit because we were really impressed that CJ was getting to interview a CSGO legend. He also said, Fallen, would you like
If you're
to
hawking
CS:GO after
graphics,
you
I don't
retire?
need any, by the
So
way.
we've
I
definitely done
appreciate
that.
you.
But also, should we replicate the handshake?
Okay, ready for this?
Oh, nice. Sorry,
Okay,
Jenna. I'll get back to you in a sec. Ready? Nice to meet you.
What was that handshake,
CJ, you are a human being who is capable of doing a handshake, so I have no idea what that was. The less said about it, the better. But of course, a Furia legend, and it's Furia that we're about to see.
Yeah, that was crazy, but hopefully this next match.
Were they talking about the handshake from CJ during the interview? That was kind of whack.
Definitely have quite a significant road ahead of them as they go up against Furia, because Furia is one of the top teams in the world. One of the teams that we look towards as being a consistent now in that top 8. Nkosi Ballers, bit of a hill.
This is tough. I mean, a lot of these day one matches are tough, and this is going to be, I think, one of the tougher ones where they really are the underdogs. And one of the problems for them is that Furia are one of those teams that love to play against the lower level competition, the teams that they're expected to beat.
Furia do not play down to their
top teams that
competition.
They tend to struggle a little bit more these days, but they can absolutely body a lot of teams early in these competitions.
I mean, even against the very top teams, we saw Furia beating Team Vitality at the recent London Major, so more than capable of taking down anyone. It's going to be tough. Sub-Saharan Africa's second team, essentially, really tricky for them, but I'm sure they'll do their best.
We'll get some more thoughts right after here, but we do have a bit on Furia. Let's take a look.
I wonder why SSA got 2 teams for Worlds. Or 2 teams for the World Cup.
Faço parte da Fúria. Hypado para ganhar mais campeonato. Muito treino, trabalhar aí, fazer tudo que a gente aplicou nos treinos e se Deus quiser vai dar tudo certo. A gente tem jogado 3 scrims por dia, jogando por muito tempo e em comparação da nossa antiga região, né, do Brasil, com essa aqui os treinos são muito melhores, então a gente está bem hypado.
I wonder how long they've been there boot camping like a lot of these teams.
Querendo ou não, ter uma rivalidade de um time entre outros assim, mas eu não acho que a gente são tipo um inimigo um do outro. A gente só tem uma rivalidade dentro do jogo, mas fora do jogo é tudo normal. Levantar o troféu na segunda vez, um sonho. Eu acho que é a única coisa que a gente tem, que ninguém tem, acho que a vontade de sempre de grindar e querer ganhar tudo mesmo. Bom, a gente está treinando muito, então a gente está muito confiante, então só quero que vocês acreditem na gente que a gente vai levar esse troféu pro Brasil.
Well, that's the question is,
Where'd
what do you
Josephine
guys
go?
think they have that nobody else has here?
Was it me
Because,
saying I don't need
I would say they have
graphics?
again.
I thought they were here to hang out.
That man is utterly unstoppable at his best. But I mean, taking nothing away from Lost and Drafinio as well. Fantastic teammates. They've certainly Drafinio is not afraid to get shouting and get in his opponent's faces. I'm wondering, Johnny, if they're beating on Pro Nikosi Ballers, will it be as explosive from Drafinio if they're winning? Will there be any controversy right there getting in their faces?
No, I seriously doubt that. But you know, one of the things I want to bring up about Furia, I'm a bit biased here, but they've got, I think, the best keyboard and mouse player in the world in Drafinio. So that's something that I always love to see as a KBM player.
That's fair.
A lot of people say, you know, maybe you could have been a little bit better at Rocket League if you played controller. I promise you guys, I would be terrible at controller.
Horsos was one of the best looking earlier too.
Yep.
On Power, KBM as well. Anyways, we want to get you involved again. It's time for the STC Play audience fan vote. Get that in there, stcplay.gg, and we'll show you results in just a few moments. They honestly, the audience has been very nice, let's say, to the underdogs. We've even seen with Limitless, I think they had 22% here. So we'll see what they do with Nikosi Ballers, but they do have a nice logo.
I think Limitless got a good amount because it was early in the day.
This whole screen behind us is utterly
And SSA has got a hell of a
so
fucking
high
fan
definition,
base,
it's
man.
crazy. But there they are. I don't know if they'll be wearing the plain white tees out there on stage. We will see. But
I hope
Cam,
they're winning
Suzy, and Guns, the second highest performing all South African team in the sub-Saharan African region behind Limitless. So they've had their experience now. You know, Sub-Saharan Africa has been with us for a little while in the RLCS. They have had experience coming up against, and maybe these guys haven't had experience going up against the best, but they've played against players who played against the best. So that sort of trickle-down version of Rocket League ability is starting to come to them, but it's so different when you're out there, Johnny.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is a tough format for them. You only get 2 chances and then you're out. So they need to make the best of this, and they've got to try and just go out there and enjoy themselves, be aggressive, be confident. You're not going to beat Furia just sitting in defense. They're not a team who you can do that against. You've got to go and just try and get some goals, try and get maybe a game, and then take it from there. But, you know, we're not expecting them to get a game. Personally, I'm just going to, you know, spoil it. I don't think that they're going to get a game. That's my prediction. But that's more to do with Furia's
for all of us.
excellence rather than the Ballers. You know, it's a tough match, really tough match. We'll be looking at them in lower round 1. That's where I think they can maybe get something of a foothold in the series.
It's the start of their journey as well. I mean, it always is the case when these new teams fly across the world. What can you do? What is your target going into each game? Is it to get a goal? Is it to keep the other team below 3? Whatever their targets are, they have to make sure they do their best to hit that. And even if they don't, they will learn so much. You know, you learn from playing people better than you. Furia are a better team than them. That's okay. That's expected. There's no pressure against them at all.
I think that's a big thing. It's like we do talk about this a lot when it comes to some of these underdog teams about, you know, we're giving the benefit of the doubt. Don't worry, that's not what they're here for. Really, realistically, they don't think.
Chat, I think I'm gonna go pick up one of those Nikosi Baller jerseys, bro.
It's just about spreading that experience across these different regions and making sure Rocket League as a whole is evening out across the board.
I mean, earlier on, we saw Limitless take the lead, I think 2 or 3 times maybe against G2. G2 equalized very quickly each time after. But to go up against a team like that and score goals and show what you're capable of and play your own game of Rocket League, Limitless weren't doing that at the start of this season. That's their improvement. And now it's Nikosi Ballers' turn to try and take that same jump forwards themselves.
Yeah, that's what they've got to try and do, just make those steps in the right direction. I want to see a positive playstyle from them. I want to see them taking risks. Because if there is one thing Furia are known for,
bro, they out here
it is
in the white team.
Over-aggression. And if they can play aggressively, if the Ballers can just get up early, try and play at their absolute max pace, who knows? Maybe they can catch Furia underestimating them, double committing, overextending, and they can catch them really quickly on counterattacks. But you're not going to get those chances if you just sit in goal, if you just sit back, let Furia come to you. You have to go and take the fight to them. They need to defend aggressively.
I'm sorry, but they did have the white tees. So no super fancy.
It's the start. It's the start. When they win this entire event, I'm sure they will have all the brands on them for next time around, Leaf.
That is very true. We're going to find out in just a few moments how the Nikosi Ballers are going
to do. Look at that. SSA getting love.
Rocket League's best across the entire world. So the only way to find out what happens is to watch the game.
Fancy. Groups A and B are done and dusted, and now we're diving into Group C. Well, let me tell you now, Furia coming off the back of a 3rd to 4th place finish at the London Major, I'm feeling like their chances are pretty good.
They might be, but keep in mind that them and Nkosi Ballers, they've never played a match before, and there's not much to expect from the team. And if we learned anything from the Esports World Cup is that anything can happen. We've had so many upsets on this stage particularly, so let's see what's going to happen for the next match. Casters, please take it away.
About to get started with Furia versus Nkosi Ballers, and that's kind of set it up for us, Chiefs. This is one-sided matchup to say the least. We got the best South American team in the world versus Nkosi Ballers, the South African team, and still in development, still trying to get things going. Furia definitely want to get started on the right foot here, though, if they want to go deep, like Yan was saying, and take this trophy to Brazil.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like the Falcons match earlier. It's like, all right, if you're Furia, you want to come out here, you want to set a tone. Here's what we expect out of ourselves throughout the course of the tournament. You want to start out strong in game one. You want to put the pressure on them. You don't want to give them a whole lot. If you're Nkosi Ballers, you're looking to just keep things close, keep yourselves in it, stay within one, stay within two. Give yourselves at least a fighting chance. If you're within one, you can score at any time. Anything can happen. So Nkosi Ballers, I don't know if I necessarily agree with Johnny's assessment of go out there full bore.
Why not?
I feel like you want. I think
you do.
I want to keep the extra gear, but I'm just a scaredy cat. Maybe maybe if I play too passive against Fury, I just get smacked around.
Johnny did say that over-aggression is Furia's biggest kryptonite, and he's absolutely correct about that. God knows how many.
All right, come on, Nkosi Ballers, let's get it.
Themselves into a loss. So yeah, go full bore against Furia because you know they're going to be bringing that to you. They start off with the Spanish. The fake kickoff to start for Furia. But for Snoozing and company, we'll see how they try to set the tone. They get the start here on offense, and that's what you want to see from them. Try to pin Furia back, and if you make them feel like they're not getting anything done, then they might start getting overly aggressive. They might start making mistakes.
They just might. But a lot remains to be seen for Nkosi Ballers. Can you hang with the mechanical pressure Fury is going to put on you? And right now, they're putting them through their paces. Not a whole lot of danger right yet from Furia, but they're saying, hey, we're coming at you early, flip resets, make sure the defense is disciplined.
Guns, heavy touch, as Nkosi Ballers losing some consecutive touches and facing already that Furia harassment. It's having to save the ball off the post. It's skipping away from them. They're not able to follow up those touches on defense. And Furia continue to press them here in front of the box.
Nice pressure indeed. Lost continuing the attack. Now Drufinho, now Yanks. Furia unwilling to give up an inch of ground if they can help it.
Cam, good enough job. Only had 2 boosts. It's not going to get the job done. Boost total's looking okay for Nkosi Ballers, but where the ball is right now,
it ain't not looking good at all.
Start to finish, we have played about a minute and a half. All Furia haven't been out of the orange half. Gotta give them a lot of credit. It's not easy to stay on the attack cycle that long, even if you do control mid boost. More likely than not, someone makes an errant touch, but nothing. Clean Rocket League to start out for Furia.
Now for Yan and Lost, they spent a long time in North America continuing to hone those skills. But you know what? We're not going to talk about that because Nkosi Ballers almost had a good shot. Unfortunately, put it into the dirt. But Furia have become a more disciplined team over time, but you can't get the aggression out of their identity. And they don't want that, right? You want to be an aggressive team. You want that identity. It's important to have that, but you also have to have a measured sort of aggression and really assess those risks. I guess in Nkosi Ballers, it's a good time to figure out what risks are valuable to take, because maybe later in the tournament, you do end up playing your rival Vitality, as Yan was saying, seeing them as in-game rivals. But so far, And Kosi Ballers able to get that clear downfield. Not able to do much else. Yeah,
Nice play from Jans.
Yeah, just a little extra mustard on this one from Yan. It's a tester, you know. Look at the pressure downfield. Rufinho in the box, forcing.
Look at him able to put that right up on the bottom of the guns too.
They didn't feel like they could go up.
Good control.
They were already backward, kept going back and back and back, and Yan took everything with the extra musty flip.
The bot kickoff from Furia, maybe showing how comfortable they're feeling right now. And honestly, I don't think the pushes have been that bad from Nkosi Ballers, but you're seeing the control difference, the ability to move the ball with authority, ball security. And you can catch Furia out here, but Yan wants that. He wants you to boom the ball back to him.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with setting a deep third, a nice testing shot. Good save from Cam, but right now, if you're Nkosi Ballers, the only thing you're looking for is possession. You say, okay, we need to find a way to take one good 50 in our corner, because clearly the ball's getting stuck there a lot. We just have to find a way out.
Will also pull back, goes up to threaten the quick touch, and then he sees Nkosi Ballers come up, pulls back. Full comfort right now for Furia. Lost, tried the soft touch. Doesn't work out for him.
And immediately, as soon as Nkosi Ballers at least works towards the midfield line, Furia instantly back past the ball. Nope, still our ball. You don't get to come out just yet. You got more work to do.
So who's missing a spot if SSA has two?
Just not any offense to speak of.
Because OCE has two.
Just right behind them. And here's a free clear. And go attack. Lost going off the ceiling. Where you going, buddy? Go for that
Sam
one.
has two.
Definitely not the cleanest touch. First chance here for Nkosi Ballers to actually get an opportunity to stick on the attack.
Who am I missing?
Kind of give the ball away, and now they're
In
starting
a 16-team set.
Here.
Now again, has the cut over to Lost, looking for Drafinho. And yeah, Furia is dominant right now in possession, but everything to expectation. And Nkosi Ballers have been able to keep it tight despite that, or not tight, but at least have. This hasn't.
Are there only 3 NA teams?
For them. Just under a minute, Furia have the game in hand and really haven't shown too much comfort. I will say, Furia of the past, almost sank that. But Furia of the past may have let this kind of
yeah,
game
there's only 3
get to
NA
their
teams.
head
Okay.
Up early 2-0. You think you're better than them, and so you just go for all the crazy stuff. You already saw the pre-jumps. That's a double reset from Yan. But it's just they have the control, and they're much more disciplined on it.
And they are definitely
technically only 3 EU teams, I guess, too, since there are 2 APAC
teams. Bit of a
teams.
formality. 2 goals, probably going to be pretty okay considering how all of Game 1 has gone on. They really just have to hang on, and that will definitely put the dagger in. Yanks an excellent flip reset to close things out.
Yeah, expectation for Furia here. And Nkosi Ballers faced all of that pressure early on. And I still think that these kind of matches for the South Africans, it's extremely valuable to have this kind of replay, because you get so many flaws exposed. And you, Achieves, you and I were talking about it before, earlier today, off camera, about how finding all of your flaws and being able to expose those actually does help a lot, even when you are outmatched. Like Falcons earlier today in their matchup, despite them being absolutely dominant, that's still valid for a team in the lopsided high seed versus low seed matchup to figure out, okay, these are the things that aren't working, these are what are working. While you won't be able to go to the next match and be an immediately better team, it does help you progress on that journey to becoming better and getting better for your region.
Yes, and you've seen even a team like Furia go through that progression. As you mentioned at the start of that series, they used to suffer a lot from over-aggression. They give up a lot when they were outpatched. And what exactly was the...
To close the space down on him. But that's exactly what you want to see from Yan. If you are a Furia fan out there and you want to see them win this tournament, you want to see Yan establish early tournament confidence, because he is the difference maker, the X factor of this team. He is a mechanical monster. Obviously, Lost has had a very solid year, and not always true for Lost.
Oh.
But Yan's the man, dude. He's just sick with it. When he got the space, look at the perfect touch-up, reset, ball so tight, and he just pops it in. He never loses control.
All right, chat. I think this is
such an unfortunate
going exactly how we all expected.
As well, because I liked how early they went up to challenge. They saw him take it up the wall, and they said, okay, I'm coming to force it off you. But the 2 support players behind him, Cam in the box, should technically be the next to go, but he had 0 boost, and now Yan is just dropping it in the top of the net off kickoff.
Oh, Yan. Another perfect high touch. Drafinho's up there, gets a midair, almost got the midair bump anyways. So yeah, Chiefs, that's the thing is you go to the taper view and you're like, wait, we made the right decision.
He's just better.
We went for the ball. The dude's just too good.
He's just good. He used like 40 of his 50-some remaining boosts to get one touch to the backboard. Has about 3 boosts to make the adjustment. Drills it.
Have Drafinho and Lost even played yet?
They've thought about it.
They've only seen Yan. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. It's great watching Yan do his thing. But we've seen Lost and Drafinho also play extremely well when push comes to shove and they have to show up. But hey, if Yan's just going to get every solo play, why not? Sit back, let your man cook.
Yeah, let him go to work. And right now, if you're in Coasty Ballers, you're at a turning point here. 3:40 on the clock. Ooh. Nice, good pressure on the net. You love to see in Coasty Ballers say, all right, if we're down 2.
So then what? Tomorrow do we have
let's go ahead and try and turn up the
upper
heat
bracket
bit,
games and then elimination
games.
games?
Lacking on the rotation back, just a little bit too slow. Guns thinking he has time to go all the way out to the corner, thinking his teammate's going to win that 50. Yeah, he comes back with 100, but he can't cover the near post.
He even got bumped right before that. I think that put him in hurry-up mode because he knew that he was on a timer, like you said, just slightly misjudging it. And bumps will do that to you. That will really screw with your sense of time.
It's all right, though. It's just going to allow us.
Best you can hope for is say,
sorry, champ.
Oh, and they missed the ball in the midfield. That also hurts even more because you're thinking, cool, let's get the ball in the hands of our best player. Look at the pre-jump. They knew they were going for that.
Dude was in the Jurassic waiting. And, wow.
They tried to take away the pre-jump pass, and they still couldn't get there.
What do you do, dude? Like, you can't hate. You can't hate greatness.
There are times, there was a
5-0.
I told Poab when this happens. You know, they get paid too. They're good. They're good too.
That's what makes you a good coach.
Bruv.
Sometimes you just got to tip your cap and say, hey, you're playing good ball right now.
So what would you be telling Poab in this situation?
Right now?
Yeah. What are you saying to Poab?
I'd say, look, I don't care how you do it, but hit Yan if you can't hit the ball is what I would start with.
How do you get a man downfield, though, when...
We are not concerned about getting a man downfield right now.
Well, I'm saying you have to get a man downfield to bump Yan.
Well, no. Like I'm saying, if Yan takes the ball on an air dribble or something,
just go tackle him.
Just hit. If we can't hit the ball, hit him.
Don't watch him.
Yeah,
just go.
Like just hit him off the ball. Remove him from the play.
That was our CJ tactic in our Rocket League match.
It's an excellent strategy. If you cannot remove like the ball as the threat, you can at least remove the guy influencing it.
Yeah.
The second thing you have to
when you're not on the field
is make sure you secure your corner boost. You have to allow yourself that flexibility on defense.
Here we go. Able to shuffle that ball out, but there's Yan, takes it over, and that was just a full commit. Nobody was looking at Yan on that play. And how can you not be looking at Yan after he's put in 10 goals again?
Oh, he wants another one.
Oh, go for it. Oh, too heavy.
He's just playing.
Wait, no, we weren't looking at. We didn't know Drafinho was there. Yo.
What is this pinch goal?
That's ridiculous.
Oh my goodness gracious me.
What do you mean as far as keep scoring? If you're Furia? I mean, I think if you're Furia, you just continue to play your game.
Yeah, the Drafinho pre-jump. We got the Yan Drafinho mid-air pinch. We're getting the Furia special right now.
Yeah, this was everything you wanted out of the Falcons game, but you're getting it from Furia.
Wow.
It's everything. It's just a way for you to build up a little bit more mental, like,
I love the clips. Falcons,
a little bit more mental, like, momentum.
They're not about the...
They're there to get the job done.
Like, yeah, you can look at it as like, oh, it's the Coasty Ballers. It's,
they don't care about
the #2 team from SSA. We should beat them.
Is that correct?
Well,
but like, there's a reason that like NCAA football teams like schedule a team to whoop their asses before this, like the start of the season. You know what I mean?
If the opportunity presents itself to, put in a double flip reset pinch goal, why not?
In the pregame video, when Yan was talking about what the difference maker for Furia is, I think we both really just wanted him to say, me.
You should have.
I'm the difference maker. Look at him. Come on.
There we go.
It doesn't matter what you do. Send players in the air. Keep them on the ground. Try to bump him. Too bad. What's going on up here, boys?
They're trying. I have to give credit. In Coasty Ballers, they're down 8, and they still know they have to get up. They have to go try and take the ball away. Because if they do... At this point, though, you've seen over the past 8 goals that maybe pressing him's not the way to go. What if they just tried? Let's just
I
stack
think
the
the
net.
problem is that
your
Nkosi
coach
ballers
right
are
now
used
for
to being
Nkosi
able to
ballers,
at
'cause
least
before
press
you
and
were
make
like, no,
most
demo
teams
Yan,
uncomfortable.
well,
Can't hit it.
but they're not playing.
They just
to
don't
hit
have
it.
the
They're
ability to
playing
do that to
hit
Furia.
the ball, right?
They're playing to try and take the ball
Which
away.
is fair. I mean, you have to hit the ball.
But the other idea is, look, if we can't get the ball or Yan,
Right. Well, I mean,
you
you're
can
you're
always
gonna
stack
lose.
the net. You can always stack the net and hope for transition.
I think they stacked the net earlier, and Yan still put it through.
Probably.
That was the double. That was the reset musty.
Yeah, if they stack the net, they're going to get Drafinho pre-jump pinched into the top right corner.
Also, didn't he do the double reset pass to Drafinho earlier too? Lost, where you at, dude? Drafinho's getting all the food from Yan. Get some meat, dude.
That's definitely a questionable touch there from Drafinho.
He earned it.
Yeah, you
Oh.
earned enough respect.
Oh.
in the fake.
Oh,
my
okay.
goodness.
Absolutely tactical
All
stuff from
right.
Yan. He can do it all. He can hit the ball. He can double reset. He can miss the ball.
Look at Lost just turn off this. Nope.
I'm sorry, I said Yan. He
I know
scored
what
the
you
goal. My
mean.
brain did the switcheroo.
Cam just locked in on following that progression. The new Lost was going to be the next to play it.
Whoa.
Oh, a fake kickoff? We're fake kickoffing up 9 goals?
Yeah, we need 10. Put on the 10 burger.
Oh, they're going to get it.
There it is. Oh, he's going for the pass.
Oh, they're
Back
going
to
to get
the
it.
shuffle. Oh, the block. Does he go for it? No.
Well,
all right. 2-0
holds him
in the
to
games.
single digits at least.
Well, and Nkosi Ballers, I gotta say, look, I've had games that have gone like this, okay? But I was at home, and it was only a best of 1, all right?
Facts.
In ranked. I don't know how you can, just mad respect to be able to sit on stage, get through these games.
That's tough.
I mean,
Oh my
Fury's just a better
gosh.
team, man. He's killing them.
Ian's just sitting there like, yeah, 9 goals.
Dude's big
pretty
chilling.
good.
How many
they
smiles have you seen out of Yan though? I mean, he could do a worldie and he doesn't care.
But if you're Fury and you just put up 9 and you're just like big chilling, like, yo, we're
Heck
gonna
yeah.
pre-jump pinch goals into the net and stuff like that, wouldn't you feel like they'd be a little more like, yeah, that was awesome, like in between the games? But they're just like, yeah.
I like your question, but I really just want to watch this highlight reel. Because really the match
That's fair.
was just a Yan highlight reel with a little splash of Drafinho. There he is twice. Wait, show him again. Are we going to get all 9 goals?
Oh, probably not.
Yeah, if they score 9 goals again, it'd be cool. Just quick shot highlight.
Oh, look at he's up off the sidewall.
And he's got it.
Oh my.
That's unfortunate too, because he read and Nkosi read that, right?
They were on it.
And he just couldn't hit the ball.
He couldn't reach it.
Oh,
he still placed it too well.
That's the gut. The
Oh,
gut
they
punch.
see it. They're like, we're so close.
You're always 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and that unfortunately leads to a 9-goal deficit. Game number 3, Furia showing their powerhouse here in the group stage against the Nkosi Ballers, and while the cards were always stacked against this team, is it a valuable learning lesson, or is it just a backyard beatdown?
Oh.
Guns.
If we get another 9-goal game, it might be the second one.
Might not be much of a backyard left.
Yeah, you.
Oh. And the low
Oh.
50. Drafinho's like, that's cool, yeah, and you do all that stuff in the air, but I like the simple groundwork, starting with a fake, getting with a low 50.
Yeah, game 2, all about the air game. Game 3, here comes the ground attack.
Brutal game.
Brutal. What a start.
Has Nkosi scored?
G2 Limitless wasn't this much of a stone.
No.
I don't think they have, right?
But it's not.
That was the best look they got. That was the best look he got with a corner double. They just couldn't make a good mark of it. Furia didn't even believe it was going to happen.
Did they try and drop past that so they could still score?
I think he was just trying to drop the ball and go demo.
Oh, look at the shimmy shake from Yan. Double fake challenge into turnaround.
I didn't think so.
That would be so frustrating.
Just wanted to
Like,
make
okay, we
sure
have
I
control of the
wasn't
ball, and Yan just
misspeaking.
like 45-degree turns with no momentum, and your car just goes flying.
And
Okay.
to be fair, I understand the hesitation on the attacking side there, because Furia has just been straight cutting into every 50, not afraid to just turn and take a fight.
Yeah.
And so you start getting double faked when you're about to take possession, and you're not sure when the hit's coming.
Perfect touch, Drafinho. Follow-up not as good, but you don't need perfection.
I mean, hey, held
Yeah,
Furia
touch
just
Furia
won the
right
opening
there.
90
He's like,
seconds of Game 3.
They've earned enough respect.
Progress?
They've earned enough respect that they know if they jump, Nkosi's going to expect them to hit them.
I'd be waiting too.
You'd have to, because you know you're late already.
I mean, they can't get control of this ball at all. Every clear, and look, you lost, cuts off the passing lane. Just too wide out. They can't even turtle up and get close together because the 50 just gets right around them.
Well, you got to be careful.
Is that an old Furious skin?
Are dangerously close to overextending.
That loss is rocking?
All trying to fight in the corners with 0 boost. It just takes 150 to go wrong. And you're on the receiving end of a lethal counterattack.
Well, if Rocket League had a Kilimanjaro, I think Yan is getting real close to it. Although I suppose Drafinho did score the first goal of this game. He's starting to step
That's
it up
lit.
as
I
well.
like that.
Oh,
Triple commit on the save. Holy shit.
so immaculate.
Nikes.
It's so fun to watch on the mechs. Lost pumping it downfield. I think the big story for this Furia team, you know, while they were able to take down Vitality in London, there's still that question mark on them because everyone's going to be thinking about how they played against G2, which was lackluster, right? And so you're thinking farther in this tournament for Furia, and you see what this team is capable of when there's really not much challenge for them on the pitch. But we've also seen them against a powerhouse like Vitality and be able to dominate in a game like that. But I think, for me, the question for Furia is can you put together the consistent performance? It's against those tougher matches later in the tournament. The thing that always bit Furia is that they end up starting pretty slow. But this is a fully confident Furia. You haven't even seen any free... I feel like Furia, a year and a half ago, give up a free goal or two to Nkosi.
It's a wide up.
They're just all committing down the field.
They're going towards the other goal. I'm an idiot.
None of that this time around, and Yan just seems to be leveling up.
Yeah, this has definitely been your statement game. We said you wanted to be a tone setter. You got it. We know game 3, you know, it's 1-0, a minute 30 on the clock or so. Doesn't feel like you've seen a whole lot, but it's been the same story. Start of the series. We're in the orange half. We're camped out. We got the marshmallows. We got the tent. We got the sleeping bag set up.
Wait, are you setting up the fire or am I?
Oh, Fury is.
I got 99 fire making.
They are camped out in the midfield, man.
Lost has 99 attack. 98 maybe.
Pretty close. Drafinho taking his chance at the net. This one just high, and there's the follow-through. They will definitely give themselves the insurance. They don't want OT.
Man.
You never know, right?
You never know. And much more respectable
Second goal
line for Nkosi Ballers for sure. But I don't know how much worse it could have gotten after game 2. And, you know, they still have the lower bracket to think of. And I really do think it's only, like, not to kick a horse while it's down, Chiefs, but it can't get any worse when you go down to the lower bracket. Like, this is one of the toughest teams you're going to face here. And chances are, in the lower bracket, you might have a better chance in this in that series than you do here.
I mean, it's going to be against Twisted Minds, who's still a really good team.
They're not able to get control of the ball. Fury were all over them. It's where those overly aggressive teams will really catch you out, especially with the mechanical prowess and the raw skill of someone like Yan and, I mean, all of
a perfect sweep,
Fury,
though, is kind of
really.
crazy.
Really just showing you what is possible with this team.
I wasn't expecting the Nkosi Ballers to come out and like keep things close, but
Yan puts another one out. I think I know who's winning MVP of this series.
That's a pretty good guess.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess it starts with a Y and ends with a Z. With maybe an X there in the middle somewhere.
What's that spell?
Yanks.
Formerly known as Yanks. I'm calling him Yan lately.
The artist formerly known as Yanks. What a show.
I don't know if he's gonna be former though. He seems to be front and center right now. Absolutely.
What a display. I mean, you gotta tip your cap. You know one team is the favorite, right?
Yeah.
But it is not often you get to see a team that is the favorite go out there and say, yep, and here's why. What a display.
see, I think that is what people were expecting in the opening show, or opening match.
Drafinho and Lost, the accompaniment, excuse me. Wow, why is that word so hard to say?
Yes, the accompaniment.
Accompaniment. I'm gonna stop. But either way, Drafinho, drink that water. You've earned it.
Statement sent. Say what you want about strength of schedule.
I mean, how many of the teams are going to look at that scoreline and be like, okay, but I want to see how you do in the next match?
That's what I'm saying. You know, say what you want about who they played and how they did it. You still got to have the bravery to say, yeah, I'm going to pre-jump. Yeah, we're going to pre-jump pass and pinch it into the top right corner. Yeah, we're going for that.
The pinch was crazy.
Not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. We're coming.
All right, chat. So we got 3 more series here for today.
They were still on the field.
This was probably the one that we expected.
I feel like we've been not punching down. We've really just been
to be the most one-sided, and that's what it was. Nicosi Ballers don't get a goal.
Absolutely insane game from Furia. And we'll take it down back to the desk to break that one down. Furia and Nicosi Ballers. Leaf, boys, what do you think?
In case anyone wasn't around when we checked this out after last series.
All of our top plays for the day. I feel like I can't.
Here's how brackets are looking so far.
Because for Furia, it looked
Next
like
game going to be up is going to be Vitality versus Twisted Minds to figure out who plays Furia in the top bracket of Group C tomorrow and who plays Nicosi. In that bottom bracket of Group C, probably going to be Vitality winning.
Credits them that they kept the fun going, and Jan, I was wondering if he was going to be breaking any records of his score. He was over 1,000 points in regulation. I'm not sure how high up that is in the grand history of things, but yeah, it was a bit of an outclass situation. I was hoping Nkosi would get a goal, but they didn't.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. You know, they do still have that to look forward to, perhaps, as they go into the lower round one. But yeah, tough match. I mean, we've seen Furia blow out some of the best teams in the world.
I mean, Furia has put some beatdowns on some really good teams.
They weren't coming in here just messing around. They used this as a.
But again, I'm not even sure how Nicosi is going to pair up against.
In the upper round 2. But for Nkosi Ballers,
like, I'm not even sure how they're going to pair up against.
Go get too upset about this because it's Furia.
Twisted Minds.
To some of the best teams in the world, especially at these early stages of tournaments. I mean, yeah, I think that head shake says it all. What are you supposed to do against that?
I like that moment, though, where they sort of read the pre-jump, didn't quite get it, but it shows that they're alert, shows that they're there. But yeah, as time went on, I mean, it was clear that Furia was going to decide how many goals they were going to score. They were making touches that the Nicosi Ballers weren't expecting. It's like Sian smiling as well. You know, he is a very stoic, very serious, cool player. So him scoring cool goals and just loving it just shows how exciting Rocket League can be, even for those that have put in thousands of hours.
Well, I think the important thing with a match like that is, like, sure, you want to, even if you're the better team going into it, you still take it seriously. You don't really let
Chat,
up.
we got 3 more games.
You might
We're going to have Twisted Minds versus Vitality next. And then we'll have our Group D games. Gentlemates versus Chiefs Esports and Space Issue Gaming versus Gaming Gladiators.
Take that with any kind of
We
consideration,
should be able to get through the day before I have to go pick up Little Man since they're ahead of schedule.
We got to see both against other teams. But, you know, there's too much of a skill differential here. Furia are one of the teams who are favorites to win, or in the group of favorites. There's quite a lot of them. And Nkosi Ballers are they're the true underdog. They're the real, you know, underdog of the entire tournament. So we need to see upper bracket round 2, lower bracket round 1 for this group.
Well, we do have to get to our Sony MVP of the match, and you were just talking about him. It's got to be Yan. I mean, again,
I was going to say, Yan's put on an absolute clinic in that last series.
For about 20 seconds, this is going to be Yan. I mean, when you score 9 goals from 23 shots, you know that Yan was just being fed by Lost and Drafinio. You know, even when Yan put what was an attempted pass, Lost faked him out and got the goal for him. It was just a stunning example of how good this player is when he's not
like, even against an SSA team, 23 shots and 9 goals in 3 games is insane.
Sort of fairly unique, and as was mentioned in the commentary leaf, he is still someone that is in the conversation for best player in the world. Mechanically, he's not behind too many players in the world.
I enjoyed this one here too. Just the delay. I know, it was, you know, the defending maybe could have done better, but it was the.
I feel like I even said in my Pick'ems video that
looking at what's in front of them.
I mean, yeah,
I figured this one was going to be a sweep.
The reset angle, he could just take it over your head.
I think I even said that this was a tougher draw for SSA than the G2, just simply based off the fact that G2 is playing at the sub.
Accelerate the play in the air based on what's happening in front of him. He's not jumping into the air here thinking, okay, let me just go for a flip reset here. No, he's jumping, seeing what the defense does, and actively countering it, full control. And mastery of speed in the air.
Well, that's it. We don't really need to dwell on this one much longer, do we? Okay, let's set it to another break. After that, though, we do have Twisted Minds versus Team Vitality, so stay tuned.
All right, chat. Going to breaks. Let's get some music going here. I wonder how, I'm guessing probably not quite as long of a break as we had between the last one, just because the last one was probably like halftime or whatever, right? Chat, again, tomorrow we'll be starting up same time as today. So 8 a.m. Eastern time. I'll probably start a little bit earlier. I think today I started at like 7:55, 7:50 because I thought it started at 9 and then woke up or got back from the gym and realized it started at 8. So that's my bad. I will be more prepared tomorrow. Plus tomorrow I have to be back from the gym earlier because wifey isn't working from home the way she is today since she has baby appointments. So we'll have this today and tomorrow. Then Saturday we start even earlier. We start at 7, I do believe. Yeah, 7 a.m. on Saturday for the lower bracket final for Group A. And then Sunday we'll be live at 6:30 for the start of Championship Sunday. Chat, if you're over on the purple brand instead of the red brand, you're about to get hit with a 3-minute ad. Don't blame me, blame Twitter, but that is going to make sure that we don't get any ads during the actual broadcast itself. Appreciate you all staying around and hanging out with your boy. If y'all want to enjoy some ad-free viewing, feel free to either, get Twitch Turbo, sub to your boy, or just pop over to YouTube where no ads run. Have we had any series go all 5? I don't think we have, right? I'm pretty sure 4 games is the longest any series has gone. Yeah, I didn't think we had a game 5. I think we've had 2 game 4s, right? We had Secret, Gen G, and Power versus BDS. Or our 2 game 4s. We've had G2 sweep Limitless, Falcon sweep EXO, and Furia sweep Nicosia Ballers. So technically all of the top seeds in the groups have walked away with sweeps. See, this is an interesting series here in this next one, right? Because, like, I really do believe Twisted Minds are better than most people give them credit for. But I also don't think Vitality have dropped off the way a lot of people seem to be talking like they have. So, like, one part of me wants to say, hey, maybe Twisted Minds can force a game 5 and give us our first one. But there's really a good chance that Vitality shows up and is like, the Vitality of old and just absolutely runs through their group. Well, maybe not run through their group. They're going to want redemption against Furia after Major 2. I do think we probably just watched the one blowout we're going to have in game 1. Or series 1. Day 1. Fuck. Well, I guess Falcons was kind of a blowout too. Over EXO. Dubai kind of has that very much like LA feel, no? Where it's just like buildings as far as you can see. Probably takes you forever to get anywhere even close to where you're at. Although traffic doesn't look as bad. All right, chat, we got 3 more series left for the day. It's a long day. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me, whether y'all hanging out over here on Twitch or YouTube. Appreciate y'all.
Esports World Cup presentation is looming, but we still have a few more games to get through. And next up, it's going to be Twisted Minds versus Team Vitality as Twisted Minds approach the stage. Now, I'm Leaf, and Johnny and Cole continue to join me to talk about the next up.
Dude, I love the Twisted Minds jerseys.
One of the homegrown talent here, Johnny, but Vitality stands tall on the other side.
Yeah, we've not seen the French teams in competition for a while, so this is going to be great to see them back on the stage. Twisted Minds recruiting one of the most talented players in the region now, but to try and bolster their chances here, but they do come into this still as the underdog.
Of course, they're up against Team Vitality, and the crowd will be there, of course, so I hope that they'll be rooting for Twisted Minds. I'm sure they will.
The 4th player.
Yes, exactly, but Team Vitality, you know, they've had their experience of being against the crowd and performing well despite that, so I'm curious how much of a level of that will be. I think it's fair to say, Johnny, that in this one, Team Vitality probably firm favorites, I think.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Twisted Minds, they're a solid roster, but they have been underperforming with various rosters. I mean, on the MENA 2 team really all this year have been underperforming largely.
Facts.
Well, again, we have more players at home that we need to get involved as well too. STC Play fan vote is up, so go to stcplay.gg and get your thoughts in there. Let us know how you think this is going to go. Is Twisted Minds going to be able to stand up against this French monster on the other side? For this matchup, I have to think that Twisted Minds is probably our underdog thought, Johnny.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, out of all the underdog teams today, this is the one that I'm most curious about because they do have a new player, and outside of Falcons, most people would consider the best player in the region. So if you're gonna
plus the desert background, right?
And actually be able to take on the top 8 in this competition.
That's fair for Vegas.
Maybe this is the way to do it, but remains to be seen. This is a new roster for Twisted Minds, and we need to see how they're going to go.
What I would say is that they are certainly winning the jersey competition. I love
Facts,
that
man.
Contrasting with their badge as well, looks fantastic. The brain of Twisted Minds, and hopefully they'll have to be playing within their brains as well. They'll have to be using their minds as well as their mechanics, I feel, against Team Vitality, who will be the favorites here. Yeah, I agree with you that this is certainly one that Twisted Minds could do well in. I can't see them winning. I definitely think they'll get a game. I'm thinking 3-1 here for Team Vitality against Twisted Minds, and that will be a decent enough performance for TM.
Yeah, they definitely have some hearts to win. I mean, Falcons, you walk around the facility here, they're definitely the local favorites. But, I mean, again, as I said, you have some homegrown talent here. They're still going to have some support going up against Team Vitality. But then there's also the rest of the world hearts they have to gather, too, because Vitality has already stolen a lot of those. I mean, they reigning world champs, right? Like, these guys are some of the best in the world. They haven't hit those same heights after that, but you still count them as at least a top 4 team.
I mean, I said that Twisted Minds won the jersey war, but look at Team Vitality's new one. That's looking pretty good as well.
Vitality's jerseys look pretty good.
Together from last season, the reigning world champions still yet to do, by their standards, too much at a major, but they've been, within 1 or 2 goals from getting the next stage further. They're still making every single major. They're still making top 8s, top 4s. They're still more than capable of winning an event. And last time around in London, I believe Radosin wasn't feeling very well throughout all of that. So now we'll have Team Vitality playing at their best, ready to win another event.
Yeah, hopefully Radosin will be ready to play his best. I'll tell you who has been playing at his best all year.
That's got to be Homer voting, man.
It does help when you've got the best player in the world and in Rocket League, and you're playing Rocket League.
You guys looking at that?
Ooh.
Wow. Well, that's something.
Yeah.
They know something we don't, perhaps.
That's not where I'm predicting. Hey, I'm hyping up Twisted Mind's chances,
I'm gonna
but
grab a soda
still
before
going
it starts,
Vitality
chat.
on this one.
Yeah, we're going with the underdog of Team Vitality.
Yeah,
We're that
what?
brave.
You guys are crazy. Oh man, that's wild. All I got from production was interesting results.
Word for it.
That's truly what it is, because overall, I think anyone that watches Rocket League, if you had to actually say, and this was a competition, who's going to win?
Twisted Minds.
Vitality are going to put their...
Don't question the people. The people have said Twisted Minds are going to take this one. They believe. They believe in Nalpo. They think it's going to happen.
But if you're going with their hearts is what I'm saying. We can tell who's watching, right? Because Twisted Minds definitely people want to see them do good. When you're in Riyadh, you're on their home turf. You want to see those teams do good. And
I mean, sure, but Leaf, surely if some fan base is going to vote with their heads, it would be Twisted Minds. They're not voting with their hearts. They're voting with their heads.
Okay,
they really
Johnny,
believe this.
This is a walk-offable stage.
It is.
And you can do it right now.
I could despawn if I'm not careful.
We got AR technology. We can get rid of you. Okay?
The AR is more powerful even than Johnny Boy.
But again, we still have to say Vitality probably wins this. For Twisted Minds, what do you shut down then? You know, if you're looking across the field and you see these three players of Vitality, what are you doing?
I feel like a lot of it is hoping that Team Vitality aren't at their absolute best, because, you know, when they're at their best of 10 out of 10, they can go down to maybe a 9 out of 10. And if they're 9 out of 10, Twisted Minds can take them off if they are absolutely peaking. If Team Vitality are at their best, it's probably not going to happen no matter what Twisted Minds do. To try and impact that, I definitely think that Twisted Minds have to come at this one with full aggression, try and get under Vitality's skin, hope the crowd support them. Maybe they can get some momentum to keep going.
Yeah, see, I think it's all about getting Naupo on the ball. I mean, Vitality kind of used the same strategy, just get Zen on the ball, wait for him to do something. I mean, they're going to try and do that with their superstars. So if Mawson and SMW can, you know, get that ball to their superstar, if they can be the players just are happy to be outplayed, challenging early, then that could be their win condition.
Well, we got a few more minutes before the match starts, so I want to ask, is that going to be just the play of the game here? Is Zen versus Naupo?
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
1v1. Just get rid of the other guys, I guess, right?
Hey, I don't mind.
I mean, we got you here. Let's
I don't mind. I don't mind.
That'd be a good 1v1 for sure. No, I don't think it'll be quite that simple. I think that certainly the players around them. I mean, Radosin is someone who, for me, this season, at least with impactful moments, has at times outperformed Zen. Some of the goals that Radosin has scored and some of the games that he's taken by
Radosin's probably had more pop-off
in
moments.
one of the open qualifiers in the RLCS.
Overperforming moments than Zen
on
so
that
far.
particular day. So certainly support-wise, I think Team Vitality have the better support in him and Alpha. But it would be
And the
an
proven
incredible
style.
performance here
They're
from
proven.
Alpha.
We've seen them perform well. We've not seen Twisted Minds with this roster do that. So, I mean, the synergy goes to Vitality. I think, yeah, the support cast goes to Vitality. And they also do have the best player in the world. So they've got to be the favorites here. I'm going 3-1 as well. I think, I can't remember if that's my pre-event predictions were, but I'm gonna say 3-1 now. And yeah, Vitality should be also trying to go for the sweep. Well, they've just seen what Furia did.
Yep.
They've got to respond.
Right. Where do you have these guys in terms of final placements then? I mean, there's a few favorites for winning this whole tournament, but in terms of Vitality, where do you see them ending up at the end of this bracket?
They seem to be hoovering up top fours at the moment, and I think that's about par, for a Team Vitality. If you can break into that semi-finals, you're doing all right. I think better than that, you're going above and beyond right now. I think their era of dominance is over.
I like their bracket, actually. If they do, well, regardless of first or second here, you're running into, I believe, the G2 BDS group. So it's a great run through into the final. I think they can make the final. Vitality could be top 2, looking at how the bracket shapes up. But yeah, top 4 is a minimum. That's really what they should be shooting.
I would say top 4 is like,
as well. It's not just
that's high
for Rocket League that's on point here.
I don't even know they're happy with top 4, right?
Still going on, and then we take a look at the standings as well for that, just to remind everyone what's going on here.
I mean, they've already said that this is over, right?
Things there, those are teams that need
like as far as for Falcons winning,
which we expect BDS, Johnny.
However, G2 and Vitality can both move up quite a bit.
Yeah, they got to outperform BDS in this event to leapfrog them. So that would, you know, that would right now be something most people would predict, I think, based on the starts that we've seen from the start we've seen from BDS. But let's see. Vitality have yet to play. Maybe they're going to come out pretty cold as well. BDS haven't played in a while.
So is
before
that
this
saying that
competitively,
BDS would be their
they
second
dropped
top
the
8?
game's power,
Or is that
vitality
mean that
versus
BDS
Twisted
hasn't?
Minds.
Surely
I
they've
think
done at
most
least
people
one. They have
say
900
tougher
or 1,000
competition,
points,
even
right?
though Power have had
Oh, I just realized
slightly
y'all
better
can't see it
results
here.
than
Hold
BDS
on.
for most of this calendar year.
I think that Team Vitality would love the chance
Oh,
to
fuck.
face
Sorry,
Team
chat.
BDS as well. After BDS were absolutely humbled by Gentlemates at the London Major. There were plenty of goals. I think there was like 5-1 or 6-1 in one of the games against them. It was just a stomping between two EU heavyweights. So Team Vitality will be looking at that one thinking, if Gentlemates can do it, we're the better French team. We can do it too. We can have them.
Right.
So Team BDS might be in a few teams' targets right now, based, of course, on what we've just seen. And I think, in general, these EU teams, these French teams, they love beating each other. They love taking each other down. But Vitality have to get there first, and Twisted Minds won't be that simple. They shouldn't write this one off as a guaranteed victory at all.
Right. And again, we do have the match coming in just a few moments here. We'll get to that soon. But talking about that prizes on.
They having some server issues or something?
Because $500,000 is going to Rocket League. We talked in the pre-show about how nice of a stop this is between other tournaments going on. You know, this isn't some small piece of you know, pocket change that you found underneath the couch, right? $200,000 for first place. I want to ask preemptively, who do you think is taking that $200,000?
Falcons.
I was going to say Falcons.
You think you guys both had Falcons?
I think they'll finally do it. This
They're
is
going
the
to get
grand
club
final.
championship and win the Rocket League prize.
They seem to just be winning absolutely everything out here.
Right.
It seems that the Falcons buff is real in every esport. Why should Rocket League be any different with the quality that they have? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think Falcons definitely have also maybe an advantage. I talked about it before with some of the other analysts about, is it an advantage to play in front of an audience that wants you to win? Because
for sure,
you got that
I feel
extra
like it's not just the audience as well. It's
Especially
the fact
since
that
they're not
the
used to that.
Culture, they understand what's going on here, and I think whenever you play at home, time zone differences, all of these factors come into account. So yeah, it's not just the fact the crowd's behind them, and then the crowd's behind them too. All of these factors help.
That's right. And it's not just about the club championships, the prize pool for this, but there's a really, really cool trophy system that I want to show you guys again in case you missed the explainer earlier.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system consisting of
Is there anyone who's watching Rocket League that hasn't watched a single other title of Esports World Cup though?
The key. This symbolizes a participant's
Like, we're in the
right
final
to
week.
compete in Riyadh.
Hey, don't get me wrong, I'm
Each
cool
team
with
or
watching
player
this, right?
will receive
Like,
a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased.
I still
in
think
base
this
of
is
their
the
trophy
coolest
as
shit,
an
bro.
additional, more personal prize.
You get to put people's
Losers will
broken
go home with their
keys in
keys
the bottom of your
replaced with a
trophy.
token that
That's
marks
so
their end
lit.
of their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Like, I think they need to do a better job of like crushing
I
the
think that's
keys
just-
personally.
I love this system. I'm curious, who do you guys think will be the player that most hates giving away their key in Rocket League?
That's true. We've seen in other esports, some of the
I'm
players
thinking
have been
First
very
Killer will
upset.
hate it. I'm thinking Drufinho will hate
Drufinho
it.
would
He will not want to give it away.
Yes. I'm going to say one French team to another. I don't think they're going to like that.
Really?
Yeah, they've got, you know, the friendly rivalry, but
Yeah,
sometimes it's not so friendly as well.
You know, can you imagine Vitality and Furia going at it?
Yeah, and having to hand
that's
it
not
over
good.
to one
They
another.
will not want to do
I
that
am
at
praying
all.
it happens.
Oh, that is absolutely
I don't think it
insane.
can happen, can it?
Anyways,
Unless
this
it's
match
like
coming up in
final
1 minute
game?
now. We're almost at kickoff. So to reiterate, we really think, obviously, Vitality is taking this one over Twisted Minds, but maybe a game off.
Yes, yeah. 3-1 is my personal, you know, to the game prediction, but I can't wait to see it because this is the first time we're going to see Twisted Minds with this exact roster in this competition, so let's have at it.
Exactly, the honeymoon period might be right now for Twisted Minds. The viewers certainly believe that it will be, so perhaps they know something that we don't. Maybe they've been
Let's
seeing
get
the
it,
scrims
chat.
that
Let's
we've
get down to
used
the
with,
pitch.
Twisted Minds against Vitality, but yeah, I'm also thinking
Casters, y'all get to start this shit. We know it. You can't lie to me. No. But for real, kids, like, what's going on?
Zen. Yeah, I'm going to say Zen. You know, I think
one of the best.
I still think he's the best player in the world. So when you are the best player in the world, doesn't matter who is second, third, fourth. They're all below you. So yeah, I've got to say Zen. I think Vitality just have a little bit too much in every single facet.
Yeah, that's absolutely wild what you guys predicted. We'll see if it comes true, though, in a few minutes.
I think the only reason the predictions look the way that they do is because of hometown voting. Like, that's it.
Fancy, fancy, fancy. I'm so sad. We've only got 3 more series to go. But Team Vitality, with their loyalty, despite all of that, have been struggling as of late. Oh boy, I'm excited for this series.
Absolutely, it's gonna be a banger of a match, especially that Twisted Minds has a lot to show for. With Nubo coming in as the newest addition to the roster.
So is it Nupo? If he's calling him Nupo?
Twisted Minds are on a 3-win streak right now. Yes, Vitality and Twisted Minds were both in London Major, but they never had a chance to face each other. So literally nobody knows what's gonna happen for this match. All I know that it's gonna be an exciting one. So Jasmine, let's send our way to the casters and start this match.
So, like, surely they offered Stacks a spot and he turned it down, right? Like, there's no way they didn't send Stacks an invite out to Riyadh. I refuse to believe it.
Vitality versus Twisted Minds about to get started. Achieves, and you heard Johnny say it, he still thinks that Zen is the best player in the world, but a new player joined the ring here, Naupo. An insane player.
Wonder similarly about T-Bates and Dazzrin.
Waiting to see and take his moment in that superstardom, and I think he's got a good supporting cast here. You know, Venom out, Mawson, Naupo in with SMW, and I'm curious to see how Twisted Minds take this against Vitality. The last time we saw Vitality was at the London Major when they got 4-1'd by Furia, excuse me.
Yeah, there's a big opportunity here for Twisted Minds to earn a lot of respect. Taking out the current world champions. And if you're Twisted Minds, I think a big key is you have to force Alpha and Zen to do extra work on and off the ball. You don't want to have Radosin coming through out of the midfield like he likes to do, winning those big challenges, because his whole strat revolves around the idea of, look, I'm going to keep everybody honest. I'm going straight to the net, hard as I can, as fast as I can, with authority, and I'm going to force people to respect me. And I'm going to take that pressure by default off of Zen and Alpha, these two big playmakers. So if you're Twisted Minds, you win that matchup, you start making Alpha and Zen have to do extra work, maybe you get a little extra room yourself.
Well, on Twisted Minds, who used to be the feature piece, and feels like the feature piece has moved to Naupo, but SMW on this roster. In the previous generation with Venom on it, he was supposed to be that mechanical powerhouse. And what I want to see out of SMW in this series,
all right, I think Vitality take this series. I do think Twisted Minds take a game, though.
Hampered him in his own personal journey. And so for the perennial Mina,
this is one of those series, I think, especially with Twisted Minds being a local team, not having to travel. If Twisted Minds can come out here early and like really assert themselves in game one, they could make this a very interesting series. I just don't see it happening.
To get the job done on defense. Twisted Minds trying to start on offense.
And now we're doing an excellent job out of the midfield early, keeping Vitality in their own half, forcing them to have to fight for possession out of their own side. There's Radosin keeping that pressure up, straight on towards net. Got to take a look. SMW wisely slowing it down. He says, look, there's no pressure. I'm not just going to punt the ball. Great mental fortitude early on from both teams here.
Good structure from Twisted Minds, for sure. This one gets away from the Vitality rotation. Radosin's ready for it. Twisted Minds decided to give that one up, and no shot really available there for Alpha. Hit on the backside of his car.
Pass over to Naupo.
Out to the middle, just wide and saved away.
Like, I don't think that save was required, but
poking, prodding. Gotta give him
still
credit.
let you know he was there.
Maybe people are wondering, does Team Vitality come out here and set the tone? I think right now,
nice.
The edge, but Alpha just straight up wins a 50, and nobody's there for it.
What happened? You end up rushing this. Naupo gets deleted, right? SMW is coming from behind. He saw the demo happening. He tried to come out of net early, and you know, you can't really pick a battle there. You just got to go into war if you're SMW on that play.
Take your best shot, and Alpha, advantage of position, much easier for him to play it. He has nothing to lose.
I mean, you said it, like the structure for Twisted Minds was looking good on offense, and one demo completely negates all of it. I mean, that's Vitality, right? They've faced the highest pressure situations. They've come back in situations where it looked like they were defeated. They've been through it all as a team. And Twisted Minds, they're still developing as a roster. Nalpo's still getting that experience at this level on LAN, and that's a decent shot, but Zen in position, got the touch, Alpha downfield, has a moment, and it's taken away.
Great job, SMW coming back out of the midfield, not making his teammate in the net have to take that 50. If you can get there, take it away. Let the guy that's deep stay deep. You want him to have maximum flexibility. Love the structure from Twisted Minds, continuing to stay strong, even though they find themselves down one at the halfway mark.
Vitality, after seeing what Furia did to Posi Ballers, keep in mind, it's not the same type of matchup at all, but they definitely want to show their teeth being in the same group and both teams talking about that rivalry that they have with each other.
I mean, they had themselves a nice little matchup when
at the step. But hey, Twisted Minds on home turf.
Landon.
Love to play spoiler and maybe a little bit more. Mawson has been around
quite
for
possibly
a while here and can't get that
the most talked about matchup of the LAN.
Headhunter in front with Radosin, and he ends up
More so
kicking it
the
out.
reactions of the Furia players
Tight,
when they won.
but still respectable third.
SMW, okay, we're kind of running into the brick wall here for Twisted Minds. So clearly they've got the opportunity and the ability to get out of their own half and at least start some kind of attack, but they're missing that special sauce to finish the job. You know, they don't have enough firepower, it seems like, to break through that Vitality defense. Somebody's got to take this game in their hands and say, look, I'm going to make a play. I'm about to make something happen. I'm going to beat somebody. I'm going to find a pass.
I feel like it has to be
Just no matter
Nalpo.
Who's it going to be? And Nalpo trying his best to get that engine started.
I think they're hoping Nalpo can be that guy.
Yeah.
They add him to the roster. The amount of hype around him, you know, not just in the community, but in his region, the players around him saying that this guy is special. But here's the double tap.
Nice
Who else
play
is
from
special?
Zen.
Zen. Easy double tap, 2-0.
Calm, cool, collected. Alpha 54 pulls out one defender, and look at Zen. There's a hole on the backboard. I'm taking it. The rest is all how can I generate the most power on target. Good enough to get it done.
You know, Twisted Minds, like you said, you know, they get to the corners, you get to the box, but there's multiple Vitality defenders in net. They don't feel.
This is where
threatened
things
at
start to come
all, and now
unraveled,
they
right?
just make it even
Team
worse. They
Vitality about to
spread
score
the goal
maybe up to
distance
5.
even further off a kickoff.
Yeah, Twisted Minds went for a cheeky kickoff idea there. They wanted a shallow cheat back to the left side with a deep right fake, or not deep right. They wanted the boost in the deep right, and they were trying to draw it left, punt it right, and exploit a lot of space, but totally backfired. Completely lost the 50 off the start and just gave one up immediately. I like the idea to try and take a chance when you're down 2 with about a minute to play. As this one goes off the bar, Twisted Minds trying to force the issue as they should, but unfortunately tried to give themselves a good look with a decent chunk of time left, backfired, but I like the idea. If you're going to go for something, 1 minute down 2 felt like a good time to try it on kickoff.
Definitely a learning game for Twisted Minds in, you know, they were able to handle a lot of Vitality counterattacks. The kickoff goes in, makes the scoreline look a little worse than the overall match was for them. It really comes down to excellent defense from Vitality and a lack of, really, they weren't even able to get creative. Vitality's defense really shut down any opportunity for creativity. You're not going to find much success if you can't find that space. So, like you were saying earlier, it does come down to how do you create that space? How do you start to get creative on offense and start enabling Nalpo to be Nalpo? He just hasn't been able to get much done. Vitality lock him down, but that's why they're one of the best teams in the world. Yeah, they lock you down on defense. Radosin is winning those 50-50s. And
that one for the
you're not gonna
road?
get much done, no goal. Vitality shut them out in game 1.
All right, Vitality take game number 1.
Unlucky, but not a bad game overall, I think, for Twisted Minds. As far
Agreed.
as game 1s go, the scoreline made it look a lot worse than it was. I mean, there were opportunities suppressed on the attack. They backed Vitality up, and even if they couldn't really continue to build that pressure up, they at least showed, okay, we're not just going to get pushed around and bullied out of this game completely. Vitality, of course, you still got to give them credit. You know, they find a way forward. Radosin, there he is with those classic 50s, and he's doing a great job early on for Vitality across the board. So, great midfield game. Vitality says, hey, you're good, but not quite good enough just yet.
And Vitality did open that up. You know, that first minute and a half was all Twisted Minds on the orange half, pressuring Vitality, and then one demo completely just deflated the Twisted Mind offense, and they didn't have that same type of pressure anymore, forcing SMW to punt the ball away. And when Radoson's controlling the ball like that, makes the stutter step, forces the defender to have to make a move. You're playing with authority, and Twisted Minds constantly 2 steps behind here, but not a far distance to travel.
Not at all.
The game plan is there.
It's definitely quick to catch up, and you do have to give a lot of credit to Vitality on that final kickoff. I mean, a lot of kickoff, it's not actually hard to play. It's having the focus to say, okay, what are they actually trying to do? And you can see people, you know, go for that shallow cheat out to the side and say, oh, they're going for something. And it's just a matter of, are you disciplined enough to respond to it?
All right, let's see if Twisted Minds can make some adjustments here.
In game 2, can you build?
Yeah.
You have a foundation. You're able to build some pressure against Vitality, but you need to start starving them out. You gotta start finding maybe a little bit of aggression. Not saying go for the demos. I don't think you should unless the opportunity is available. But make sure you manage your risks well, and maybe you find a pop-off moment there with Napo.
Tough one. You'd like to see him have a bit more boost in the tank as he tries to push past that midfield line. He had to use a whole lot of it to get something started. Deep pass, still trying to enable him. What can you do with 30? I said you got 1 and more. You got a little bit more. Can you press the finish button? No one able to find the demo on Alpha. He will sneak through the midfield line, and Twisted Minds elect to let him through and regroup. I love the idea.
Especially because they were a little low on boost, and look what happens. Mawson gets the free goal. Nobody in position to make the save.
Yeah, that's what we talked about earlier. There's the eternal push and pull. Twisted Minds decide to fall back, get set. Bam, hit him with power. Everyone caught hand in the cookie jar for Vitality.
Excuse me, Zen was in position. It's just 104 kilometers per hour. Skipped it a little high for him. He's sitting a little tight.
Well,
right back to
that's
him.
an easy
Vitality
goal.
Always have a response in the tank.
What
Wow.
happened here on this kickoff exactly?
What did happen?
Okay. Oh,
Wow,
double
doubled up.
cheat, and they just completely block off all lanes for that ball to move, and they work a 2v1.
The evolution of kickoffs at the pro level has been insane. Over the past year alone,
they go for it again.
A lot of the talk went to Gentlemates, right? Because Gentlemates tried a different style of aggressive kickoff, but I love that. It was almost like an American football move where you're sending the running back up, fullback goes forward.
Okay, Twisted Minds here to play in game 2.
And they take the lead back. They don't let Vitality lock down control of the game so early. And a nice double setup for SMW to the mid.
You got to give a lot of credit there to Mawson as well on that assist. It's so easy to think, hey, I'm really good. I'm going to try and force this double tap and just bang it off the post and away from your team. He's so focused on, look, I need to get this one across. I need to take it away from the defender. And he doesn't try and squeeze it into that top corner.
The Twisted Minds, much better start after getting shut out in game number 1 and even able to respond. Naupo will get a free touch. It's looking pretty decent right now on the offense. They're clutching, and SMW gets another one. 2 for him.
Twisted Minds rolling right now. Naupo, huge win.
Where was this in game 1?
Completely froze.
And is this going to be like...
He was in position to go and
Oh,
attack,
what was
but
the
he
game
had no
earlier?
idea how to go hit him.
The Gen G Team Secret game? Where Secret pops off in game 2?
Enabling him. Maybe Naupo does the first killer approach.
And then
just enables
Gen G, or in this case, Team Vitality, just come back and beat that ass for 2 more games.
So far worked out. And Vitality are now forced to respond. Plenty of time and a lot of goals scored in the first 2 minutes.
Oh, Radosson, big 50 plus a bump on Mawson, creating a lot of space here for Zen, and that's that value that Radosson sends. That doesn't show up in the
Wow,
stat sheet,
nice
but it
pass.
pays off huge because he gives his playmaker space. His playmaker makes a play, and Radosson gets all the benefit with the goal.
Everybody commits on Zen. You see Zen in the air with space. One player jumps to cover the quick reset. Next player goes underneath to cover the under reset. Zen's like, cool, dude. I'm going to sit back. Radosson's
right
over here. No one's looking at him. Oh, man.
That's how you win a world championship. You let your good players play.
Ridiculous stuff. Drops it down. I mean, that's, you know, being a mechanical powerhouse like Zen, who doesn't always flash the mechanics, flashes them when he needs to. He can take over a lobby, but Vitality love having that synergy, love working as a unit.
Oh,
lose the ball there.
It's an ugly miss, but Twisted Minds working hard to try and keep Vitality at arm's distance here. 2 minutes on the clock. A lot of time to keep a team with as much firepower as Vitality has. Oh, but they super overcommit. This should be free. Zero boost. Never mind. Vitality gets thrown a bone.
I didn't think it could get any worse, and then it did. But just for Twisted Minds this time, SMW has the reset, goes underneath, and I don't even think the demo mattered. SMW throws it on the ground.
Well,
Twisted
they
Minds
almost
up by 2.
fumbled,
What a win
but
from
recover and get one in
SMW.
anyways.
Radosin coming
Wow.
with authority for that 50, and he just slipped right by him, let his teammates get out in front, and again create that lane. Way to be patient on the approach.
On the replay, that demo definitely mattered. That ball was getting saved. And Vitality gave it right back. What's
Is
going
it
on?
another kickoff strat?
Gotta watch it
What'd
again.
they do? What did they do? Something cheeky.
And there
yes,
it is, the bot
same
kickoff.
thing, but they send all three.
It's the bot kickoff, baby.
the double corner kickoff, pinch it off the ceiling, let the guy committing from the back line say, yeah, I knew where that was going to go the whole time. That is insane.
I think my favorite part is like Vitality have like the Nexto bot kickoff, and then they have the Seer bot kickoff. We saw the Nexto bot kickoff there, and earlier we saw the
Here's
Seer
another
bot
goal.
where we saw Radosin stack on the left side. What happened here? The lead is melted away.
Wheels are coming off, champ.
Floats one through the mid, and a double commit. They called each other off.
Come on, boys.
They both thought
Yeah, it's getting sloppy over on that blue side of the field, man.
That's okay. Here's where you got to rally yourselves as a team and say, fine, we gave them, it was stupid. Write it off. We've got 90 seconds to play. Let's go play.
That's 2 goals like that in this game, though, where you get multiple players committing for the same ball, and you just simply cannot do that. At this level, you can't be committing like that unless you have the authority on the ball, and they have it.
That's kind of that downside of how fast Mina likes to play, though, right? They're both kind of in position to go and apply the pressure, so they both start, and they both go, wait, hang on, you've got it. And unfortunately, that's where you see that. And this game develops so quickly that no amount of communication is going to stop that. It's just the speed they like to play at.
Well, if you like goals, no shortage of them in this game.
It's actually a very fair observation.
Trying to get 3 unanswered.
Because, like, we've all been there, right? Like, someone's in your blind spot and you both jump at the same time.
Right now. They have
and you don't want to not go up in case they don't go up.
Getting it over 1. The back layer is good for Vitality, but it's not over. A low bouncer, weak shot. SMW, a powerful touch, but nobody on his team able to follow that up. Vitality break out.
Oh, with a bump, and SMW, quick reaction on the goal line. Zen fakes it out for Radosin, lets the guy with 100 boost come through, and what a challenge from Napo. Finding a bump as well and allowing Mawson to get a clear and keep the pressure on Vitality with low time.
Zen not going to get that out into space. SMW sitting underneath. Probably not the touch they were hoping for. Still, Twisted Minds are looking into the future, taking out a man.
Nice.
Still there, jumping up in front of the box, tipping it in. They got the lead.
Well, I said they could probably take a game. Can they close things out here with 11 seconds left?
Them to give up the ball. It doesn't matter. We're not playing the 50 to take it off you. We're going to force you to make a bad touch and just give it away to the guy behind. And Twisted Minds, what a way to convert.
Great discipline. Very easily, many teams, when they had a lead against Vitality and conceded like Twisted Minds have, they don't get the game back. They lose that game. Vitality at 0 seconds. Last cry here in game number 2, but they're getting it. And Twisted Minds are getting
We're at least guaranteed
this
4.
Is a massive game, in my opinion, because I'm not over-exaggerating, I think, when I say Vitality pulled out a lot of bag of tricks here on kickoff.
Yeah.
Like, they showed a lot of stuff here just for Vitality to stay in the game. Without those kickoff goals, they get blown out here. 5-2, 5-1 maybe. Like, Twisted Minds, driver's seat. And Vitality had to pull out the kickoff tech just to keep pace.
I think they're still going to have to keep doing that. And you have to be aware. Maybe just keeping that third man back on kickoff. Or, who knows, maybe Twisted Minds also have the kickoff strats. We haven't seen it from them. Much really standard kickoffs from them overall. So you can adjust that 2 ways, right? You can either do the bot kickoff yourself, or you play real safe with your third man and be ready for that type of kickoff to receive. It's just tough because a lot of times a 2-on-1 situation that you got to handle.
It's difficult.
It's hard.
I mean, the kickoff evolution, as you alluded to, has been phenomenal.
All right, back up we go, champ.
And clearly Vitality the better end of it, but across the board, Twisted Minds able to find attacking chance after attacking chance, and more importantly, convert them. You have to give respect to Twisted Minds here with a big Game 2 win. It ties the series. They fought off a Vitality comeback. It's not easy to stay on top of that mentally. Now you move into Game 3, and as far as I'm concerned, 1-goal game, Twisted Minds is still in the driver's seat.
Well, we didn't catch it, but it looked like Vitality either had a fake kickoff or they just had a perfect pullback on the kickoff back to their teammates. It was handled well by Twisted Minds. See that ball skirt out. All of Twisted Minds move forward quickly. They don't steal the boost though. Zen has the verticality on him. And here comes Zen down the field, beats one. You're gonna need to do more than that right now. Twisted Minds have confidence in the bank right now. Huge on home turf. You gotta have that establishment. Can we beat Vitality? And they've established, yes, they can. Now they can try to push
shot
that
from
nose
Radosin.
forward, but really desperately make a save. It's still
Zen.
not over. Here's another shot. Saved again right into the defender.
And you see how the pressure
They hold the line, baby.
Works both ways. When Zen goes for these flip resets and jumps at the ball, people stop and look at him, and you completely lose track of Radosin because you have to lock in to 50 a guy like Zen, and they don't convert the chance. And Twisted Minds defense had to work real hard there to keep this one at 0.
I mean, to that point, right, multiple players didn't jump at Zen. Multiple players weren't looking at Zen that time. So they were able to defend that. Now, it got a little desperate there in front of the box. Not really how you want to save the ball.
It's never free.
The ball didn't go in, and that's all that matters.
That's all that matters. There is 1 goal on the attack and 1 goal on defense. The defense, keep it out. Attack, get it in.
Ooh, just too far forward. Twisted Minds tried that quick attack on the side. Mawson buying time as Vitality slowly pushed them back towards the box. Great job again from Twisted Minds.
2 minutes in, still no score. I'm telling you what, every once in a while I get in these modes where like I'm watching and I just want to press shift to look at stats, but that only works when I'm observing, you know what I mean?
He's got a floater,
oh,
and he gets one beat. Vitality's still going to have to work to get this through. And
or not shift, tab.
Huge for Twisted
Did I
Minds.
say shift the first time?
Radosin, he's forcing multiple defenders to manage his 50s. Here's what I'm talking about with him creating so much opportunity. Alpha's just camped in the box because it's the only chance. And now Twisted Minds has to finally spread out. They go to get boost, but Radosin had spot so much time that he's able to go steal a corner, come back, and score a freebie.
I think there was tunnel vision again on Twisted Minds on defense. All 3 players were stacked right in the middle of the box as the ball came across from Radosin. And you saw Nalpo third going back, and nobody was really thinking, who's defending there? Everyone's thinking, I want to go for the ball. And that killed Twisted Minds in Game 1. It almost killed them in Game 2.
Oh, what a demo. Look at him immediately just remove the threat, and now Nalpo wins possession. Twisted Minds may say, hey, let's start hitting them a little bit, throw off that timing. And if you're Vitality, you say, okay, maybe start, opening
Sounds
the
like
third
there's
eye a little
music
bit,
in the
keep your head on a
background.
Swivel.
Have to catch up to that one. Probably not the hit Radosin really wanted. Couldn't follow that up well enough. No threat here from Twisted Minds. They're too far back. Nalpo had to race back. There wasn't any boost either for them to attack the ball. Nobody in position again. So, some broken plays as they get the clears downfield. And that structure isn't really working out. Nobody's in that clearance lane. And Vitality are easily clearing this off the back wall and handling business right now.
Vitality look like they're just playing like
Radosin taking time on the ball. Such a good
ranked.
idea.
They're
Wins
just
a good
big
50.
touching into the zone, maybe one look.
Mawson will take possession.
But no
with that
passing
as
plays
well.
really
Twisted
setting up.
Minds earning possession back. Still trying to get physical on the goal line. And
Like SMW goes for the solo play. Then it's off to Nalpo, goes for the solo play. Now it's back to SMW, who's also going to go for a solo play. You know what I mean? Like
Again from Vitality, you have Zen to cover the up. Then you saw Radosin sitting on the back wall. He was ready to handle anything else. And another clear. It doesn't matter if you get demoed. You got the time. Go get the boost. Nalpo too slow there. Vitality able to get back to the ball in time. Mawson drops it down. Little shuffle step pass. Just could not get the connection because these layers on Vitality keep on keeping them out. Zen, nice wave dash land, and he got there's no square on the ball, but it's not over. It missed the ball, and nobody's ready for the
wow.
shot. Again,
Both players for Twisted Mind rotate it back.
On the rebound, cars are turned backwards for Twisted Minds.
Because they're both in the same spot. And if we just spread out a little bit, that should have been a goal-scoring chance. I mean, your teammate had Vitality on skates on defense. It was just a matter of, is anyone in position to put one on frame?
That's tough.
Vitality are daring Twisted Minds to beat them. They might have gotten away in here, though. Now ball off the ceiling, and it's just too heavy of a touch. You don't have the ball security. Vitality always have a way to get in front or get behind the ball. You haven't forced Vitality to actually beat you, and we're double committing in front of the net with time running out. One last try for Mawson, but Zen's right there. There's no threat by Twisted Minds. Vitality
closer than it probably needed to be. But Vitality going to put themselves on serious point.
45, maybe a minute. I thought that was excellent Rocket League from Twisted Minds. And it was excellent Rocket League from Vitality on defense. I mean, it's not easy to keep that many extra opportunities of attack out. You know, you can very easily get starved out, get pulled out of position, start to panic a little bit. The pace of play at the pro level is fast. It doesn't look fast because you're sitting there on a player cam. You know, everyone's going the same speed. Everything is relative.
You're spectating, you're not thinking 4 steps ahead like they are.
You're not having to think about it. You just get to watch it. So it looks slow, but on defense, when you're driving around and you start getting limited boost and you start having to think about how do we keep them out of the net, it gets hectic. And Vitality fighting off that many extra chances was huge. And even though they eventually broke, Twisted Minds also snapped at the wrong time. They didn't have the people in position to press the finish button and force an OT. So a great defensive stand from Vitality to earn a Game 3 win.
And Radosin looks locked is the important thing. Remember, he was struggling in London.
Maybe they were
rumors there were some rumors that he was sick, but
that game gets to them. They start double committing a little bit more. They start ending up in the same position. But you simply can't be in the same position as your teammate against Vitality. You're going to lose 100 out of 100 times.
If you're not getting beat on some type of 50, you're both going to be out of position when you need to score, that's for sure.
I don't even feel like Vitality had to work that hard in game number 3. Because when Twisted Minds did get behind the ball, it ends up kicking away from them. Vitality were never at a boost disadvantage. And the few times you saw those counterattacks, again, that last thing that killed them was the positioning. But Twisted Minds, can they fix the easy thing? Get on the same page and force game 5.
I just want to see if Twisted Minds can get back in that driver's seat and say, no, we're not letting up on the gas. We're still going to make it difficult for you. I want to keep that pressure if I'm Twisted Minds. I want to pick up right where I left off and say, great, we had you boxed in. We're going right back to it.
That's a heavy touch. Going to be hard to sink that one. Nothing available, but this is a decent structure and heavy touch from Naupo. He gets a good 50 off of it, but the speed from Vitality on defense gives them a chance to contest the midfield. SMW, another heavy touch, and those heavy touches.
All right, so as long as we don't have delays, doing the 3-minute ad in between series is all it needs, like during breaks.
Vitality start to recognize, like, hey, if they make a mistouch,
I just had to snooze an ad break to make sure we can get through.
We think we do. Like, we'll see that miss hit and be like, okay, we just need one good 50, and you just have to consistently think, all right, don't smack it after this 50, because they've got that deep third waiting.
Having that deep third waiting, Vitality could see that on a couple of tries and think, okay, fine. Zen's just going to sit downfield. Now you got a 2-on-1 the other way, because they haven't had the ability to control the ball as well. Vitality's so good at just throwing it right back to the midfield and forcing the deep third to make the play. If you're constantly putting that pressure on the deep third, and there's no way for them to clear it out, eventually you might be breaking them down. They're controlling the midfield boost very well. And Twisted Minds have to work twice as hard to work half the distance.
But Twisted Minds has still kept that pressure up. Vitality hasn't really had a good offensive chance yet here in Game 4. We played 2 minutes, and yeah, they're forcing them back, but I don't care if I get forced back. I care if I get to play on the attack, and Twisted Minds doing a great job.
Yeah, they've been,
Vitality from
I was going to say, keeping pressure.
First chance. Radosin, can you open a door?
Quick trip, though. They've got the control again. Got to get out of their half, which they're able to do.
To keep that pressure going. And they force
Demo buys space. Can they keep the control? No.
Nice controlling touch. Look, they're scared of him, and now they're getting deleted. Trying to get behind him. It's a demo derby. He's trying to take everybody out. Radosin, I think he got demoed there. And cleared downfield by Twisted Minds. It's still no threat on net.
You can see things start to get a little dicey there. Zen picks up the ball in the midfield, and they say, okay, go hit him this way. And Twisted Minds having to adjust on the fly, do a great job, honestly, but you can see how it's automatically neutralized positioning a little bit. Now we're fighting at the midfield line instead of the Vitality net, right?
I mean, that play, I'm really wondering, because SMW pre-jump, Napo had control of the ball, and then Napo went for the solo play. Does SMW, it's like, oh wait, that angle's covered. And I don't feel like that's the way through this Vitality defense, but yeah.
And there it is. Vitality finds one after 3 minutes of play.
Could not get control of this ball, all set up by Radosin.
I love Radosin. he just wanted the flip reset just so he could do something.
He got the butt touch.
Yeah, you can get anything you want, but if you get the flip reset, the defense will say, hang on, did he get it? And it allows Zen just to sneak forward and just absolutely crush a race to the ball.
Zen brings it down. You see, Twisted Minds have to respect Alpha, too far off the ball. Alpha doing what he can to bring the ball down. He's got a free lane to SMW, wins it to Mawson. Mawson chasing it, gets over another and turned off on the rebound.
Bang.
Vitality get the set up. Top shelf could not nail it, barely saved.
What a save from Alpha 54. Sometimes it's 1v1 in the net, and he made a big one there in a difficult spot. Vitality fighting to keep their 1-goal advantage, and now we're going to get that Twisted Minds press. Can you stay disciplined enough to stay out of each other's way?
60 seconds left for Team Vitality to hold the line here.
Mawson wanted to set it up, but his wingman got deleted. Alpha, the 50, actually works out for Twisted Minds. Nalpo around the corner.
Nalpo should be looking to dish that to the middle of the field there, bro.
Wasn't tough enough for him to handle. Now Nalpo, another touch, gets over another, but no rebound available still. This is good for Twisted Minds. Not quite over, but everyone's got nothing in the tank.
But it works. They completely fake out like they're gonna play the ball, and Vitality overplays their hand. Twisted Minds stole both corners, but they actually don't get to advance off of it. Vitality works out of a jam. Twisted Minds thought for sure they would have something.
Well, they were able to get the ball downfield. They need to get Zen off this ball. That's exactly the challenge they need. Now Alpha has to make a controlling touch.
Nice.
Up high on the board. Can they find the rebounds? No. The backboard closed. Here's he up high, off the ceiling. Now Bo, no touch, and there's all of Vitality ready to handle it. Mawson needs to keep it high, and that'll be Radosin's ball, but the 50 stays up towards the ceiling. Zen downfield, not where Twisted Minds want to be.
There it is, ball touches down.
Ground. Vitality, too solid on defense. Radosin pops off. That's a 3-1.
All right.
Show from Vitality.
Vitality are able to take it home.
Give credit where it's due. Twisted Minds absolutely made them work for their meal. But Vitality, the ones that end up eating here, what a show on defense. And it's not often that I have to credit, players like Zen and Alpha, two predominantly dominant attackers, having to sit there and lock it down on the backside of the ball, but boy did they do it. Twisted Minds really put them through the ringer, and it's almost disappointing that this is a round 1 matchup. I would love to see more Twisted Minds, and I'd hate to see him get bounced out just because they're in the lower side now.
True, though.
That might be the most dangerous threat in the lower bracket.
I don't want to play Twisted Minds, I'll tell you that. That's too much for me.
Yeah, I mean, SMW, Nalpo, and Mawson, when they were able to get control of it, they almost had it. They just caught Vitality in probably 1 or 2 really vulnerable moments.
Yeah.
Just could not actually crack through it. I still love what I saw from them. I think this is a better version of Twisted Minds than what we've maybe seen in lands past. So we'll see what they can do in the lower bracket, but Vitality move on. I want to hear what Leaf, Johnny, and Cole have to say about that match, though.
I don't want to hear what I have to say. I want to hear what they have to say about it.
I don't want to hear what I have to say. I want to hear what Cole has to say.
I was very impressed with Twisted Minds. I thought they performed admirably. It was a defensive battle, and Vitality just about had enough. I think for me, Radosin, the man behind us right there, that giant man on the left there over there, I think he was the star performer on the day. Obviously Zen was consistent and Alpha was there, but
Zen's Zen.
yeah, it's exactly, Zen is Zen. There's different standards for Zen to be considered the best. I think Radosin won that fight. He got some key goals and he was bouncing, Johnny. As soon as Radosin starts bouncing, the other team's in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big part. We, sometimes joke about it a little bit because it is quite fun. I love the, quad, straight out
what
of
game this was,
Rocket League cinematic, by the way, right there, the quad kickoff, which is now meta. It's come all the way back around. But yeah, Radosin does look like he's feeling comfortable, and it's wonderful to see. Last time we saw him on stage,
that's a pop-off.
He wasn't too well. Today he looks more than well, and Vitality are thriving because of it.
I got to give a shout out to Twisted Minds, though. I mean, across the board, you saw it a couple times popping off SMW as well. Like, this squad, I think, was giving it their all, and I think they have even more to give than what we saw here. It's just tough when you go, Cole, up against a team like Team Vitality. It's just not easy.
No, I mean, Team Vitality are a team that over the years, or over the year or so since they brought in Zen, they've been learning to win when they are not popping off. That is the difficult thing for a team that has such a high skill ceiling. They're now able to do that. They're able to win defensive series. They're able to outgrind their opponents. It's a key skill, one that Team Vitality now have. And unfortunately for Twisted Minds, it wasn't enough.
And again, it could have gone to anyone, but you were talking about Radosin before. So for our Sony MVP of the match, we want to give this one to Radosin because a good energied Radosin, Zen has talked about it before. The reason he sticks with Radosin is he just loves playing with him, and I think it's that energy, Johnny, that this guy brings to the team.
I mean, it's the energy off the pitch, but also the energy on the pitch. I mean, he just does all the intangibles so well. He's happy to do all the dirty work. He doesn't mind challenging the opponents early so that he can let Zen come in behind him and pick up an easy ball. He is so difficult to get off the ball, and he just causes so much chaos on the pitch that it gives a playmaker like Zen complete freedom to just do whatever he wants. He gets so much space because Radosin constantly turns, constantly harasses the opponents, and then he just starts testing the structure of the stage, just making sure was this thing installed properly as he jumps up and down on his chair.
I think in a tight match like that as well, you sort of need the chaos factor, and while Zen is clean and can do anything, Radosin is someone
All right,
who
so
will
we've got
suddenly do the
two more
unexpected.
series
Why is he
chat.
turned? Why is he bumping? Why is he
Gentlemates
That, to me, was
versus
the difference
Chiefs
in that series.
Esports
That's what
Club
Johnny said.
next.
He's not afraid to be that guy to go for the cleanup goal. Get something
Space
dirty,
Station versus
and it goes in the net,
Gladiators.
and it helps his team. So Radosin gets that MVP. We have a few more to give out in our next matches, but we need to go to a break before we get to those. So let's do that, and we'll see you on the other side.
All right, chat. They're taking a break. Y'all know what that means. We're taking a break. So if y'all are over on Twitch, sorry. Appreciate y'all hanging through the ads for me. Y'all ain't missing nothing. I'm going to be stepping away here for just a second here as well. But in case you guys are wanting to make sure that you're experiencing ad-free viewing, you can always use your Twitch Prime. Sub for $5.99. Or hop on over to YouTube, where not only do we stream with an ad-free viewing experience, but also over there I do weekly esports content across multiple titles. Feel free to check it out. I'll be right back. missing something. I did it again. Put my wrong headphones on.
Seriously like him as a person.
Well, you just have to try. I got a free spot here, so be a bit iffy if I'd start bashing him out on camera. I need to be grateful, otherwise my contract might be gone.
That's very true. And what are the confidence levels coming into this with a brand new team?
Well, it's been good. We've been bashing some MENA teams, and this morning we had a great 1-6 loss result against G2 in scrim, so I think we're ready.
There you go, a hot 1-6 loss, and the boys are ready to go. Can't wait.
Bro, what is up with those eyes? That boy ain't been sleeping or what? Oh, me. I need to get my man some sleep. All right, so again, chat, if y'all missed this as we have last shown it, we have now been through 3 groups here for the Esports World Cup for Rocket League. Here are our brackets so far. Tomorrow we will be seeing all of the upper bracket final games being played, as well as the lower bracket semifinals games being played. We still have 2 more to figure out. That's in Group D. Otherwise, it looks like we're pretty well moving from upper bracket, lower bracket, lower bracket, and so on through tomorrow. Oh no, we're doing all upper bracket games first. Okay. Gentlemates versus Chiefs should be interesting. Of course, Chiefs playing with this sub. You got Jorius playing with Kaka and Hunter. And of course, that's because Finn has retired. I don't know if Jorius is going to be, like, permanently looking to maybe play in OCE, or if this is literally just for the World Cup. From my understanding, it's just from the World Cup. But I don't think Jorius has figured out where he's playing next year for RLCS. And I mean, he does technically have options. Not gonna lie, yo, that block looks fucking lit where the Esports World Cup is. You know, I mean, because of all the lights. Let's go. Hey. 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 So we start the day tomorrow with G2 BDS, Falcons Gen G, and then Furia Vitality. It's a hell of a start to the day, chat. And then the fourth game will probably be Gentlemates versus SSG. Probably. Oh, man. All right, let's get it, chat.
For a reason, all right? We've flown all this way. We know what we can do, all right? We take 1 step forward, we take 4 steps back. Wait, no, wait.
That's really good.
How did he mess that up?
It was gonna be funny, and I was like, oh, it's gonna be like kind of like, no, that was like actually funny.
Sometimes comedy is funny because there's truth in it.
Oh, no.
LBP, CJ told me about that earlier.
Not
He said,
like
"Look,
this.
Okay, let's get a little rehearsal, a little practice one in. They did that, and CJ's like, no, you're locked in. That's the one that we're going to be using for the show. So cheers, LBP.
That's really funny. Well, anyways, the next matchup coming our way is going to be Gentlemates versus Chiefs. And again, I have Herc and Stump here to talk about that one. You know, I think Chiefs in this matchup, probably a little bit of the underdog. Herc against Gentlemates.
Yeah, I guess an underdog is one way to go about it. This is a pretty interesting one. If you guys didn't know from the video or you haven't heard it and seen it on Twitter, Jorius coming in to play with them. He got a spot on the team. It's going to be really interesting because you actually don't quite know how leveled up this could get, or if it's like, oh, we threw in like our one ranked friend that's a bit higher than us. We're going to just see how it goes.
I think against Gentlemates, you need to not just have one player pop off, you need to have the entire squad on the same page.
I think Jorius can bring a point of unpredictability for the
In
squad.
North America, but still a very, very good player. Gentlemates, a little bit better.
Again, guys, want to get you involved. STC Play fan vote is up. Go to stcplay.gg. While you're doing that, we're going to give a little bit of a listen in to Seiko and see what he has to say.
Right, here we are backstage with the Gentlemates. I've got Seiko alongside me. Seiko, now you've had a great career, world champion, major champion, but would you say your highlight is losing to me?
Nothing, bro, you're bad.
What?
You're bad.
Oh, well, there you go. That's pretty rough from me. Now you're playing the Chiefs right now, about to tackle them. LBP is on the team. Well, he's coaching. He was the coach for me as well when you did get the loss. So, are you worried about this match?
Not really, bro. You're not in.
Absolute confidence there from the Gentlemates and Seiko. Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Absolute legends as the favorites coming into this. Who do you think's going to win it?
I mean, I've had Gentlemates from day one. That's my favorite overall. But I do kind of see maybe a game, maybe getting taken, a point.
Maybe a game, maybe a point, maybe a few goals.
But it's Gentlemates.
It's going to be Gentlemates, realistically.
I also think Gentlemates, I have them going the whole way, and the only way to find out if they do is to see if they take down the Chiefs right now.
All right. Well, we're moving forward a lot quicker than the last game. That's the good
Ladies and
news.
gentlemen, to the big stage after one hell of a match we've witnessed from Twisted Minds against Fatality. But now it is time for Chief Esports versus Gentlemates. This one is going to be an exciting one, and it's really interesting because Jorius might be exactly the level up that the team needs just so they can beat someone as good as Gentlemates.
I hear what you're saying, but for the Gentlemates in particular, we know they're capable of achieving results incredibly fast, especially considering the fact that they managed to win a major shortly after their inception. So whether or not that was a Cinderella story or they're actually just built different is a whole other story. I'm excited to find out which one's going to be the case here, Fancy. So without further ado, let's go ahead and throw it over to our casters.
Wow, into it that quick. Let's go. We need this pace the rest of the weekend, chat. Bustin' music. Let's go.
Well, here we go. It's a brand new look for the Chiefs of Jorius, but will it be, Johnny Boy, the same old Gentlemates on LAN?
I expect it to be. I mean, if anything, they're going to be more angry because CJ's just, you know, got Seiko
He's
fuming.
poked the hornet's nest.
I mean, in the range of facial expressions you're going to see from Seiko, that's the angriest I've ever seen him. So he is going to come out, you know, all guns blazing for the Chiefs here. And yeah, this roster with Jorius is super interesting. I can't wait to see how they're going to go here. But they're up against one of the toughest teams in the world, a team who have been
one of the best LAN teams in the world.
Not played a bad series all season on LAN, all year on LAN.
And I don't expect that to change.
I was going to say the difference between Gentlemates online and on LAN is something that will be studied by future generations, and Chiefs are going to have to try and navigate that as they go. There's certainly a baptism of fire en route with Jorius. I'm incredibly curious how he's going to look. Will he stand out as being noticeably better, this sort of, the big European hope coming to Oceania? Will he slot in with the teammates? I've got no idea, Johnny.
I mean, I'm hoping that it goes well, because it would be so interesting to see him continue this journey that he's on, just going around the world and collecting stamps on his passport, competing in different regions, going from Europe to North America now, joining OCE, and that's a bit of a dodgy looking start for Gentlemates before they get things right back under control with an infield pass. But yeah, all eyes on Jory is here on the pitch as we see how he's going to look in his debut for Chiefs Esports.
Speak for yourself, mate. I'm curious how much rage Seiko has bottled up after that interview of CJ, whether he'll be going for the triple flip resets to try and show off. But yeah, we are going to have to wait and see as this one goes on. It's Chiefs that have some early defending to do over there in the orange. But Kaka does get control of the ball. Wants to put this one into the center. In comes Hunter. And a few infield passes for them. A couple of half opportunities early doors. I think they would have taken this opening 45 seconds.
Yeah, 0-0 against Gentlemates is a good score for Chiefs at any point in this series, as they are going to be looking to just try and play this one close to start things off. They've been on LAN before. They know what it is like to play against some of the best teams in the world. So this is not new to them. Well, that doesn't make it any easier. Gentlemates knocking the door there. Tachi just forced wide after trying to 50 it through that near post. This is where Gentlemates do their best work, just boxing the opponents in. Denying clears, intercepting, passes. But Chiefs have survived again. Can't get the ball out of their half though. This is another early interception after another. And now here they go. Kaka, past one. Is any follow-up going to be there? Kaka went himself. Juicy denied him.
Was looking to try and shove it in.
Chance up against Juicy, who was slightly too quick for him. And
Jorius?
Early touch for Jorius, early shot for Jorius, being quite quiet so far in the opening minute and a half. Yet to see him really spring to life. A player who certainly can do that, but so far it's his teammates having attempt after attempt. Jorius there is bypassed by Seiko. Hunter has to do a half up in the corner. Actually did well by it, and Jorius sports to save him. That caused all sorts of confusion. And Kaka and Hunter, they're still together, the pair of them in tandem.
Well, I'm not sure about that play. Now it's going to be extremely difficult for Jorius at the other end, but is he going to survive? No, he can't.
Damn.
It's a perfect play by Gentlemates, punishing the mistake by Chiefs. Seiko up to Juicy, who hits it close enough to the goal that Jorius has to commit. And then it's back to Seiko for the finish.
It's tough that because it's already going to be slightly chaotic seeing Jorius join this Chiefs roster. When he's spawning in front of them, making them panic and go for a jaunt around the pitch holding hands, that gets even more complicated. But Chiefs are going to have to shake that one off. They might do that now with Kaka coming in for the shot. Hunter up against Seiko. Itachi should put this one to the side safely. Kaka takes out an opponent. Juicy's out the game for a second. But Seiko is way too clean with it and gets it back to the Chiefs' half.
I mean, yeah, definitely an unforced error for Chiefs to give Gentlemates the opening goal. That's something they cannot afford to make. I mean, obviously they've got to take risks in this matchup. They are extreme underdogs, but I don't think double committing on a completely free ball and team bumping qualifies as an acceptable risk for me. But here's a good chance for Chiefs. Hunter, flip reset, top ins. Oh, Juicy's there to save it, but what a shot by Hunter.
There's certainly answers some questions to Gentlemates. A couple of opportunities for solo plays for Chiefs ESC. Can they get that follow-up that they need? Itachi gets this one towards Juicy, though, down the other end. Kaka has to try and squeeze that one away. Can't do it, and it's two.
Yeah, the slot there by Juicy. As Itachi perfectly passes it off to him. I mean, the two of them didn't have any boost, but it didn't matter.
Just out of Kaka's reach there, man.
Perfectly. It's all about placement there for Gentlemates.
That's rough.
2-0. It's looking like a pretty routine game for them at the moment. No problems coming out of Chiefs, and really, Jorius has been quiet.
I mean, something Gentlemates will always be is patient. They won't be coming out trying to, for all our jokes about Seiko and CJ, trying to overpower their opponents. More than happy to ease their way into the game, take their time. They know that chances and shots will come up, but here comes Jorius.
Damn.
Open his account, perhaps. Saved again by Gentlemates. On the goal line there, defending has been impeccable. Itachi has to get this one away and does. And Gentlemates are just showing that when they are reduced to their last line of defense, they're still not going to panic.
You know, one piece of good news for Jorius in particular is that he is no longer blinded by his own hair. I remember that the last time he had long hair, you couldn't see his eyes on the player cam down in the bottom left there. Now you can. He's gone for a different hairstyle. got to be better for his direct in real life vision there. The real life camera settings are going to be much easier to see through.
When Zen cut his hair, it didn't go too well for him at the start, so it doesn't always play out like that. I'm curious what's going to happen when Daniel eventually cuts his own hair.
So no, don't suggest that.
Future to consider. Who knows? It may happen one day. Fairy Peak did it too. You know,
but it's growing back though. I mean, Jory's here and making a comeback here, as
Ooh,
you'd expect it to at his age.
Seiko keeps the control for mate.
This is about the only comeback they're going to get in this game, unless they can pick things up very quickly. 42 seconds to go, but this might be a chance. Hunter making it awkward for Itachi, who just makes it look easy. Flip reset in defense, 50-50 to follow up. It's just such a great exchange there for Itachi, doing so much with so little.
That's what Itachi does, but here comes Juicy. He's got barely any boost, sets up Seiko.
Nice.
Just trying to see this one out. Every attack that they take.
That touch kind of took some of the momentum off that ball, didn't it?
Jorius, though, gets something spicy. That's why he's in the team.
Out of nowhere, Jarius pulls out what might be goal of the day. Ceiling pinch from
What
the
a
halfway
pinch.
line. Top corner. That is unbelievable. We were wondering if he's going to show up. Well, there he is. OCE Jarius. Maybe the best version yet.
Gross.
This game is alive. 20 seconds left, and Chiefs has it from the kickoff. Hunter up against Juicy. Juicy watches it go wide, has the composure, gets it back to the halfway line. Jorius getting more involved now. We said he can strike in an instant. Kaka off the backboard. Jorius going to be up for that one. Hunter's hoping the ball falls to him. Hunter's already up. It's going to go slightly over him. Is it? No, onto the backboard. Cleared away. 1 second remaining. The ball remains up, though. Seiko up against Jorius. Jorius has a full tank of boost, and he gets the flip reset. Kaka's hoping to get a touch. Jorius keeps it up. Will it fall for a Chiefs player? Not quite.
All right.
But maybe just a warning.
I mean,
Gentlemates
what
up
a
2-0.
goal by Jarius there to eventually make it quite a respectable scoreline. Only 2-1 down. You think that one of those goals was easily preventable if Chiefs had not just needlessly double committed and left Jarius alone in defense. Okay, we might have a series in our hands here. Now, game differential doesn't matter in this format. A win's a win, a loss is a loss. So they do need to win the entire series here.
A
if they're
win's
gonna
a
have
win.
Any point in a game win. But that'll give Chiefs some confidence. They didn't just go out 2-0, or they didn't just lose game 1, 2-0 pitifully. They held on, kept it close enough that when a goal goes in like that, okay, now, game on.
They've proven they can hang. It took them 3 or 4 minutes to really get into it. Gentlemates were pretty comfortable throughout most of that, to be fair. As you can see from the goals coming in right now, not big mechanical outplays, just slowly working their way towards the opponent's goal. And then suddenly, Jorius did his thing. He had the sighter earlier on, and then this one, air rolling all the way to get maximum pace on that pitch at the ceiling. Perfectly into the top corner. You know he scored goals like that in 1v1s before, Johnny. Even better in threes.
I mean, that's just unbelievable. I mean, it wasn't their only good chance of the game. We just saw right before that. Jorius did have another chance that had 2 defenders and Gentlemates scrambling on the goal line. Also, Hunter flip reset to the top corner. That was a great opportunity.
All right, let's get to
They are
it.
creating chances to score that look scary for Gentlemates.
Wait, was that
Gentlemates
only
are gonna
game
need to
1?
Step it up here if they want to 3-0 this one comfortably.
Well, Gentlemates have been taking wins against the very best in the world throughout the start of this season, winning the opening major, and only a goal
Why was I
away
thinking
from the
that was
grand
Ari's
finals
game
of the
too?
second major in London. It's plays almost like that work out.
Oh, hang
Itachi's
on.
following up, but this could be the counter-attack. Kaka, Seiko spawns well, but Seiko is bypassed.
Overshoots it.
Yeah, Kaka just kept his composure there. Seiko spawned in the worst possible position, right between him and the goal, but instead of shooting across the goal like Seiko expected him to, Kaka low 50s it to the near post. Brilliant adaptation there by Kaka, not getting downhearted when he realizes his potentially open net is now defended. Just runs it right through.
Chiefs have now scored as many goals as Gentlemates in this series overall with that one there, so more than coming to the boil. Here comes Seiko to the ceiling, still has boost to play with. Could be an early response for Gentlemates, not on this occasion. Juicy coming in now. I feel like Gentlemates are starting to warm up, playing a bit more expansively, going for more solo plays, but that seems to be exactly what Chiefs want.
And this is already looking like a confident Chiefs performance. But they do need to recover quickly on these plays. They cannot take too long recovering, leaving players alone in defense, just like they did at the start of game number 1, is how you concede goals against Gentlemates. This team pulls passes out in the final third faster than any other in the world. They exploit those numbers advantages clinically and often.
Kaka sends the ball long. Jorius had no boost. He was just trying to fake towards Itachi that he could do something with that one, but there's a bump there. Expect to see that once or twice from Chiefs. It's understandable if your first series is up against Gentlemates, the former major winners. They do currently have them penned back. Juicy wants to get their second touch, but can't quite do it. And now it's Kaka with Itachi in front of him. Kaka wants to bundle his way through. I mean, Gentlemates are knowing for having a great challenge game, but right now, the Chiefs are getting the better of it on the floor.
Yeah, a couple of misses there for Gentlemates as they yet to get their opening goal in game 2. Chiefs are competitive here. This is brilliant from them. Like you mentioned already, even in goal differential across nearly 7 minutes of gameplay against one of the best teams in the game right now. Here comes Seiko though, completely shut down by an early challenge of Jorius. An early challenge is much needed against a mechanical player like Seiko.
Oh, that's a lovely pass though infield. It's a smash towards the
Just
top
realized
corner
I'm
from
just sitting
Seiko.
here watching. I haven't been saying anything. I'm sorry, Chad. Just realized I was home.
Got that save. Just waits and catches his breath.
It's good to see Chiefs have a lead here, though.
One to the center. Hunter waits for Juicy, so Chiefs not rushing out of defense. It's been a criticism of OCE play over the years that they're not happy at all just to sit back when the time is needed. But this
Vitality
Chiefs
beat
have shown
Twisted
they can do
Minds.
that.
Furia
Jorius certainly
whooped up
having
on the
effect
Kosi Ballers.
Game style as well as individual gameplay moments. And now he can have a turn and attack. Jorius towards the backboard. Juicy nips in there and beats him though. Suddenly it's 2v1. Juicy is all by himself on the goal. I mean, that one pictured above. It actually comes in.
Oh, wow.
You'd have put money on him scoring there, but he hasn't.
3-1 for the
an automatic goal for
Twisted
Gentlemen,
Minds Vitality
clean
series.
up those second chances, but not this time. Goes well wide of the target.
I think you were here for the Furia
That all
series,
goes
if I'm not
back to
mistaken.
What was just a good save by Chiefs as a pinch went into the crossbar and frustrates Gentlemates some more. 2 minutes remaining. They're still completely scoreless and still trailing in game 2.
Huge pressure right now from Gentlemates. And there was a miss earlier on in the transition from Hunter when Jorius finally made the big clearance.
But similarly, like in the
they have managed to get it to blue territory. Seiko just prods it above
Gen
the goal
G
line.
Secret game series, Twisted Minds won their one game like pretty convincingly, but then just couldn't get anything going in games 3 and 4.
Get a flip reset into the top corner almost. Jorius clears long. I've been impressed with Chiefs defending so far.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially the early challenges and these Seiko air dribbles in particular. They're forcing Seiko to make that play early. You had to flip reset early there to get past the initial challenge. That just makes it easy for Jorius, who was behind, to collect the ball. A minute and 17 seconds left for Gentlemates.
I was gonna say, I thought I remembered you being here for that after I said it the first time.
Ceiling double. Dunk.
Oh,
damn.
Wow.
Okay.
The man is good for some stunners throughout a series, and that one was no different. It had to involve the dunk.
So,
and there it is, perfect positioning.
Are we just having this game 2 curse where the team that's losing
just unreal
pops off in
Nobody
game
saw
2?
this coming. We all expected this to be a sweep in the favorite of Gentlemates. We all wondered, would Jorius gel well with the youngsters from OCE? Well, the answer to the first question, looking like a no. The answer to the second one, a resounding yes. I mean, what a squad we have got here. This looks like one of the best teams we've ever seen coming out of OCE. If we're just looking on, well,
I mean, I did say in my
so far, which albeit it is small, I'll admit. Just
in my tier list that they like had a chance. Not so much in this series, but I think this Chiefs roster could
piece of the OCE puzzle.
upset SSG.
Season 4, I believe it was. Such a long time ago now. Maybe even later in the RLCS, but it's been a while, it's fair to say. Here comes Kaka with Hunter to his left. Kaka gets almost over the top of it.
But I mean, Gentlemates haven't really gotten anything going on the offensive end.
If Chiefs can get a counter-attack, they could punish even more and improve their goal differential. Just for their own sake of confidence. And Kaka's getting in the way of everything. Chiefs defending with so much discipline. Not being outpaced at all by Gentlemates, not being squeezed out of life by them. They will take game 2 and they will do it in some style.
Another pre-match.
All right, we've seen this we've seen this
fears
before.
Yet another defeat at the hands of an OCE 2 seed. But what a game that was for Chiefs. It wasn't just about the goals. It wasn't just about the fact that they won it. It was the manner in which they won it. They weren't just stuck in defense, counter-attacking and, you know, scraping for whatever they
This
could
game
get.
3 seems where it's going to be most important. Can Chiefs Esports Club come out here and
with the teamwork elements that
take
you need
the control once more?
Like Gentlemates. We've seen Gentlemates given just about every team in the world that they've played insane amounts of trouble this year. Did they look past the Chiefs? Did they underestimate them? It did seem like Seiko was extremely confident before the match, and I expect him to be confident, of course, but did they underestimate the quality of the opposition that they're up against in round 1 here?
I mean, I said that it was season 4 when Chiefs made top 4. It was actually season 6, but it was a Chiefs roster. This team that has so much history in Rocket League and so much history in the RLCS, been at the forefront of everything OCE over the years. And now finally, with Jorius here, they're looking like they can take on anyone. I just love that dunk. He knew exactly what Seiko was offering. And that is a sad fist bump there between the players. They know that they are in a series right now. This is not going to be simple.
Well, yeah, I think Seiko's expecting Jorius to go for the backboard there, make it a triple tap, but Jorius saw the interception coming, just underdunked him instead. Okay, here we go, game 3. Can Chiefs continue their momentum that they've swung into their favor here? Can they give Gentlemates a true headache, send them the scenic route through the group?
Gentlemates who have been running so well in RLCS events, but this is brand new territory. This one's not in Europe, which the 2 previous majors have been. Of course, it's in Saudi Arabia. Everything is different now, and a separate talk.
Oh, wow.
And they are just having to
They're rolling. This is what I talked about.
All on the score sheet.
The switch up of one player can change up a lot.
Followed by
nice pass from Jorius,
who obviously scored in game 1 as well. Now Hunter's on the board. Passing play for Chiefs. Gentlemates might be in trouble.
Chiefs are going to keep on pressing, and Jorius is at the heart of everything as well. He got the assist right there. He's coming in now for the back post. Kaka's already up for the pinch. Can he get this touch? He can. Hunter's waiting in the center, hoping Kaka can double up quick. But here comes Seiko, wants the flip reset. Jorius not allowing him to get it, and gets the perfect touch to the side, and keeps going with no boost as well. So Jorius in full flow state right now, almost gets that bump. Juicy manages to wriggle his way out of it. Get another touch here, but he has to fake it towards Seiko. Jorius gets the block again.
Yeah, continuing to challenge every single ball. Chiefs do not look outmatched mechanically. They do not look outmatched efficiency-wise. They are matching Gentlemates blow for blow and continue to be the more clinical of the 2 teams in the final third.
Tachi pushes that one to the corner. I mean, we're struggling to see a real
nice pass
towards the Chiefs' goal. That was almost there.
Tachi had a good look at it, but
center. All of these infield passes are being read and blocked by Chiefs players. And it's far from just Jorius, it's all 3 of them. Kaka puts that one forward, might be going over the top of Seiko nearly. Hunter comes in, gets it towards Jorius. Jorius has so much boost yet again. Whenever we cut to his car, it seems that he's got at least 70 or 80 in the tank. Supreme boost management from him.
Another mid-pass for Hunter to Jorius again. He went for the top left and missed it. Got to scramble back now. This Gentlemates counter-attack, but that was another brilliant opportunity for Chiefs. And look at the
Chiefs
defense. Hunter intercepts Gentlemates play, creates another scoring opportunity at the other end. Like game 2, this is a back-and-forth affair. Gentlemates are not applying the squeeze that we're used to seeing them apply in these sort of matchups. They're not backing Chiefs into their corners, backing them into the net. Chiefs are finding those early challenges, those early interceptions, and turning this into a true end-to-end battle.
Kaka puts the one into the center. Jorius is up for one more, tries to get it towards Hunter. Not quite on that occasion. We may well have a Gentlemates attack if Hunter can be bypassed right here. But again, even though he's beaten, he had a teammate following him up. Kaka helping out Hunter, but they're finally through, but the pass isn't quite there. These infield passes from Gentlemates never landing. They're either inaccurate, as we saw there, or they're blocked, and this time they're saved again. Gentlemates is not working. I feel like they have to go solo. The passes are just not effective against Chiefs.
I mean, they are stretching themselves pretty thin here. Gentlemates using all their boosts on multiple players to make these chances happen, and still they're being denied. This is one of the best debut performances we've seen for a team in some time, and it's Jorius that's making it happen. How about Hunter and Kaka? What a change of tune they've got from
come on.
The former major champions.
Jorius almost was able to put that in, man.
It's Chiefs knocking at the door, trying to make it 4 straight goals in 2 games.
A massive save though from Itachi. Absolutely huge getting that block. If Chiefs score there, the game is lost.
Jorius!
And Jorius just goes and dunks him.
Jorius spots an opening.
Oh man.
He says, "I'll take your cookies, big dog. Thank you very much."
Zone right now, completely from Jorius. Read Seiko's mind, and it really is emergency time for Gentlemates. This is not what they expected. Look at them pulling out the kickoff strats as they win it to the side. Chiefs still able to get some kind of control here. Will Gentlemates find an opening? No, denied at the near post. Still, chance for Gentlemates though. Looking for their first goal in 2 games. Not going to happen that easily.
Again, the sideways defending here from Chiefs. Massive. Kaka gets another one across the goal line. And to slows it down just for a split second. Then he speeds it up. Jorius waiting at the back. Kaka has 100 boost. There's 200 boost between the two defenders, but somehow Gentlemates get it past at least one of them. But Joris was there for the 1v1. Juicy, one more attempt. Itachi's in the center. It's still not getting to him. It is never getting to the man in the middle. And when it does, it's either charged down or the shot is saved.
Yeah, a little 1
All right,
for 2 play there
Itachi.
from Kaka as well. Joris
Can't get it out of his backfield,
Kaka
though.
defending well in that last exchange. 51
Chiefs doing a really good
seconds,
job
another
keeping this
2-0
pressure
lead for
forward.
Chiefs. This is crazy to witness. One of the biggest upsets in Rocket League history, if this can be completed.
There's another one? It's another one!
Kaka committing
Wow.
aggressively. They are not happy with the 2-goal advantage. Jory is up, looking for the bump on Juicy. Kaka doesn't even need him to land it. Just slots it bottom left.
It was a smart finish there from Kaka. Knew that full pace it would probably get blocked, so just took a little bit of pace off the ball. And that was much more effective, but that's a great kick off there from Gentlemate. Seiko tries to squeeze it in, and Hunter, sorry, Kaka doesn't even let him have that.
I mean,
Chiefs giving them nothing.
Huge defensive stand by Chiefs. When they need to put a foot in, they have every single time. They are trying to hold on to that clean sheet for the second game in a row. This is personal for Chiefs. They probably realize that at this point, the lion's share of the work is done. This is their game, but they want the perfection. They're not happy with a 3-1. And why would they be? This is fantastic from them. What a turnaround from the nervous start to game number 1. Since then, they've scored 6 goals unanswered.
They have been able to keep this
Gentlemates.
Gentlemates
One of the
offense
favorites.
shut
And
down.
now they've got double match point.
When Seiko goes to sleep, the man has nightmares about the Chiefs coach right there, LVP, who masterminded the famous CJ win against Team Endpoint, and now perhaps is masterminding an even greater upset. And I mean, look at Gentlemates right there. That is deep in thought, Seiko.
That's something we've never seen this year.
Yeah, they seem
online.
concerned.
This team usually looks so relaxed. They look so comfortable. They're joking, they're laughing, they're leaning back, even in tough matches, timeouts, they're just so calm and composed. Not anymore. We have got a little bit of self-soothing there from Seiko, trying to get back in the zone, trying to lock in here, because they have really tried a few different strategies here. They've tried solo plays, team plays, they've tried to just play their style, which so far this year has looked perfect for the LAN environment. Not working against Chiefs, who have shown up with a different level than what we expected here. That save by Jari is just absolutely ridiculous. And then the free jump on Seiko.
This was
this is an MVP
nasty.
performance
Yeah.
if I've ever seen one. But the whole team, it has to play brilliant. It's not just the Jarius show. Yes, he's the best player on the pitch, but Kaka and Hunter, this is the best we've ever seen from each of them.
It's like he's elevated both of them to the next level. He's teaching them new strats, bringing new ideas, and mechanically, they are playing up to his level. That is the thing here. If Jorius was being amazing mechanically, the other two are performing okay, this doesn't happen. It's because
That's fair. That's actually a really good point.
Playing beyond themselves to match him.
I mean, as well.
Jorius to
I don't
OCE
think the issue really
confirmed?
For OCE has been as it's not as much of a mechanical difference. Oh, I don't even have time to talk about it.
No Jorius.
They've only got to score it again.
And there's no Jorius involved. It's Hunter getting the extra touch to Kaka.
Wow.
These two have been playing together for
Chiefs
a while
have
there.
Gentlemates on the
Beaten
ropes.
Clean.
Damn.
6 seconds in, Chiefs are on the cusp.
I thought Chiefs were going to have their chance to qualify over SSG in the lower bracket. I didn't think they were going to be able to do this against Gentlemates on LAN.
They cannot keep consistency. They have one great game, followed up by a disastrous game. But this is OCE's best, locked in, and just consistently performing. This reminds me of Power against Oxygen, where they can just finally play a full series to the level that they know they can. But they're not there yet. They've got to stay locked in. They have scored 7 unanswered goals against Gentlemates. I don't think any team has done that. I'd be surprised if any other team has done that this year on LAN. But Chiefs have to stay disciplined here. They can't get too excited too early. There's a long way to go.
Only 2 make it through from each group. If Chiefs knock Gentlemates to the lower bracket, suddenly things get a lot more tough for them, because even if Chiefs then go on to potentially lose against SSG, it would be a rematch for them. And Gentlemates will not want to come up against Chiefs again. The way things are going, they are shaken, they are shook.
Wow.
They can't even score open nets. Itachi again, not his first miss this series.
Yeah, Gentlemates clearly rattled by the situation that they're in. They were not mentally prepared for this. They came into this match thinking that they're just leagues above Chiefs and they can play at an average level. They can just play safely, wait for the goals to come to them. They did not think the Chiefs were going to come hunting for them. They did not think that they would have this much difficulty breaking down the Chiefs' defense. Well, now Hunter's faking out the last defender. Seiko collects the pieces. But they're stretching thin again. They cannot make too much of an advance before they're getting sent right back into their half. Crazy, but it's actually
they're up 2.
They're all over them.
They are pummeling in.
Gentlemates don't have an answer.
Our first major winners of
Is
the
that
season.
8 unanswered?
It is shot after shot.
Is that
strike
chat?
after
Is that
strike,
8 unanswered?
Upset after upset. And again, it's all 3 Chiefs players. The
Chat, that's
strategy
8
they
unanswered,
had
isn't
at
it?
this early stage of this team is unbelievable. Here comes Seiko. Finally, surely they're going to score.
Okay.
It was an own goal. Classic OCE. Australia's back, baby.
Well, Juicy got to the middle, and Seiko probably could have scored that. He hit the inside of the post.
Oh, brother.
And flipped into it, sent it into the post. I think if Kaka just drove into the ball there, he probably hits the post and it bounces clear, but he tried to put it back corner and failed. Still, 1 goal lead for Chiefs in what is amounting to be, I mean, don't think I'm even exaggerating for a second here, ladies and gentlemen. This will be one of the greatest upsets in Rocket League history if Chiefs can get across the finish line here. 3 minutes to go. Finally, Gentlemates get their goal, but what on earth was that by Seiko? I mean, they don't look themselves yet. They've got so far to go if they're going to get back to their best. I mean, it's actually, with the
Nice.
pass is going to cause them problems.
Nice. All right, turn things around here.
Like it from Gentlemates.
I was wondering how much impact that 1 goal would have, and it seems it has been a shot in the arm of the Gentlemates. Suddenly, Itachi is doing what Itachi does best, getting those aerial demos, making it as simple as possible for his teammates. But take nothing away from the finish from Seiko. That was not simple. Jorias was diving in, couldn't quite get there in time, despite having the 100 boost. And Chiefs, now it's your turn to have your mettle tested. From a 2-goal lead to a 0-goal lead, it seemed like your opponents could not score. Suddenly, they've reminded you that they are world-class opposition. Chiefs are going to have to come back at them.
Yeah, this is the defining moment. How will Chiefs respond to Gentlemates picking up a goal off a mistake and then creating one with an outplay? They're holding their own for now. And they've got some defending to do here. Hunter, the only player with 100 boost, Joy is going to try and keep control. Oh, he picked up 100 on spawn there. That's going to be massively helpful. It's actually
nice pass off.
Seiko, who almost gets it through, but Kaka sets up the post pinch clear for his teammate. As now
Itachi wins that 50 though.
Somehow, once again, get the ball away from danger.
Now they are the ones on the ropes. Gentlemates keep on coming. There's a miss in the center again. Itachi thought he could get in there. Seiko's turned now onto the back.
She's got to find a way to get it clear, relieve this pressure.
Uses his experience
nice.
to slow things down and then send it forwards. Hopefully for him, his teammates in the center will be backing him up. Here comes Kaka towards the middle. Cleared long by Juicy. Hunter has to be careful here. Back flipping towards his own goal. Joris again pulls rank and gets it away. Down that left wing. Here's Hunter up against Seiko. Gentlemates desperate just for 1 more clean touch. They'll feel they can finish this one. And in game 5, the superior team surely will be able to take it. But Chiefs have been the superior team so far in this series. Flip the script on its head. They have to do it 1 more time now, but it's looking like Gentlemates are up and running.
I mean, it completely flips again. If Gentlemates can win this game, then you'd think that that's the opportunity missed for Chiefs. But they're still in with a chance here.
Yay!
It's a great chance.
Oh.
By Juicy. Jorias hit the top corner with that ground shot. But just inside the final minute, it's a Gentlemates defensive play that keeps this one level.
Massive. Last time we saw a huge save. Joria's got the dunk after that one to make it worthless. That won't be the case again this time, because after getting that save, Gentlemates managed to take control of the ball. And that's what takes us here now. Itachi, though, is tackled by Hunter. Juicy has no boost to do too much with that ball. Kaka up against Seiko, who beats 2 of them. Jorias was up as well.
Oh.
Teething issue.
Clear net for Itachi to bring this home.
Gentlemates 3-2.
What happens here?
Oh, that's a heavy
Oh,
commit
just everyone's
from
caught
Jorias.
forward.
And he really didn't have to go there. Gentlemates weren't immediately threatening a shot on target, but he thought he could get there. And, you know, playing as he has this series, he's been right most of the time when he's thought he can get to the ball. So we'll let him off. But it's not going to change the result of this game. 20 seconds to go. Can Chiefs come back? Or will we be going to game 5 for the first time today?
Jorias takes a touch. He has the 100 again. To the ceiling with him. Anybody in front of him. Not this time. It doesn't matter anyway because Seiko was on him like a flash. Hunter. It's a forced pinch into the corner. Juicy's just waiting for it. Gentlemates showing the game management that's taken them to the very top. This is where they love to be. When they have the lead, they are dogged in their defensive responsibilities, but Chiefs have the ball. Kaka to the city.
Oh my God.
We will have game 5. Gentlemates have weathered the storm for now.
I mean, Gentlemates, very close.
All right, I got to pee before game
to
5.
simply being out of this series and into the lower bracket in the group. It took a Chiefs defensive mistake, I think, to get them back into it, really. I mean, it was a small mistake, and we'd have to take a look at the POV for Kaka to determine whether or not it was an own goal. But, you know, it's a mistake we've all made in Rocket League, where you flip into the ball as it's right next to your post in defense on the back wall, and you end up own goaling it. A lot of the time, if you just simply drive straight into the ball and don't jump at all, don't flip, you just poke it into the inside of the post and it goes clear. But yeah, like I said, we're not sure yet. We didn't get a POV on it, so it might have just been impossible to save. But I think probably the bigger mistake was that third goal. Double committing unnecessarily. That's been the biggest issue. The double commits, the heavy, heavy double commits that are occasionally popping up for Chiefs. All the way back in game 1, it cost them. Game 4, it cost them again. But I'm still so impressed with what I've seen from this this new team. And whether this is just a one-event experiment, or if they're going to try and make this into a bigger thing, I think Kaka probably did have a save there if he just drove. But yeah, I want to see more of this team. I'm so excited watching them play. I'd love to see Joyas make the trek over to OC. His big brother lives in Australia, so why not?
I mean, I feel like Jory is going for crazy double commits that lead to goals against. It's just him assimilating to the OCE way of life. So respect to him for that. It does lead us to Game 5, the first of the day, the first of Esports World Cup in Rocket League. The decider, Champions Field for any new viewers, is where the decider always is, and it's almost Gentlemates that take first blood.
Yeah, they got kickoff pressure there, delayed kickoff with that side aggressive cheat. I mean, they've done that a few times in this series. Just cheating up and just alongside the kickoff and trying to win it in that direction. But now here come Chiefs. Oh, it's off the post from Jorias with his redirect, and the pass was clean there for Chiefs. Gentlemates have looked nervous still, even in their comeback win there in Game 4. They don't look like themselves. They look like they've been utterly rattled, but can they make a champion's response now? Juicy threatening, but misses with a tight angle double.
I mean, if they're going to play their best at any time in this series, I can't see it being in game number 5. I've got a feeling that if Gentlemates are to take it, it will have to be an almighty grind. But let's see, perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps they're just warming up throughout. Here comes Juicy. Done too much this series. I know what he's capable of mechanically, and hasn't had it all his own way, nor have any of his teammates. Joria sends that one long, follows it up as well. To the ceiling with him, hoping Juicy will try and go into the center. Juicy instead goes down the line. He was forced there where Kaka was waiting. More good team play from Kaka and Jorias. Now Hunter with a teammate in the center. Gets it through. In comes Jorias for the shot, but it's charged down by Itachi.
Well, nice recovery by Jorias there, just letting his car bounce off the back wall instead of trying to recover and losing all his momentum on his wheels. Chiefs continuing to use team play and offense in order to generate opportunities. Back pass from Seiko. Juicy's got every option in the world. Decides to go solo. He's passed one.
90 seconds in,
And
still
then
tied at
reset into the middle. He's
zeros.
going to give Itachi a free ball. Reset from him. Loses control of it. And now Jory is just faking that he's got boost and is going to ignite it late to continue on that play. Gentlemates are really knocking at the door now, though. Saves coming in consistently for Chiefs.
Yeah, dominating the midfield, dominating the boost as well, Gentlemates. Our favorites are truly warm now. But Kaka keeps control of this ball. That's what Chiefs need to do. They have to get hold of it, and they have to keep it, even for a couple of seconds. Get some shots on target, make Gentlemates feel spooked again.
Wow, Chiefs get a wide open net. How?
Again, in a back and forth game, it is Chiefs who break the deadlock. 50-50 spilled into the middle. They pounced on the second ball quicker than the two teams, and it's a pass into a finish that breaks the deadlock. Chiefs again with the lead on match point.
Jorias has clean control of this one again. Oh, the double tap. Could have been sublime there. The unexpected second hit. There's a pass there. Oh, it's a little bit behind Hunter. I like the idea from Kaka. Not quite the execution. This is game 5, where the nerves are even more impactful. The hands are starting to sweat under those hot lights. You have to be able to deal with that at this level, and Jorias lets that one roll across him, goes for the perfect pinch. Can't quite get it though.
50, Jorias just muscling his way through. Now here comes Kaka with the air dribble. He's going to continue bouncing on with the ball here as Jorias tests the crossbar's integrity from the near post. It's Chiefs just giving Gentlemates a taste of their own medicine here. Gentlemates try to clear the ball to the sides. There's a Chiefs player there every single time they do. Reset, double for Jorias, denied by Seiko.
Big clearance from Seiko as well, but Hunter was in the perfect position to be able to take that one and keep on going. Uses this boost to almost squeeze past Itachi. A master of the near post pinch based on the last game where he got the own goal. Couldn't quite do it on the opposite side.
Juicy.
Now Juicy was about to spring, but Hunter, the ball falls to him.
Not for the first time this series. Chiefs continue aggressing, continue attacking. A miss comes through from the China Mason defense. Good cover of mid.
Nice pass to
And
Juicy
also
though. He's got
counter-attack
space.
threat,
No,
and
good.
Jory is deflects in middle. Itachi's
Shot.
there. Saved by Hunter. It's deflected very high. That's awkward for Seiko. Oh, he almost got that on target. It's now Chiefs are up against it. You know, credit to Chiefs. They've stayed aggressive. They've continued looking for follow-up chances. They know one goal might not be enough as they get closer and closer to winning the series.
Every time they get that ball back to the Gentlemates half, it is like a victory in their hearts. They have to keep it here. Hunter tries to get the block. Gets backwards to get some boost. Kaka does all sorts of good work there. Seiko again has to be speedy in his own goal line. Kaka somehow is still there, refuses to rotate out. And now it's Hunter's turn. Kaka gets in his way though. The comms have to remain on top. You cannot chuck yourself at the ball. That's what happened in the last game on Utopia. That's why they double commit. Let Gentlemates take the lead that ultimately won them the game.
Yeah, I like that they pulled out of the double commit there though. They didn't just full send
Shot
the double
on.
commit like they have in the past. They actually effectively communicated and left the ball for just one player who's called it the earliest of the two. Now with 35 seconds to go, we're getting very close to a Chiefs win. Gentlemates I'll be quite happy sitting back and defending, but will they continue to play like this if it gets closer and
30
closer
seconds.
to a Chiefs win? Gentlemates disciplined for now.
Chiefs
but
keeping
they
the
can
pressure
put up
down
this
here on
pressure.
this
They've
side
got
too.
the defense.
Juicy's got no boost either.
Kaka's gonna be able to get to this. There's more time.
On the cusp of one of the great upsets in Rocket League history. Itachi with Jory is in front of him.
One
Itachi
last
goes
chance.
Past him. Hunter has to get the clean pitch. It's a bit
Shot.
central. Seiko shoots, but it's
Jory's
back
the
away
big
from
save.
Jory. Now Juicy
Can they get this out of their zone?
mode boost. Nothing in the tank for Gentlemates until Itachi
One more
gets
touch.
Jory. When this
Chiefs did it. They take down Gentlemates.
Take the dub.
No way.
LBP successful yet again against Seiko. Chiefs remain in the upper
Wow.
bracket. Gentlemates have to ask some serious
Chiefs are
questions
one
after
win
that one.
away from advancing to top 8.
ICE, how was that for
You
a
figure
good
it's
fight
probably going to be against
performance
SSG.
after choking the game
And if
forward
you can
on
take
match
down
point,
Gentlemates,
they get it done in
why
5
wouldn't you be
against
able to
one of the
beat them?
tournament favorites, an all-time upset. And Joria's,
Chat.
Josia's perhaps
nice.
needs to be a rename from now on.
Wow.
I mean, this guy, get him into Australia full time. That is one of the just best performances I've seen from him. EU in shambles, Gentlemates back to the drawing board, sent to the lower bracket, and they need to win 2 straight now to make it out of the group.
Oh, Gentlemates will not have enjoyed that one bit. They will
Imagine
be
Jorius actually goes and joins the
raging,
squad for next
steaming
season.
Internally,
Damn.
desperate to get back on the pitch as soon as they can. But all they can do is just lick their wounds, speak amongst themselves, and go forward in the lower bracket. As for Chiefs, is that one of the great OCE performances of all time?
Oh, certainly. I mean, Hunter and Kaka as well, so consistent. Joria's was the MVP for me, but what a performance by the team. We're going to go and hear from them themselves down on the stage.
Jory's, man, what a performance. Congratulations are in order. Obviously, for yourself, standing in for the team, I want to start off discussions by asking you, what were the key areas of kind of struggle that you noticed in and amongst this team that you really wanted to work on?
Well, like the biggest struggle for us is because we've only scrimmed together for 1 day now. Like we don't really have any chemistry, so we managed to like kind of loop our way around that. So we all know what each other's gonna do. So we kind of take a little bit of personality and chemistry, but make sure that we know what each other is doing and we can play accordingly.
Now your next, the fans love you, I'm here for it. So your next opposition is going to be between Gaming Gladiators or Space Station Gaming. Who do you think you're going to face and what do you want to say to them?
Well, I think we're gonna face Space Station Gaming.
Probably, yeah.
And I mean, all I have to say is like, look what we just did. Like, they are the major winners. We just are a team for 1 day, so don't underestimate us. And I'm looking forward to the match.
Oh boy, Jorius, you certainly got their number. Thanks for joining me, and it's back over to the studio.
So any words?
I said they were gonna get a game. I didn't mean Gentlemates. I didn't think they were getting the 1 game, but holy, I mean, Jory has put it into perfect words. They've been together for 1 day. You cannot count them out anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what what a performance from Jory to literally say, yeah, there for one day, he has had so many woes over in NA. Yes, they got top 8 over and over and over again.
What an
But that was
upset,
a man
bro.
possessed. A new level from him. And you can't win that series when it's just one player popping off. Hunter and Kaka, they were putting in performances of their lives, recently losing their teammate Finn to retirement. Finn, I hope, is looking on from home and being like, lads, this is what we trained for. Well done. Because that's one of the all-time great OC performances.
Oh, this is one of the greatest upsets in Rocket League history. I feel like everybody at home, me,
100%.
across the world, that sentence got said a million times over. And I mean, I didn't really know what to expect when they brought Jorius over. I think I was like everyone else. I questioned it a little bit. I was like, oh, I understand. Like, yes, you're going to bring in an import and then see what happens. But my gosh, to upset Gentlemates.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And I guess there's no other words to say besides he's going to get our Sony MVP player of the match. Regardless of win or loss there, I asked, I'm like, can we do Jorius even if they lose? Because he had the biggest impact across every single one of those 6 players on the field out there.
Yeah, I mean, it was, 18 shots, it just said, in 4 games. That is a huge amount of aggression. He was everywhere on the pitch. We see like goals like this. Game number 1. What? a near enough cross-map ceiling pinch, but not only offensively hurt, defensively, he was making sure that not only was he getting defensive plays, he was then sending them to teammates and making sure that he worked alongside the 2 players that he was with.
Yes, that's what I wanted to touch on the most. Despite being MVP, you can't really be MVP alone. That kind of a setup comes from the team as a whole, and I gotta give
that pass there, for example.
I gotta give props
Still
to
crazy
Hunter
at the end
and
they
Kaka.
took
I mean,
down
there was a slight
fucking
moment we were talking about it during the game 5, and I was like, this all really falls onto the shoulders of Kaka and Hunter to be able to keep up with Jorius right now. They stumbled for a
They
quick
definitely
second,
have the ability
and I was
to
like, oh, they're fine. Everything's actually gonna be fine, and then they pulled it off.
I think we
carry
need just a few
momentum
moments
off of
to
a
think
win
about
like
what
this,
just happened,
especially because like it
we
feels like the
have
road gets
one
easier
more
at
match
least.
After this, take a breather, go to the break, and we'll see you on the other side.
Because you at least feel like if you can take them down, you can take down SSG, and then it depends on what your bracket looks like, right? Because you'll be through in the 1 seed, so you're probably going to be looking at a 2 seed. And I think it's A and D play each other. You'll probably have to play against BDS. Is like the only real issue. Presumably BDS, I should say. But we finally got ourselves a game 5. We've been asking for that all day long, chat. So, can't complain. Now, imagine how much this bracket gets turned on its head if somehow Gaming Gladiators take down Space Station Gaming. Imagine how fucking wild shit gets. All right, chat, just a reminder, when we do the watch parties, man, we don't ever watch stuff, the like end show stuff. Especially on a day like today where it's been a longer day. Especially because I am going to have to be leaving shortly afterwards as well to go get little man from the bus stop. Chad, I should have gone to the gym last night after casting instead of this morning. I'm exhausted. I thought if I slept in an extra hour, despite the fact I was up late casting, I'd be fine. Wasn't the case, though. And you know, I've made that mistake the last few weeks. When am I going to learn? Yeah, I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Oh. I just realized we've sat here and seen them talking, and I didn't even fucking tune into this.
Twisted Minds won, I believe, 5-4.
Yeah.
Then you locked down defense games 3 and 4. 1-0, 1-0. What changed between games 2 and 3?
During the offseason, as I said, we work a lot in defense and offensive play. So we, like with Cherry Pick, we work a lot about that, and I think it's working now. But if that don't work, we have a lot of idea,
Yeah.
say, to train. So
Okay.
Good.
When the groups came out for this event, everyone was looking at your group because Vitality versus Furia. A lot of history this year between you two guys. They're 2-2 in the 2 majors. A lot of bad blood as well. They did knock you out of the last major tournament.
Yeah.
Like, is there a team you would rather beat than Furia, or is that the team you absolutely must beat?
I don't know. I want to play every team first because it's a good practice for World. So at World it would be the same team. So if we play Furia, we play Furia. If we play Falcon, we play Falcon. I just want to play the best team in the world. So.
But for the title, you get to crush 3 keys and it'll be part of your trophy. So you get to
Who would
crush
they put?
3 of the team's keys.
Yeah.
Is Furia gonna be one of those keys if you guys do win?
For sure.
I hope.
You figure it'd probably be what,
Sounds
Furia?
good. Thank you, Rado. I appreciate you, man. And let's head it back.
And then do
to
they
the
just take the
studio.
other 2 French teams, BDS and Gentlemates? Or would you find a way to crush the G2, or not G2. Yeah, crush like the G2 ones since they're like the previous champs. I don't know. So many good ones in Rocket League, bro.
One more match to go here at the Esports World Cup day number 1. There's 4 days, still lots more Rocket League. Don't worry, you haven't missed all of it. But our next matchup, Gaming Gladiators versus SSG. I'm Leaf. We have Hurricane Stumpy here. Stumpy,
Hello.
This matchup gets to round out the day.
And I think it's going to be a decent one as well because we've had a lot of those high-octane matches, but right now we're going to be seeing another massive region in North America take on one of our emerging minor regions in APAC. We just saw what can happen when then you have OCE versus EU. Can they do the same, maybe?
I feel like at this point, we all have to kind of stop saying, like, can they? We've seen it so many times today.
True, though.
Limitless did something crazy. Power pushed to the limits as well. We just saw the upset with the Chiefs. At this point, I'm like, you know what? Nothing's impossible.
That's fair enough. And I want one more time to ask you guys to get involved, please, if you can. Get us your votes. stcplay.gg is where you got to go if you want to make sure that your voice is heard about our next matchup coming this way. But the voice we want to hear right now is from one of the participating teams, and it's the Gaming Gladiators.
Feels amazing to be in Riyadh. It's my second time here, first time. You know, it was an amazing time. It was a prestigious event, and this year it's even bigger. So it's a very big event for us to be here. For this event, we've been boot camping. So we've boot camped in Serbia for, I would say, 2 weeks. And yeah, I mean, it was a lot of hard practice, long days. For this event, because you know it's very important for us to go far in it. I would say natural chemistry is something that we would have over most teams. We've boot camped, I would say, now over 3 months. In the last 4 or 5 months now, basically most of the time boot camping, and we've gone to know each other very well in person and in the game. So I would say team chemistry. To the people that are sleeping on us, I would say. They don't really know how much practice we've put in the last 3 months that we've been practicing boot camping, and I hope we can show a big surprise.
You don't know how much work they've been putting in. The question is it going to translate, and do you guys believe it's going to translate? What's the score line?
They said don't sleep on them, but it's going to be a 3-0, unfortunately.
And quick.
Damn, he said don't sleep on them.
All right.
But it's going to be
We're on
what?
efficiency. Let's get our last match of day one on the roll.
All right, let's get it, champ. Hey, 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 hey.
That's right, everybody. We're going to have Space Station Gaming taking on the Gaming Gladiators. A whole lot of gaming taking place over here on the stage. Now, Space Station Gaming, in particular, backstage in incredibly high spirits, despite the fact that they failed to qualify to the first ever major for this year. I don't know about you, Fancy, but I got high hopes of them.
I mean, honestly, it could go both ways at this point. Yes, Space Station Gaming is the obvious call, but Gaming Gladiators, they were able to get to the London Major, and they won against Chief Esports, which is the team that just upset it. It's like one of the biggest teams in the tournament, but at the same time, they didn't have Jurius, so I don't know. There's a lot of things going on at this tournament, and it's the last match of tonight, so casters, please take it away.
Take it away. Let's get it.
Well, Gaming Gladiators, have you been watching? Because just now we have seen one of the upsets of all time in the Rocket League. Can they repeat the trick against Space Station?
Well, I'm, already gonna say this is a tall task. I mean, coming into today, we thought this was one of the clearest cut groups in terms of who would be winning the opening matches. But if I were to ask you at the start of today, who are the better team between Space Station and Gentlemates, who would you say?
I would have said Gentlemates.
Gentlemates. So we've already established unequivocally Space Station are worse than Gentlemates, who just lost to Chiefs, so they're clearly garbage. And also Gladiators beat Chiefs last time they played them 3-0. They didn't have Jorias, but they 3-0'd them. Is Jorias really that good to make a 3-0 swing turn into it? I don't know. I mean, all I'm thinking here is that stars are pointing at a Gladiators win here. Just group of upsets. Why not?
1 second, chat. I'm sending a DM real quick.
This is a monumental task. Space Station are a world-class team, and we're going to need to see one of the best performances out of Gladiators. In fact, maybe even their best.
Space Station, a team that have been improving as the season has gone on, making the last major, and you can see why. The passes they put together, But the main reason they are so good is the man currently collecting boost, LJ, who'll be hoping to defend against Virtuoso in a second. As I speak, Gladiators are being on a decent amount of pressure. But yeah, LJ is certainly the difference when it comes to Space Station winning and losing series. And here he is.
Well, that was nearly 1-0 as Vert just dunked Space Station and sent the ball flying into the post. LJ is one of those players, just like we saw from Jan earlier on today, who really pops off against the competition he's supposed to beat and already nearly gets in the score sheet. But nice save again, 2 great saves from Gladiators inside the first minute.
And here he is, LJ, and he's got boost as well. This is danger already for Gladiators. You cannot give him this much time. That's what happens. Hawks are on the same wavelength as usual. 1-0 SSG.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff as Virtuoso gets completely cleared out of the way. Called nice and early there on that play as well, so there was no delay between the demo and the shot. And already it's going to be a 1-0 lead for Space Station, but don't jump to conclusions too quickly here, because this is exactly how the Gentlemates Chiefs series started. If we've learned anything today, based on that one series alone, is that these matches can be closer than you think.
Very true. Gladiators, who had their entire season come down to one series against their nearest opposition over in APAC, and they won that series 4-0. If they'd have lost it, they wouldn't have gone to the second major, and they wouldn't be going to Worlds. So they certainly are a team that are capable of holding their nerve. They've got plenty of experience as well.
All right, so Space Station gets the early goal here.
And Tho and Virtuoso have been part of the EU scene before moving on forever, so plenty of talent, plenty of experience, plenty of skill there, and they have had some decent chances early doors.
Yeah, not bad looking from Gladiators.
Sorry, I think I missed your question, the content
with this guy, LJ.
To your question.
Challenge him early. They've got to challenge him as a team. So you've got to assume that he's going to beat one player every time he goes
I think you're talking about how Jorias had only scrimmed with them for a day. It's because Jorias got picked up by the Chiefs,
it's all about getting
specifically for a World Cup, because Finn had already announced his retirement from Rocket League.
Play at full pace, trying to shut down Space Station Gaming whenever they go for these tricky touches. And LJ, as you say, Johnny, does get past the first player. The second one was on hand, just to bop it into the center.
My bad, I got given a heads up on a potential
always there, ever present.
casting opportunity.
Space Station Gaming, desperate for that ball at all times. Here he comes again from an awkward standing start, still gets it to the ceiling. Hoxer comes in, and that is why Space Station Gaming is so dangerous. Not just LJ, Hoxer in particular combines with him to perfection.
That's big that Max got a touch on the player there. Thought had an opportunity. It looked like the near post was covered by a defender, but still, chances being created by Gladiators. But yeah, even though Max got outplayed there, he still managed to get a touch on to Hoxer, who couldn't double tap because of said touch. It's always important if you are going to get dusted to block the player as best as you can.
Chicago sends that one long. Virtuoso up quick. That pre-jump that we saw earlier on, almost effective again. Not quite on that occasion, but I like that from Virtuoso. I like the bravery. A man once known as a demo merchant is now capable of much more than that, more in his box of tricks. And in comes Hoxer up against Virtuoso. Virtuoso has to wait for this ball to hit the floor and beats LJ. So now they've isolated Chicago, but the next touch from Virtuoso was a little bit disappointing, so Chicago could just clear long.
Well, that's a good call there by Tho that he had the ball, but he didn't do much with it.
LJ's up.
Well, this is brilliant from SSG. Passing play, LJ rattles a crossbar from distance. And the attack's not over. Max covered in mid there. Hoxer's going to circle around. LJ grabbing the ball, leaving the boost for Hoxer as he did so. Phenomenal stuff from SSG once again. Are they going to get another goal? Not yet. As Gladiators continue to just scramble in defense. I mean, they're hustling about, but they've got to make contact on these clears, or else it's going to be
Yay! Hoxer punched it home.
His second goal of the game. Too many mistakes, too many misses from Gladiators. On touches that are uncontested, you've got to be making contact.
Yeah, Virtuoso did his best to make up for Maxu's miss, but in the end, his clearance too.
But so Jorias has kind of been like traveling this off season, like playing in a couple different regions.
Season, has been going on. You cannot make any unforced errors. You have to make Space Station work for every goal they get. And frankly, they didn't have to work hard enough for that one. He tries to put that one on target. It's sent across, flashed across the goal. We have seen a couple of half chances for Gladiators. They'll take heart from that.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Going the way of the team in orange.
You know, another clear issue.
I mean, M80 is done, I think. At least the roster is disbanding.
Having a Jorias who played the way he did for Chiefs in the last game would be good for any team. And I'm not seeing Jorias. Just having another look, though, Max, you've heard. Yeah, no Jorias. So they're going to struggle with their lack of Jorias in particular in this matchup. And it's because the playmaking just doesn't seem to be there. They don't have that threat. So Space Station are going to be quite comfortable. They're sitting back and letting the game play itself. They're not going to have to force the issue if they don't run into too many problems.
Nice.
It's another great goal. LJ gets in the score sheet, 3-0. And what a pass by SSG's Chicago gets involved.
So, like, you know, he was an EU player.
Waiting for that. Chicago gets a pinpoint.
Going to be moving over to,
into the center.
moved over to
Basically
NA.
Slaps it at LJ, who couldn't help but score. And that is 3 for Space Station Gaming, starting to enjoy themselves and have some fun, and making sure that Gladiators know that they are truly up against it. We ain't having any of that nonsense this time around in this group. This one is going to go to the favorites. So say SSG after the first game. A clean, currently 3-0 victory for them. And the ball lands, and it is a nice, satisfied lean back there from Hoxer and Chicago and LJ, all 3 of them looking pretty calm.
Yeah, just a routine win there for SSG. They're a team in NA who are extremely consistent against teams they're supposed to beat. They do struggle with the very best teams in the world, particularly G2 in their own region. But Gladiators are a team they're supposed to beat. That's something SSG usually don't have an issue with. That wasn't the best from Gladiators we've seen on LAN this year. Lots of misses, lots of panicky moments, and that's not unusual when you're up against a team like SSG. LJ, you know, pacey to start off the game there with the opening goal. Just beautiful control. Just left the ball at the perfect time. Called the bump nice and early so Hoxer could be first to it.
I love that goal especially because Hoxer was there as LJ made contact with the opponent. So it was so telegraphed within the context of the comms. You can hear the comms there. You can hear them celebrating. You can hear them just enjoying their Rocket League. Look how early
what
LJ
a pass.
got there. These guys are just... They're one of the most wavelengthy teams I think we have. Like, when one of them is going for a solo play, their teammates seem to know exactly when to come in, never get in each other's way. You never see LJ look frustrated that Hoxer's come in. It's always the plan, you know, that, you know, step 1, 2, 3, 4 will be solo, but step 5, that's when Hoxer comes in and takes over, and it always seems to work.
You know, we did talk about the lack of playmaking from Gladiators. If they're not going to have the big mechanical plays like we saw from Chiefs in the last series, then they need to be a perfect unit. They need to be just one mind, one machine on the pitch. They talked about how much they've practiced in the run-up to this event. They've been scrimming, they've been boot camping, and they need to use all of that practice to best effect.
Damn.
Oh, that's synergy, but not the kind you want. Triple commit, triple whiff. Gladiators merely spectators in that play as Max's clear gets slapped into the net by Chicago.
Oh, jeez, look at them all go. Oh, we're not looking good in slow motion.
Looking like us out there.
That's a little bit painful for them. The last thing you want to see, unless you're of a Space Station Gaming persuasion. An easy early goal here in game number 2.
Chat, I'm already seeing all-season talks about Yay and for VCT, and I'm going to throw up.
Chicago already up. Space Station are just ridiculous.
Oh!
What are you doing, Hoxer?
Pogo outplayed by Hoxer. Over the top of Virtuoso, just gets that touch a little bit earlier than very expected. Vert ready for a 50-50 on the ground, but Hoxer pogos it over him, recovers, and then puts it into the open net. SSG are just speed running this one. They're just getting it over with. And it looks like we are going to need to just settle for that one upset of the day. And Gladiators, wow, long way to come back. And it looks like a lot of ground to cover if they're going to be able to match SSG even somewhat in this matchup.
I mean, I hope you're never my doctor, Johnny, if you are calling this one already with 4 minutes to go in game 2. I can certainly see why. The difference in abilities so far, it seems up to this point, but who knows, maybe Gladiators can steal a goal or 2, maybe Space Station will get shaken, but it does seem, I agree, they're having too much fun. Chicago, I don't even know where he's off to. As soon as LJ gets the ball, it's like Space Station are pre-jumping, saying, pick me, I'd like to get the free goal. And LJ has to just decide who he picks to score it in the end. There you go, Chicago's up, Chicago's yeah, just...
What a pass.
It's ridiculous.
Last game it was Chicago to LJ. Now it's LJ to Chicago. The exact same thing. They just said, you know what, let's just pre-jump every pass at that crossbar height. And then
I think it's going to be a quick game,
exactly
chat.
where to hit it. You just know how high the pass has to be.
When do Gladiators start pre-jumping when LJ gets the ball? That's my next question. You know, when are we going to have LJ getting the ball and all 5 other players going up saying, I'm here, with Gladiators going for the block. And of course, Space Station going for the goal. That's something we'll see how it develops as the series goes on. But right now, Gladiators have to make sure they don't get embarrassed, because this is the team that is going to be going to Worlds. They don't want to fall and concede 7, 8, 9 goals.
Well, you know, if we're learning anything right now, is that scrims are a waste of time, because Chiefs have scrimmed for one day. They just put on a world-class performance, one of the greatest comebacks, or one of the greatest, I should say, upsets of all time. And Gladiators have been scrimming. Okay, hold on. Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon. That's a nice goal in transition by Tho. Yeah, they've been practicing it on. They've been scrimming for weeks in the preparation for this. They've been one of the teams who stuck all split longs as well in RLCS. So, yeah, was it really worth it? They maybe should have formed a day, you know, a week ago and scrimmed one day. What do we know?
The honeymoon period is a powerful thing. That could be the difference between survival and death here in the Esports World Cup. Chicago takes a touch into the center. LJ is there waiting for him. No pre-jump this time. They'll keep their patience. Gladiators do get themselves on the score, but always nice to see a clean sweep get avoided, or a perfect sweep, sorry, get avoided. That's exactly what Gaming Gladiators have done on that occasion. Chicago to the backboard there. LJ's coming in, puts it wide. So only a couple of goals the difference with 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, you know, LJ missing that. Clearly they're tilted after conceding. That was just an uncontested shot. Now here comes the reset fake. Gladiators starting to get some opportunities, but Virtuoso's clean beat by LJ here. Offload to Hoxer. He's going to try and carry this one all the way, but I'd like for that to hit the ceiling on its way to the goal, get another chance at it, but he adapted well, flying into another bump on the goalie. The Gladiators are getting a half look, a half chance here or there now, which is promising for them. Is it too little too late though? 2 minutes to go, 2 goals to get. Oh, that's another good opportunity. Max almost at the end of it. Oh, that's promising signs for Gladiators again.
Yeah, Space Station have certainly cooled down, which is exactly what Gladiators needed. And to be crediting to Gladiators, they are making the most of that up to this point. They have to win this one. Virtuoso clears long. Tho is just hoovering about down the other end. Wants to get a bump right now. LJ still manages to come out of that one cleanly. 1:40, time just beginning to tick away. Gladiators hoping to get themselves at least a second goal between now and the end of this second game. And this as she goes forward, LJ, he read the danger, he saw it was happening. Manages to snuff that one out yet again, but Space Station are now having to do some defending, and that wasn't even in the conversation.
Chat, I'm starting to smell the roast that we have in our crock pot downstairs.
Yeah, this is better from Gladiators. Solid. And Space Station, who are all confidence, all pre-jumps. I've kind of calmed down a little bit again as the goal lead got cut back to 2 goals. They know that conceding again at this point would make this extremely interesting at the end of the game. And that's maybe what's going to happen here. As, it's off the post, though, denied by LJ. That was a great opportunity. And again, good passing on transition by Gladiators. They've got that worked out.
Nicely puts the one into the center. Gladiators trying to do their absolute best between now and the end of game 2. But here comes Hox with the double. Can't quite get it on target. Virtuoso up against LJ. Max, you should be able to clear this one. It's clean gameplay from Gladiators. You know, it's not looking like they're stretching Space Station. It's looking like they might have a chance or two, but just getting the rotations going, warming up, playing that game. But the difference in quality. You know, we said LJ was the difference. That's an example.
And that's why you just need somebody challenging there or here or even here, not there. That's just too late. You got to get up much earlier because a ceiling double into reset from LJ will happen in the blink of an eye. If you're not up as early as humanly possible, then he's going to be past you. He's going to be past your whole team. You're not going to give your last man any chance to react. LJ, with authority, reestablishes the 3-goal lead.
Here he goes again to the ceiling. This time Virtuoso closes it down faster. So Gaming Gladiators, they are learning. Matsu goes to the double and gets it. Beats Hoxer. Wants to get the doink almost. He dodged for some reason. Don't know why you dodge when you could get a doink. But that's okay. I won't judge. LJ leaves it for Hoxer. No, he doesn't. LJ gets
wow,
the
it's
goal.
5-1, chat.
LJ with another one. It's 154 kilometers per hour Hoxer, and LJ with an aerial pinch straight into the top corner. They just delete the ball. Yeah, they are absolutely dominating this matchup. One of the most one-sided that we've seen all day. There was a little bit in the middle where Gladiators had something positive to write home about, but it didn't last for long. Space Station are right back at their winning ways.
Sad Junior looking very smug there.
Smug Junior
Just
indeed.
watching his team, Smug Junior.
Smug Senior perhaps now. It's been a while.
He'll have to drop the sad as well at this rate. His team are too impressive to be upset.
All right, Space Station up 2-0.
Happening in this one up to this point, Jonathan Boyington.
Yeah, not likely. You know, it was unlikely coming in, and it's looking even less likely now. It's a double fist bump. I mean, he probably deserves a couple fist bumps for that performance. LJ, one of the best offensive players in the world, one of the hardest players to stop in the world. You know, he's up there with players like Zen, like Kaliers, like Jan, like we saw earlier. When you put these guys behind the ball, they're just forces of nature. You just cannot stop them. They just roll through your whole team single-handedly, and just makes it so easy for the opponents. But I mean, that is brilliant by Hawkster. Pogo outplay in threes. That is so difficult to make happen in 3v3. 1v1 is becoming meta. 2s, okay, happens. But not 3v3, so that's phenomenal stuff. And another pre-jump. One pre-jump goal per game.
It was like from a standing start as well, that Hoxer Pogo. Very impressive indeed. I'm glad the Gladiators got their goal.
Did they score a bad goal this game? I mean, what is going on? Look at this highlight reel. Looks like a tournament highlight reel.
Wow.
That's one game.
I think that Space Station are becoming perhaps my favorite team to watch, because even if they lose, they sure go out in style. I mean, the way we're seeing them play right now, they're not just putting on a show because they, 100% they'll believe they'll win this series. They play like this against everyone else. They're going for pre-jumps. They're going for, these sort of mid-air fakes where a teammate follows up, an edgeable bump.
Oh,
and
yeah, just forfeit, honestly. Just get this one over.
He said just forfeit, honestly. Not like this.
On a good day, but this is not a good day for them, as their ball just goes in, bounces in pretty much from the halfway line. Okay, thank goodness. We've got a pause. There might have been something going on here, because, yeah, that should never be happening. Gladiators conceding like that. More than a bad day, perhaps, in order for that to happen. It looks like they may have technical, but we'll get that sorted as soon as we can. And then we'll get right back to Space Station winning this series, I imagine.
We'll see. Maybe the technical difficulty will be the big difference between all of it. I mean, it is frustrating. You want to perform as well as you possibly can. You want to make the best account of yourself. So if anything isn't perfect, then Gladiators certainly have every right to slow things down.
Well, I just realized something that might be making it even more difficult for Gladiators is they know who they're up against if they lose this. And there is a prize money jump between last place in their group and third in the group. They know that waiting for them in the lower bracket round one of this group is Gentlemates. Like, they probably expected it to be Chiefs.
I think they're happy it's not Chiefs, based on what they saw earlier. They were praying Gentlemates.
Well, that's what they have to be telling themselves. They have to be telling themselves, Gentlemates, they look awful. Let's have them. So I'm sure we're going to have a series tomorrow, an interesting one. Gentlemates up against it. Elimination early in a tournament for the first time this year. Facing elimination, I should say. But that could be, looming over Gladiators here. They don't have that matchup to fall back on tomorrow. They might be looking at this as a must-win almost in order to stay in the game and stay in the group.
They must be thinking, how on earth have we been put in this group that have got a major winner in Gentlemates? It's got Space Station Gaming, one of the, I'd say, most improved teams throughout the season, and then the best team in the world in Chiefs. Like, where do you turn? There's no easy wins for them.
It's tough. I mean, when the third best team in the group is Space Station, you might be in a group with that.
You've got LJ putting in 154 mile/hour pinch of Hoxer. Where do you possibly turn? It seems like there's a bit of a microphone issue.
I think Max just wanted to show everybody his really cool earring, actually.
I might get an earring myself.
What's going on? No, but you're right. There is a mic issue. We're going to try and get that sorted. Gladiators.
Ignore me getting an earring, Johnny.
I didn't want to acknowledge it.
I see.
But if you want to see Cole get an earring, do let him know on social media. I'm not sure it would go with your personality, personally.
Sure.
Maybe one of those ones that just snips on. You don't have to fully commit to it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, clip-on. Clip-on
right, I'll
ring.
get myself some clip-on earrings.
That might be a safer bet there.
I can hang out. I feel like Furia, the coolest team, would sort of invite me to hang out with them if I got some clip-on earrings.
You think so?
I'd be like, hey guys, should we go and I don't know, get some short
What do people who wear earrings do together? What would they invite you to do? Food?
They play table tennis, I presume. Like normal people things, I suppose.
Okay, right.
I don't know, whatever anyone does that doesn't wear it.
Sounds pretty good, actually. I might have to get an earring.
Let's do it, man. If CJ can get a mullet, I can get an earring, okay?
No, he's Australian, though. They can do that. They can mullets, moustaches, funny accents. Very cool hats.
Cork hats. The
the cork hats, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Crocodiles. So this series will continue when the players are all ready. I feel like there's not really a lot for us to discuss in this series beyond, wow, Space Station Gaming are hecking awesome.
No, I mean, it really does feel like we're just waiting for the ceremonious Game 3 victory lap for Space Station, because they have shown up in every bit of form we expected them to, and Gladiators look like their worst version of themselves. I mean, they've actually played some decent series on LAN recently in London, taking down Chiefs 3-0. Joris wasn't playing for Chiefs that day, but they still did 3-0 them. But now, up against SSG, they're just not able to perform. And I am wondering, you know, maybe, you know, when we joked a little bit about the practice, you know, scrims being pointless, as Chiefs have just shown us. You don't need them to go and
Hey, see, don't need them.
But if you do just lose all day in scrims, that can't do wonders for your confidence. I mean, yes, you're learning when you're losing. You learn from better teams, better players, but you want to win at some point, and I can't imagine they've been doing a whole lot of that in practice in this world-class lineup this competition is.
Yeah, very true. I mean, we're joking about how there's nowhere to turn in this group, but there's really nowhere to turn in this entire event, you know? You've got the SSA teams where Gaming Gladiators would be favorites against them. But apart from that, you know, they are still the up-and-comers. They are still the learners. This is still one of our key emerging regions.
Well, you know, coming into this event, if Joris didn't join Chiefs, I think Gladiators were looking like the third best team in the group ahead of Chiefs. They did beat them last time they played, but that's obviously flipped now. So yeah, tough situation they're in. They're probably looking at some of the other teams thinking, yeah, I wouldn't mind playing against SSA teams, or APAC brothers would be another good option for them. But you're stuck with SSG and SSG who are playing really, really well.
Playing really, really well, and looking about as comfortable as you can possibly look on a stage. And then it cuts to Virtuoso, who is deep in thought, trying to figure this one out. I mean, I think this is a case, it's not even a case of damage limitation for Gaming Gladiators. It is a case of, let's prove that we belong on this stage. Let's show how good we can be. You know, if our usual levels are 100% of ourselves, currently they're playing 60% of themselves. And that, to me, I believe would be the key disappointment, and why they are, of course, taking all the time that they are due in this technical pause, because you don't want to be performing less than yourself. We were discussing this, it was you, me, and Leaf, when we were talking about the match earlier on, which was a big upset, or would have been a huge upset with the second SSA team. And Leaf was sort of saying, oh, they should be smiling and enjoying it. And I'd be saying, I would be if I think I'm playing as well as I can play.
Yeah,
if I feel
that's
like
right.
I'm underperforming to my level, that's when I'd be getting tilted, getting frustrated, and having a bad experience here.
Yeah, that's most likely why their heads have been down. They know that they can do better than this. They know that they.
He wants VAR.
I mean, yes, they're losing.
Good luck, mate.
They're losing to SSG, of course, but they're at times beating themselves as well, and you know that's not a favorable matchup at all when they're taking themselves out of the game, missing the ball uncontested. They've just got to take their time a little bit more and try to realize when SSG are not in fact aggressing, because SSG are not a team who just try and push you all the way back into your end. They do rotate a bit deeper, so occasionally you are just going to get a free ball in defense, or some free time on the ball, and Gladiators have rushed a lot of those touches, just giving it away, and you know, made poor touches in defense that have led to goals or passes against them. And you know, SSG style has just reigned supreme here. It's just worked perfectly. Gladiators panicking, SSG patiently waiting for those moments to happen, and then capitalizing with mechanical brilliance.
I mean, you say they need to take their time. Where they don't need to take their time is when LJ is going up for an aerial. That's when, you know, you identified that moment when you had the edgeable where they could have attacked him here. No, they didn't. Could have attacked him here. No, they didn't. And then eventually, step 4, Virtuoso did, but by then it was too late. The damage had been done. There was no coming back from that moment. So that is when you do need to rush things. Even if you get beat into the ball cleanly, force LJ to go.
Yeah, this much for a mic for a team that's going to get their shit stuffed in anyways. Are we kidding?
Brilliantly with Hoxer earlier to do.
Absolutely.
So it's
I'm kidding. Fix
when
it here.
to dive in, because we sort of disparage diving in and we mock it somewhat, but sometimes it is necessary. You have to just charge it in threes. You have to charge at that ball, make your opponent
and just go get outplayed,
or do something, and make sure they go above you, not below you as well.
Yeah, always force high in threes as a general rule of thumb. But yeah, you know, it's take time on the free ball and then attack that contested ball, or attack the LJ controlled ball, especially at the earliest possible convenience. Even in the earliest possible inconvenience, just as soon as you can, or else he's gonna, you know, get one too many touches, and now your third is completely out of the game. Your third man that is not able to respond to what's coming his way. But yeah, we're hopefully just a couple minutes away now, or a minute away from game, because we do have headset ears back on. I'm just completely guessing here. I've not been told any secret information because Cole's laughing at me.
No,
but hey,
I was
headsets are on,
laughing,
and if it's a mic issue and headsets are on, I'm going to guess that they can hear each other through the microphones.
I mean, could it be that the floating gold bars potentially putting the players off at this point, and they're saying, can we clear these gold bars? Or the giant rotating obelisk in the sky is perhaps in their eye line? I mean, that would put me off. Imagine that, you're playing Rocket League, right? You're having a great time, and then suddenly you look up and there's a giant rotating obelisk in the sky.
That doesn't make sense.
We have a tech pause.
Physically, you're like, I think, yeah, something's going on here that I can't quite explain with my own limited education. Well, yeah, we do have headsets, ears all on, so that must mean the gladiators can all now hear each other through their microphones, and they don't need to take that one ear off to get their communication working.
Heads up, everyone. We've just been told it will be about 5 more minutes. So if you want to get
grab a drink, stretch your legs, perfect time for that.
Some popcorn.
Make some popcorn.
Yeah, make some popcorn. You know,
We really been told it's gonna be 5 more minutes, or is he fucking with me?
I don't mean go and buy a
lot of people listening.
Is he fucking with me right now?
Popcorn.
How do you make popcorn? What's your favorite way to make popcorn, Jonathan?
Buying the pre-popped.
Pre-pop, not in the microwave.
Buying the unpopped corn and then popping it.
Oh yeah. So
in the pan.
Yeah. You put it in a pan.
Yeah, pan.
Wow, we have.
You microwave it.
Heston Blumenthal over here.
Yeah, let's take a look at the club championship. In the meantime, stop talking about popcorn, and we'll be right back with the game after this.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
Lots of money up for grabs in the Club Championship. Gaming Gladiators are actually 4th place right now in that. They'll be looking to hold on to that. They want Vitality, G2 in particular, and BDS as well, to lose as early as possible in this competition, because Gaming Gladiators are going to be struggling to pick up more points in this one if things keep going as they currently are.
Team BDS currently a win off that second top 8 place.
Mostly just because you don't know when you're going to a break.
HQ will certainly be looking at Monkey Moon and the lads going, come on guys, make sure you don't
Sometimes in a case like this, like I know
I think it's impressive.
Cole and Johnny Boy have like a pretty good rapport, so it's probably not so hard. Like if me and Llama have to riff it for 10-15 minutes in a show, it's not that bad. But if it's like me and somebody who I've never casted with before and I don't have that synergy with, it's a little harder.
Who are competing here? Let's take a look at the tournament prize pool for the Rocket League tournament. So this is what the players and the orgs.
But like when I think of some of my favorite duos to cast with, like we can turn any cast into a podcast
so
easily.
Far, that will be the second highest prize pool announced for this calendar year. Massive.
It's just the only thing that's kind of frustrating is sitting there and not knowing, like, all right, when are we going to get back into it? What's up? What's going on? Because like they don't really keep that constant contact because they want you to just be able to have a conversation, you know?
They're waiting for them.
Setting up for that, and also bringing Gaming Gladiators just a few more points in the overall tally as well.
Exactly.
If they can get through. I mean, you know, if they can get through Space Station Gaming, who knows? But if they can get at least 1 series win, presuming they do lose this one. So big stakes, big stakes as it has been throughout this entire thing, throughout this wonderful Esports World Cup. There's currently Tekken going on as well, currently PUBG as well. We've been wandering around, haven't we, the venue, or the venues, and just each one is more beautiful than the next.
It's fantastic sublime stuff. And, you know, one of the most interesting and one of the most elaborate elements in this tournament.
The other thing that's tough, though, is it like kind of depends on the time of day. Like right now, I'm sure these boys are like, bro, it's one more game. Can we just get this fucking thing going? You know what I mean?
We've not yet
it's not like we got a series where people are like wondering what the result's going to be. Like we're all expecting
some teams have to leave us, and it's
one more game to be played, and that's it. You know what I mean?
I can't wait for some teams to go out. I'm going to be rubbing my hands together.
Yep.
It's not like it's tied 1-1, and we aren't sure if Space Station Gaming or Gaming Gladiators is going to be able to come out on top. Like
just having to hand over their souls to the opposition as they exit the competition. But we are just now a few seconds away from returning to the game. So thank you all for your patience waiting.
Thank you very much.
For Gaming Gladiators' inevitable demise.
You guys in the chats can continue discussing popcorn because we are getting to the brass tacks of the situation. We are here for Rocket League. We're not here for popcorn talk, Johnny. All right, let's take this.
How do you pop your corn, Cole?
You're gonna judge me. I do like the pre-popped bags. I'm very lazy. Yeah, they're good. No, there are some bad ones, but there are some very good ones. Microwave is always the middle ground.
How many of you said with a needle? I know some of you have tried it. All right, here we go with game number 3. We are clean reset here. The goal was removed as there was, of course, no comms for Gladiators on that goal. They could not hear each other. And now, oh, how about this? Fresh off the restart, we've got a chance. Not quite. But Gladiators with a great chance there to actually take their first lead of the series.
That would. But Hoxer gets it over the top of Tho. Now Tho gets around that ball. Wants to get the flip reset. They're trying Gaming Gladiators, just can't quite wriggle their cars around the ball enough.
Now that's already going to be another opportunity. Oh, it's in for Chicago. What a block at midfield. They just fly straight into the net. Virtuoso pitches it up high and then gets dunked on by Chicago in off the post. 1-0 SSG for the 3rd game in a row.
Huge read from Chicago. A former major winner, of course, as well. Was once the new kid on the block himself for G2. And now with Space Station Gaming seems to have found a happy home.
Well, chat, we took that break for this.
I mean, look at this.
Oh, God.
Chicago, late kickoff there, deflecting the ball to the right towards Hoxer, who already moved over into that position. That's a brilliant strategy by SSG, and it's resulted in another goal for them. A double kickoff in response from Gladiators, but their cheating third was blocked from entering the play and taking the free ball.
He's going to have to get a touch here. This is the exact start that Gaming Gladiators didn't want. It's almost 3. Space Station Gaming just seemed to have been even more frustrated having to wait. The Hornet's nest is already buzzing. They can get themselves as many goals as possible. Want to take through to tomorrow as many as they can possibly get. Chicago is charged down there by Max Yu. That was a decent challenge there, but LJ's coming forward again. What will this one turn into? The beauty of casting LJ is you've got no idea at all what's going to happen. You know, suddenly there could be a Hoxer that appears out of nowhere and scores it. Normally when a player goes for a solo play, you can start to build up. They're trying something. It's different with Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, LJ really is one of those S-tier attacking players. You know, if you need a goal and you can pick anyone in the world to put on the ball in that moment, he would be, I think, in most people's top 5 to go and just get a goal no matter what with this attack. Can Phil do the same going the other way? Looking for the close range double tap. It's off target. He gets away from it pretty well, though. Max Yu hits the post. Just not quite good enough.
Yeah, there just hasn't been anything that Gaming Gladiators has even been able to build on, bro.
But Choisu and Max Yu in the corner.
Like, they're literally just out here being a sacrificial lamb for SSG to get their weekend started.
First game is 8.
Yeah, but I believe he was.
And Marky Duda was coaching as well. So
yeah,
there is some history in these events, in the Esports World Cup, 2 Gaming Gladiators. And of course, the Org is doing incredibly well overall as well. So, you know, don't write them out too much.
Or was he? Was it by then? Was it CRR, Nolly, and Devo?
I know
Somebody
it was
in chat
Devo,
helps out here.
I can't remember
yeah,
who else.
Yeah, Devo is definitely playing. CRR is definitely playing. Actually, it must have been Nolly, actually, if it was CRR Devo. I don't remember Tho ever playing with them.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Marky Duda, though.
Yeah, Marky Duda was there. And, you know, they're all here together right now trying to formulate any kind of win condition that's so far looked like mission impossible against an in-form SSG. Gladiators have not been able to play up to the level we know they can. That's not a level close to SSG, but it's better than this. That's really been the disappointing thing for them today. Little wave dash center ball there for Hoxer. Tho stays with it pretty well, but Max Yu off his goal line. Needs to be rescued by Vert. He does get rescued by Vert. 2 minutes to go, 2 goals to get. That's not the end of the world, but it's close to it for Gaming Gladiators in this upper bracket.
I was just giggling at Hoxer landing backwards and just shrugging his shoulders and going, okay, guess I'm playing backwards now and going for a little reverse in the center of the pitch. They're still getting a decent challenge on it as Virtuoso is hugely faked out. Doesn't eventually receive the ball with a nice pass from Tho. Virtuoso goes long again. Gaming Gladiators would just adore one more goal to take forwards to tomorrow. LJ backflips. Hoxer's there into the center. Chicago out wide. Now it's Hoxer's turn. Gaming Gladiators have done that thing again that they did in Game 2, where for large periods of the game, they do manage to slow Space Station Gaming down. Suppressing attack. Make it a little bit toothless.
Hold on. Open field.
Surely. The shot. Max Yu gets the goal.
There's one.
Second.
Oh, that's a big demo in third there. just as Virtus clearing the ball. Maxu doesn't rotate back post, he rotates straight towards the third man, demos them, and has a free shot as a result. 1 minute and 9 seconds left. That's a relevant goal there for Gladiators. Now, it was SSG who backed up their goal with a kickoff strat. Gladiators are going to try that same one again. Oh, it's not going to work for them this time. Chicago.
And Space Station Gaming gets it back.
Twice in a row. Didn't work the first time. It's even worse the second time.
I don't hate the idea from Gladiators. They wanted to go for the bot shot. They went for the bot shot. Didn't pan out, but they tried something. Unfortunately for them, the result is being 2 goals down yet again to Space Station Gaming. And that may well be the moment where Gaming Gladiators realize this series will not be for them.
I mean,
unless
it's tied for midfield play, but 2 kickoff goals for SSG. 1 finally crafted by themselves. Oh, Virtuoso, own goal, double tap step. He misses it. Chicago's there for the follow-up. Hoxer maybe could have scored by jumping, but let the ball pass over him.
Hello.
No. Oh!
Hello.
Oh!
Save by
Almost.
LJ. We nearly saw 2 mid-air pinch, team pinch goals, rather, in 2 consecutive series. 2 games even.
Games. Yeah, I'm a bit angry at LJ for saving that. Just watch one go in. Do you know what I mean? That was class. That looked great in slow motion. We could have found out if it was faster or not than LJ's finish. 154
I'm gonna say no. It didn't look as fast. I mean, the Space Station one was rapid, but this is it. 20 seconds. SSG about to advance to the upper bracket match in this group and play for first seed against Chiefs tomorrow, unless.
All right, chat.
Right now,
Space Station Gaming are going to take this series here.
Space Station reigns supreme. Gladiators have.
All right, let's go ahead and take a quick look at brackets real quick as far as what tomorrow's going to look like. Then I'm going to be like a banana and get the fuck up on out of here, all right? We've been live for 6.5 hours. Your boy's tired. All right, chat. Probably isn't going to update yet because it like literally just got done. Let's try it. Kabamo? Kabamo. All right, so here's our brackets as far as for tomorrow, all right? So it's going to be starting with upper bracket games. So it's going to be G2 versus BDS to start our day. So we're literally going across. So at 8 o'clock, which we're going to be here and live for, G2 Team BDS. Then it's going to be Falcons, Gen G, Furia, Vitality, and Chiefs Esports Club versus Space Station Gaming. So honestly, the first half of the day should be pretty bomb. And even though maybe not exactly the same level of talent in the second half of the day, I do think all of our elimination games are going to be pretty solid. Like, honestly, this Limitless power game, going to be banging. I even think that this, the Gentlemates Gladiators game, maybe not so much that one. Maybe that's just the last game that's going to be good. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, man, I'll be back over here tomorrow, whether it's over here on YouTube or whether you guys are watching over on Twitch. Remember, if you are watching over on Twitch, I do more than stream over on YouTube. We also do a lot of content as far as esports stuff, BCT, RLCS, ALGS, and more, man. So I'm going to get up on out of here. I'm going to hang low for the rest of the day. Probably gonna be heading to bed here in a few hours if I'm gonna be perfectly honest. That way I can get back to my normal schedule as far as the gym in the morning tomorrow and getting back and rocking through the rest of the day. Got some big news that's gonna be coming up here in the next couple of days, it looks like, here with some conversations that's been going on in the background. Appreciate y'all for being patient with me here for this last little bit of stream. I know I've been a little bit more quiet, but till we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. Love you guys. We'll catch y'all tomorrow. Peace. I'm out here.